Chapter 9 of The Mentor 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kate Follis. The Mentor 2 by Various. Chapter 9. Joan of Arc by Ida M. Tarbell. Serial number 98. The Mentor. Joan of Arc by Ida M. Tarbell, author and editor. Department of Biography, Volume 3, Number 22. The Maid of Orleans. What is to be thought of her? What is to be thought of the poor shepherd girl from the hills and forests of Lorraine, that, like the Hebrew shepherd boy from the hills and forests of Judea, rose suddenly out of the quiet, out of the safety, out of the religious inspiration rooted in deep pastoral solitudes, to a station in the van of armies, and to the more perilous station at the right hand of kings. The boy rose to a splendor and a noonday prosperity, both personal and public, that ran through the records of his people, and became a byword amongst his posterity for 1,000 years, until the sceptre was departing from Judah. The poor forsaken girl, on the contrary, drank not herself from that cup of rest which she had secured for France. Pure, innocent, noble-hearted girl! This was amongst the strongest pledges for thy truth, that never once didst thou revel in the vision of coronets and honour from man. To suffer and to do, that was thy portion in this life, that was thy destiny, and not for a moment was it hidden from thyself. Great was the throne of France even in those days, and great was he that sat upon it. But well Joanna knew that not the throne, nor he that sat upon it, was for her, but on the contrary, that she was for them, not she by them, but they by her, should rise from the dust. Gorgeous were the lilies of France, and for centuries had the privilege to spread their beauty over land and sea. But well Joanna knew, early at Domrémy, she had read that bitter truth, that the lilies of France would decorate no garland for her. Flower nor bud, bell nor blossom, would ever bloom for her. The youth of the maid. Joan of Arc, whose name more properly was Jeanne d'Arc, and who is now known in France as Jeanne d'Arc, was one of the most wonderful women that ever lived. It is hard to believe some of the strange things that happened to her before she was 20 years old. She was born at Domrémy, over in the eastern part of France, on January 6, 1412. She was the daughter of a peasant, and never learned to read or write, yet later in her life learned men could not puzzle her by questions. She was so sympathetic that she would stop to comfort her wounded enemies on the battlefield. Yet she was so brave that even when severely wounded, she continued to lead her soldiers. Before hearing the story of Joan of Arc, it is interesting to know something of what was happening in France at the time she lived. For a long time the English king had been trying to make himself also the ruler of France. The ruler at that time was named Charles, but he had never been crowned king, as the coronation should have taken place at the cathedral at Rheims. But as Rheims was in the power of the English, Charles could not go there to be crowned. The French themselves were divided into two parts. Some of them sided with Charles, but more took the part of England. These latter people lived in Burgundy. So at the time that Joan of Arc was born, France was in a most unhappy state. The girl sometimes guarded her father's flocks, and she was always glad to assist in the household work. She was noted for her physical strength, and for this reason, and for her unselfish kindness, she was a favorite in her village. She was of an extremely religious temperament, and the church services made her very happy. When Joan was about 13 years old, her Voices came to her for the first time. She told of this great event later in her life. When I was about 13 years old, there came to me a voice from God, teaching me how I was to behave and what I was to do. And the first time that voice came, I was afraid. I was standing about the middle of the day, in summer, in my father's garden. The voice came from the right hand, from where the church stands, and when it came I usually saw a great light on the side from which it spoke. The voice told me to be a good girl, and go to church, and go to save France. I said I was only a poor girl who could not ride or lead the soldiers in the wars. Joan also said that she saw figures of angels, and she enjoyed talking to them and listening to their counsel. However, no one else ever saw the angels or heard the voices. About this time Henry V of England died, and his son became heir to the throne. But the war against France was still being carried on. Just then the English were besieging the town of Orleans. This was in the fall of 1428. It seemed as though the city would be captured and the last stronghold of Charles would be lost to him. There were about 4,000 English besieging the city, and they planned to starve Orleans into surrender. It was then that the Voices advised Joan to save France. The maid obeys the Voices. Joan lived far away from Orleans, but her Voices kept saying to her that she must go and drive away the English from that town. She did not want to do this, as she preferred to live quietly in her native village. But the Voices were urgent, and so at last Joan went to a nearby town, Vaucouleurs, and asked the commander there to lend her an escort, so that she might go to King Charles of France at Chinon. This commander, whose name was Robert de Baudricourt, laughed at her, but when Joan told him of a great disaster that had happened to the French army near Orleans at the time that it happened, whereas he did not hear of it until some time later, he was convinced of her miraculous power and sent her to Charles. This was on February 23, 1429. After riding for several days, the maid and her band reached Chinon. Then there was more delay, but at last she was allowed to have an audience with the king. To test her power, Charles stood among a crowd of courtiers, clothed very simply, but without hesitation Joan knelt before him and said, "Fair sir, you are the Dauphin to whom I am come." Charles pointed to another and said, "That is the king." "No, fair sir," said Joan, "it is to you that I am sent." This assured the king, but to convince him further of her power, she told him of his own private secret. This was that he prayed every night to know whether or not he was the rightful king of France. As Charles had not told this secret to a living soul, he was amazed. He was also encouraged when the girl told him he was the rightful king. Then Joan was examined by the wise men of the court, and finally everyone agreed that she was advised by supernatural powers. An army was then collected, with which she was to march to the relief of Orleans. White armor was made for her, and a sacred banner presented to her. Her sword was dug from the ground behind the altar of St. Catherine in a little town called Fierbois. She had prophesied that this sword would be found there. Then the maid led the French to Orleans. The Relief of Orleans. Joan entered Orleans at nightfall. The people were all glad to see her, and lighted her way with torches. They tried to kiss her hands. In her white armour she was an inspiration to the French. Joan wanted to sally out from Orleans immediately and attack the English, but the commander of the French forces did not think it wise to do so. Shortly afterward, however, Joan had her way. The French planned an attack on the strongest of the English forts besieging Orleans. This was placed at the end of the bridge over the river Loire. It was a dangerous thing to do, as the fort was very strong, but Joan herself led the soldiers against its walls. The English were brave, and repulsed the attack throughout the day. At about 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Joan was wounded by an arrow. She had prophesied this some time before. The wound was not serious, however, and she went back into the battle. At 8 o'clock Dunois, the commander of the French, wanted to withdraw, saying that they could not capture the fort that day, but Joan would not give up. She went away for a while and prayed. When she returned, she seized her standard and led the soldiers up to the walls of the fort. The French, inspired by her bravery, followed, climbing the walls and killing or capturing all the English in the fort. This defeat discouraged the English, and they withdrew from Orleans on May 8, 1429. In 4 days Joan had accomplished more than the French had been able to do in 7 long months. Joan next planned to take Charles to Rheims and have him crowned with the holy oil, but most of the country was held by the English, so Joan determined to capture the cities, and thereby make it safe for the king to go to Rheims. She first captured Jargeau, then Meun, and after that Beaugency. Shortly after this the English army was near a little town called Pathay. The French were pursuing them, so the main part of the English army was placed at the end of a long lane between 2 thick hedges. Then they hid their archers behind these hedges. They planned to trap the French in this long lane and shoot them down. The French would have gone right into this trap if a stag had not been roused by them and run up the lane into the English lines. The English archers could not resist a chance like this. They shot at the stag. This revealed their ambush to the French and saved Joan's army from defeat. The English were beaten, and the Maid won a great victory. The coronation of Charles VII. After Joan of Arc had beaten the English at Pathay, she wanted to carry out her plan to have Charles VII. Crowned King of France in the cathedral at Rheims. But Charles was badly advised. His counselors were lazy and cowardly, and they told him that it was unsafe for him to attempt to go to Rheims. But at last he decided to march there with his army, and on July 16, 1429, he entered the city. The next day Charles was crowned King of France, while Joan stood beside him holding her sacred banner. When the coronation was over, Joan knelt at the king's feet and said, "Gentle king, now is the will of God fulfilled." Charles wished to reward her and asked what she wanted. She said that her only wish was that Domremy, her native village, should ever after be free from taxes. Her wish was granted. The next plan of the Maid was to capture Paris from the English, but she received no assistance from the king and his followers. He did not want to make war, for he hoped to gain the friendship of the Duke of Burgundy. Finally, however, Charles was persuaded to go to a little town called Saint-Denis, which is near Paris, but he was not much help. Joan led her soldiers against a gate in Paris called the Porte Saint-Honoré. One of the men who fought the battle tells of it in this manner. "The fight was long and fierce, and it was wonderful to hear the noise of guns and culverins from the walls, and to see the arrows fly like clouds. Few of those who went down into the dry ditch with the Maid were hurt, though many others were wounded with arrows and stone cannonballs. but by God's grace and the maid's favour there were none but could return without help. We fought from noon till darkness began. After the sun set, the maid was wounded in the thigh by a bolt from a crossbow, but she only shouted louder, 'Come on,' and the place was ours. But when it was dark and all were weary, men came from the king and brought her up out of the ditch against her will." The next day, when Joan and her followers were riding to attack Paris, King Charles sent messengers forbidding them to do it. So they gave up their plans for the day, planning to seize the city the following day. But the king kept putting off the attack, until finally Joan gave up in despair and her troops were disbanded. Later Joan went to Normandy, but in December returned to the court of Charles, where on the 29th her family were ennobled with the surname of Dully. She did not care for honours, however, but concentrated all her energies on driving the English from her native country. In March 1430 she went away from the court to assist in the defence of Compiègne against the Duke of Burgundy, who was attacking the city. The capture of the Maid. Joan had often prophesied that her mission would last but a year, and this year was now fast drawing to a close. Her Voices also spoke to her about this time, saying that she would be taken prisoner soon. They would never tell her when. Joan prayed that she might die before she was captured, for the English had often threatened that they would burn her as a witch if they caught her. She fought on bravely, however, and did not allow her fear to overcome her courage. When the Duke of Burgundy began to besiege Compiègne, Joan, before dawn on May 23, 1430, stole into the city with 200 or 300 men. The people were overjoyed to see her. That evening she led her little force out of Compiègne in a sortie against the besiegers. She charged the Burgundians at Margny, which is near Compiègne, and drove them twice back to another village called Clairoix. But her enemies were there reinforced and finally drove her back. Again she rallied her men and charged them, but there were very few of her followers with her this time, and she was surrounded and captured. She would not yield at first, hoping to be killed, but the Burgundians did not wish this, as she was more valuable to them alive than dead. They hoped to get a great ransom for her. It might be imagined that the king and the people of France would have been glad to pay any sum for the safe return of the Maid, who had so greatly helped their native land. But Charles was indolent, and his advisers, who did not like Joan, counseled him not to ransom her. Therefore, he never made an effort to save her, nor did he show any interest in her fate. Jean de Luxembourg was Joan's captor, and he sold her to the English. She knew what her fate would be in their hands, and one day, when she was taking the air on the flat roof of the great tower of Beaurevoir, where she was imprisoned, she leaped, hoping to kill herself. Strangely, she was not hurt. Not a bone in her body was broken, but after the fall she found that she could not move a limb. It was destined that she should not escape. She was recaptured and turned over to the English, who put her into a new prison. The trial and death of the Maid. The English turned Joan of Arc over to the Inquisition on January 3, 1431. The Inquisition was a court which tried people for religious offences against the Church. They put her into a cage in the castle of Rouen. Chains were placed on her legs, and 5 rough soldiers kept watch in the room day and night. Her captors wished to prove her a witch, to take away the sting of having been defeated by a girl. The principal enemy of Joan was Pierre Cauchon, the Bishop of Beauvais, who hoped to be made Archbishop of Rouen by the English. Her examination by the court of the Inquisition began on January 9th. For 3 months these wise men examined the Maid every day. She had no advocate, and was forced to defend herself. but she showed that she was far wiser than her learned judges. She would never answer questions about her saints and voices, except when the voices gave her permission to do so. In particular, the judges wished to know the secret of the king, which secret they knew Joan possessed. But in spite of the king's neglect of the maid, she would never betray him. Finally, they told her they would torture her. They took her to the torture chamber and asked her if she would tell them then, but Joan said, "Torture me if you please, tear my body to pieces. Whatever I say in my pains will not be true, and as soon as I am released I will deny that it was true. Now go on." They did not torture her, but continued to harass her with questions. They said she should not wear a man's dress as she did. She answered that when among men in war it was better and more proper. Once during the trial she seemed to hear her voices, and stopped speaking suddenly. Then after listening a moment she said, "Before 7 years are past, the English will lose a greater stake than they have lost at Orleans. They will lose everything in France." This prophecy came true, as we know. At last, on May 24th, 1431, her judges took Joan to the graveyard of the Church of Huon at Rouen. There was a stake and faggots all ready for the burning, and they said that she would be burned to death unless she signed a paper saying that she would wear woman's dress and would submit to the judges. She said that she would be willing to do this if she would receive pardon. But as Joan could not read, the judges substituted another paper for her to make her mark on. On this paper was a statement that her saints were evil spirits, and that she had done all sorts of wrong things. She was still a prisoner of the English, and they kept her in prison. Her jailers, by trickery, induced her to put on her man's dress once more. When she had done this, she was judged to have relapsed. This was the greatest crime, and she was sentenced to death. On May 30th, 1431, she was burned to death in the market-place of Rouen. 800 soldiers surrounded the stake for fear that someone might attempt to save her. Only one kind priest, who pitied her, brought a cross and held it before her eyes while she was burning. In 1436, a woman appeared who said she was Joan of Arc, escaped from the flames. Many people believed her, but afterward she confessed to being an impostor. On July 7, 1456, the Pope revoked the sentence passed on the maid. In February 1903, a formal proposal was entered for her canonization, and on December 13, 1908, she was made a saint. Aside from the story of the Christ, there is none in history which offers so complete a picture of the heights and depths of human character as that of Joan of Arc. So perfect is its symbolism that one coming for the first time to the records of the world might well believe it was the invention of some consummate master of the intricacies of human nature, intent on showing to men the extremes of evil and of good of which they are capable. The doorway to the house. Full of subtleties and mysteries as the story is, there is none in history more perfectly documented. We have not merely the proofs of what the Holy Maid claimed to be and what she did, but the details of her childhood, the inmost experiences of her spiritual and physical life. And these events and experiences stand on the evidences of not one, but of many, of those who were with her from her birth on January 6, 1412, in the little village of Domremy, some 125 miles southeast of Paris, to the day, 19 years later, when, before the eyes of a great multitude of the people of Rouen, she was burned at the stake. She suffered her fate because a body of eminent lawyers and divines had found that she was, as their restrained and Christian language has it, a liar, an inventor of revelations and apparitions, a deceiver, pernicious, presumptuous, light of faith, rash, superstitious, a soothsayer, a blasphemer against God and his saints, a contemner of God even in his sacraments, a prevaricator of divine law and of sacred doctrines and ecclesiastical sanction, seditious, cruel, apostate, schismatic, having committed 1,000 errors against religion, and by all these tokens rashly guilty towards God and Holy Church. The Voices. The girl against whom these vindictive and hysterical charges were made was of peasant origin, not yet 20 years of age, and knew not A from B. She had come to her cruel end because from the time she was 13 she had heard voices, the voices of saints, which she never had doubted had come from God, and had never failed to obey, though the orders they gave her were so extraordinary that they had at the beginning filled her with terror. She had wept and pled her youth, her ignorance, her unfitness for the mission on which they would send her. It was an amazing mission, nothing less than to save France from the clutches of England. Her instructions were detailed. She was to go to the governor of a nearby town and ask for an escort to conduct her to Charles VII, who called himself King of France, though he had never been crowned. She was to go to Charles and announce herself as sent by God to raise the siege of Orleans, and to conduct him to Rheims, where he was to be crowned. The English in the end were to be driven from all France, the voices assured her. To Joan of Arc this mission was of supremest importance. She lived in the path of war, and like many a Belgian, a French, or a Polish girl of today, she had seen her village sacked, her family and her friends obliged to flee, saving what they could. Domremy lived in constant danger of the Burgundian allies of England and of all the pitiless riff-raff war-breeds. Joan was an ardent patriot, and suffered with her country. She loved her king, too, looking on him as sent of God. To rescue him was the noblest work which one could be given. After the first revolt, she accepted the call without misgivings. It was not for her to question voices sent by God. The key to the career of Joan of Arc is this unfaltering confidence. She did things from the start utterly preposterous by human standards of conduct. What more unlikely of success than that the governor of a tormented district should turn over for the asking to a child of 17, of whom he had never heard, an escort to take her to the king of the land? Yet the governor, a Vaucouleurs, did this, not on the first or second asking, to be sure, but on the third, and Joan had never doubted that she would get her escort. The voices had told me it would be thus. The Maid and the King. Her mind was so full of the command laid upon her that once accepted nothing could divert or frighten her. One might expect a girl of her origin to be awestruck at the thought of presenting herself before a court and a king, but not Joan. She passed unabashed through the throng that had gathered to witness her first meeting with Charles, and kneeling told him composedly, "Most noble Lord Dauphin, I am come, and am sent to you from God to give succour to the kingdom and to you." She won Charles from the start, for he was much of a person in spite of his vacillating and his weakness, and he answered to the nobility of her call. She won the better part of his court, and as for the people, they flocked to her. She was sent to be examined by experts in law and religion, for without assurance that her voices were indeed from God, Charles did not dare risk it. Joan might of course be what the English and the cynical of the court declared, a witch, and her voices of the devil. For 6 weeks the girl was questioned by the ablest lawyers and churchmen of the kingdom. A selected body of women gave her a physical examination. The end of it was complete justification. "It is found and hereby declared that Joan of Arc, called the Maid, is a Christian and a Catholic, and that there is nothing in her presence or her words contrary to the faith, and that the king may and ought to accept the succor she offers, for to repel it would be to offend the Holy Spirit and render him unworthy of the aid of God." Before this ratification all opposition to Joan fell. She was proclaimed by the king as one sent by God to assist him. She was given armour, a guard, soldiers, and under her orders a theatrical campaign was conducted. Orléans fell before her, though it was so invested that Charles had ceased to hope for its recovery. The winning of Orléans converted some who had doubted her in spite of learned jurists and theologians. It was with them as with Toulon, her steward. It was not possible for so young a maid to do such things without the will and guidance of our Lord. Those who, because of personal ambition, did not believe in her, those who hated her purity and the habits of restraint and temperance she imposed on the army, those who called her witch, still did not dare oppose her openly. She might be from God, and whether she was or not, she was in the saddle, adored of the people, supported by the king, a terror to the English. Coronation of Charles VII. The complete ascendancy Joan of Arc had won in France in 2 months, from the time of her first interview with the king, lasted from the fall of Orléans to the coronation of Charles at Rheims on July 17, 1429. The march which preceded the crowning was most of it through land which the English held. There were sieges and battles, dangers and escapes. It was managed by the Maid with a calm authority, an unwavering reliance on her Voices, which lifted her even in the minds of her most cynical associates quite out of the ranks of human leaders. She was a greater general than them all. She foresaw all, she never feared nor hesitated, and she, a girl of 17, she must be of God. And when finally the impossible had been accomplished, and in spite of English, Burgundians, and the plotters, Charles was crowned, there were few of the French who even secretly denied her claim. How could they, when all she foretold promptly came true? It was by the success or failure of their prophesying that men of those days judged largely whether one came from God or not. It was because she told the governor of Vaucouleurs of a distant battle on the day it occurred, and days before the news could reach him, that he finally yielded to her demands for an escort. It was because she selected the king from a throng in which he mingled, and told him that which no one but he knew, that he accepted her. She had said that she would be wounded at Orléans, and she was. She had warned a wicked fellow that he would be dead shortly, and he was. Who could deny the holy origin of such a maid? Certainly not the average man or woman of the 15th century, certainly not the loyal and devout French she succoured. As for the English who fled before her, they acknowledged her powers, but they declared them to be of the devil, as was natural, since they were the sufferers. The character of Joan. But outside of her divine guidance and her unquestionable military and political genius, Joan of Arc had human qualities calculated to make even the roughest of men love and respect her. Peasant though she was beautiful to see. This fresh, untouched young girl with the flame of inspiration in her eye and the authority of the divine in her bearing, clad in her pure white armour and mounted on a war horse as spirited as the best of them, must have been a sight to stir the heart. Her sympathy for the afflicted poor of the country was as genuine as her devotion to the king. They knew it, and no little of her power came from their perception. There was no shadow of self-seeking in her. She never asked honour or wealth or pleasure. There were clever and designing ones who sought to trap her with such baubles, a well-known and usually quite successful method of side-tracking troublesome people with ideas of their own. But Joan was quite outside of all worldliness. It looked small and thin to one who consorted with saints and followed the orders of the Most High. What she took of the gifts showered upon her she gave to the poor. When at the coronation the king told her to ask what she would, she asked that Domrémy be freed forever from taxes. She was devout. No Catholic in France was more faithful to the Church. No one partook of its holy mysteries with more humility or with more worship in his heart. But good and devout and charitable as she was no colourless person. There are numerous delightful human outbreaks recorded in the documents of her life. She wept like an ordinary girl when she received her first wound. She flew often into a passion when her commands had been disobeyed. She was particularly hard on the wanton women who followed the camp, often herself chasing them off. Once she broke a sword over the head of one, and again killed one by the blow she gave. She guarded her own divine prerogative with quite human jealousy. As there were many women prophesying in those days, a company of them were enlisted to help the king after Joan's first success. Joan never liked them. Folly and futility was her characterization of the work of the most prominent of these women, Catherine de la Rochelle. Send her home to her husband and children, was her order. A common enough point of view of the maid who has made a career for herself and sees a married woman seeking to do the same. However, in Catherine's case, Joan suspected fraud, and there seems to have been reason. The end of her mission and capture. With the crowning of the king at Rheims, Joan seemed to feel that her mission was at an end. She was homesick when she saw her father and those who had come from Domrémy to witness her miraculous elevation. She prayed Charles to release her, to send her back to her spinning and her flocks, her mother and her friends, but she was too precious at the moment. The king and his councillors would have more of her aid, but they wanted it without admitting her to their councils and without heeding the orders she gave as coming from her voices. She was severe and outspoken about this treatment. "Truces have been made," she wrote once to the people of Rheims, "that are not pleasing to me, and I know not whether I shall keep them, but if I keep them, it will be solely to maintain the king's honour." After Rheims there followed campaigns in which she had little or no support, treaties of which she did not approve, intrigues which, though she frequently divined and frustrated them, slowly produced their effect on king and people. She failed in September to take Paris, though she had been as confident that it would fall as that Orleans would. She scandalized the Church by attacking it on the anniversary of the birth of the Virgin Mary. She was sorely wounded too in this attack, and had to be carried from the field. It hurt her prestige. In the winter following the failure to take Paris, Joan wrought many marvels in the Loire country in which the king had retreated. The greatest was that, among doubters and flatterers, and in spite of intrigue and discouragement, she kept her purpose clear, her confidence unshaken. She was still Joan, the maid sent by God to drive the English from all France, but she was no longer a maid with full power over the king. She stood it until spring. Then the certainty that there was danger of losing all Champagne led her to set out with a band of perhaps 100 horse and still fewer archers. Her objective, Compiègne, which the Duke of Burgundy was threatening. It was the 13th of May when she reached Compiègne. The aid she rendered seemed futile enough at this distance. The truth was, Joan had no knowledge of the situation and could have no plans for relief. She was not admitted into the councils of those who defended the town. For her attack on Orleans and her march on Rheims, she had had the knowledge which, during 3 years of devout belief in her mission, she had collected unconsciously, no doubt. But at Compiègne she had nothing but her voices. She had almost full command from Orleans to Rheims. Now she was little more in the minds of the commanding officers than a painted saint, a bejewelled reliquary to be used on their sallies and in their attacks. The result was her capture. It came in a moment when she was crying, "Go forward, they are ours," though, as a matter of fact, all of the French but her and her little guard had fled. If in the few months Joan of Arc held sway over the minds of the French king and his people, she showed as none outside of the Christ have ever shown the divinity in man and its power to elevate human nature, surely that which followed is as perfect an illustration of the deviltry in the human heart and what it can do to corrupt and harden men. Never were human minds so put to it to prove a saintly thing evil. All the learning that was in the University of Paris, all the authority there was in the church and state, in the part of the world where Joan was finally taken for trial, was summoned to find out. Not the truth, they had no interest in the truth, but plausible reasons for declaring her a heretic. The orders from the English government were that she should not be allowed to die save by what they called the hand of justice. That is, she must be proved to be of the devil. This was the business of the Church. Trial and torture and death. At this noble work there now was set a band of some 60 of the most learned and distinguished scholars, judges, and ministers in the land. There was an occasional one for whom the work was too abominable. One such declared boldly that to force this simple girl to reply without guidance to such great doctors, to so many masters, was mocking justice. "They mean to catch her," was his verdict. "I will stay no longer. I cannot witness it." And indeed they did mean to catch her, but what a chase she gave them! I doubt if there is such a test of wit and courage and faith in all the history of disputation. At every point they taxed their devilish ingenuity to put her at a disadvantage. They drained her physical strength by abominable prison conditions. Joan had been a captive for 7 months when she was finally taken to Rouen to trial. In the dungeon tower room given her, it is said she was at first chained in an iron cage in which it was impossible to stand erect. Certain it is that shackles were always on her feet, a chain round her waist, by which she was padlocked to a beam. 5 English guards slept in her room, jeering at and insulting her. It was in this room they came to her, with promises, bribes, flatteries, and threats. It was from here that she went in chains in February 1431 for 6 public examinations by the 60 or more doctors and lawyers. These open meetings proved too damaging to her judges. She was too truthful, too unafraid, too confident in God and her voices. The subtlety of some of her answers confused and shamed the most relentless of her examiners. They had that overpowering quality which the direct, unadulterated truth gives. What chance in the long run has a university dialectician before the truth? They took her to closed chambers, and hardly did better. They went to her when she was ill and likely to die, but they could not touch this clean white thing. It slipped through their fingers like a ray of light. And on what unimportant matters they badgered her! Her dress, for one. The trial seems at points to have been hung on the crime of her wearing man's apparel. "Dress is but a little thing, less than nothing," she told them. They threatened her finally with torture if she did not reply to questions she said her voices had forbidden her to answer. In the very torture chamber, with the horrid irons before her eyes, she cried, "Verily, if you were to tear my limbs asunder, and drive my soul out of my body, naught else would I tell you, and if I did say anything unto you, I would always maintain afterward that you dragged it from me by force." For months this unbelievable torment went on, until finally, lost in the maze they had prepared for her, worn by confinement and incessant mental and physical strain, she broke under the threat of burning, a child's horror of a fate she had persuaded herself God would not permit. Her voices had deceived her. She signed the deed of abjuration they had prepared for her, only to find it did not mean what she thought. Back in her prison, her courage and her confidence reasserted themselves, and she recanted. All that I said I uttered through fear of fire, and I recanted nothing that was not contrary to the truth. I had liefer do my penance once and for all, to wit by dying, than endure further anguish in prison. Whatsoever abjuration I have been forced to make, I never did anything against God and religion. I did not understand what was in the deed of abjuration, wherefore I did not mean to abjure anything, unless it were our Lord's will. It was this that caught her, such is the dexterity of the human intellect bent on proving that which is good to be evil. Joan had been pronounced a heretic. She had confessed to being one. So they declared. Now she recanted. The Holy Church could have nothing to do with so monstrous a creature. At last the learned doctors had unimpeachable authority for turning her over to the English, who now had the undeniable right of burning her alive. They lost no time. It was on a Tuesday, May 29th, that she was declared a relapsed heretic. It was on the morning of the following day that she died by fire. A rough wooden cross, fashioned at her request by a pitying English soldier, was on her breast, the words, "Jesus, Jesus," on her lips. On her head was a great fool's cap, on which was written, "Heretic, relapse, apostate, idolatry." End of chapter 9.
Chapter 10 of The Mentor 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Colleen McMahon. The Mentor 2 by Various. Chapter 10, The Virgin Islands by E.M. Newman. Islands, Life and Color. We landed at St. Thomas, in front of a little square overhung by palm and mango trees and shaded by lofty ferns, and were at once among a strange population. The children were all dressed in black, as nature made them, with eyes that shone like glass beads. Some of the native women were carrying trays of vegetables, fruit, bread, or small wares upon their heads. Others were squatting upon their heels, while in front of them were little piles of sweet potatoes, peppers, limes, or a few sticks of sugar cane. Others were hawking strings of shells and shining beans called Job's tears. If one climbs the hill above the town of Charlotte Amalie, he obtains a charming picture. High-colored villas form the foreground. The beautiful bay, with its ships and little islands, occupies the middle distance, while beyond, across the blue sea, are the shadowy forms of St. Croix and Puerto Rico. St. Croix is not so abrupt and severe as some of its associates, though it bears abundant evidence of volcanic origin. It consists of a multitude of little peaks and rounded hills, with ravines and valleys between them. The mountains, where uncultivated, are a bluish green, but where the sugar cane is largely grown, the color of the countryside is so light and rich a green that it seems as if spring had just spread her mantle over the land. The plantations climb the hills and crown many of them, and skirt precipices and sweep their waves of golden green down to kiss the white sea waves. There are long avenues of cocoa palms, with trunks rising 50 feet like polished marble shafts, and then bursting out into a miracle of waving foliage and nests of green coconuts. Frederiksted and Christiansted are generally called West End and Basse Low End. Our view of Frederiksted from the vessel had prepared us for a beautiful place. It has some buildings with arched fronts and many white and pink and yellow houses, half hidden among the strange tamarind and palm and mango trees. But when we got ashore, the vision vanished. The arcades were clumsy and crumbling, the streets unpaved and irregular, and the cabins where the Negroes lived were far from picturesque. They are built of wood and usually consist of 1 or 2 rooms in which a large family is huddled at night. The people spend most of the daytime out of doors, and meals are prepared in the open air. There's no glass in the windows, and wooden shutters serve to keep out the wind and rain. Drives in the island of St. Croix over superb roads led us into valleys where there were tamarind trees, delicate-leaved as our locust, and giants called flamboyants, leafless but all aflame with scarlet flowers, and the silk cottonwood with enormous misshapen roots and long horizontal branches, on which grew a multitude of parasites and air plants. Here, too, was the curiously formed frangipani, with hooked or claw-like branches, and the banana tree, with clustering fruit and huge and cone-like blossom. Flowers of all colors and shapes, from the fragrant white jasmine to the yellow and red cacti, adorned the roadsides. Black pelicans floated on the sea, or sailed in long and continuous flights through the air. The groves were never without modest music from numbers of elegantly dressed birds, and innumerable brilliant butterflies harmonized in the beauty of their coloring with the superb flowers upon which they fed. From Cruising Among the Caribbees by Charles Augustus Stoddard. The Virgin Islands. Early History. 1. Columbus, despairing of finding individual names for all the islands he sighted, called the rocky archipelago which is the subject of this number of the Mentor the Virgin Islands, after St. Ursula and her martyred maidens. The group designated by this name includes upwards of 50 islands and islets, several of which are owned by Great Britain. When Spain ceded Puerto Rico, ownership of 3 of the Virgin Islands, Vieques, Culebra, and Culebrita, passed to the United States. St. Croix is not one of this group, according to strict geographical classification, but together with the Virgin Islands is one of the Leeward Islands group, which comprises, among others, St. Kitts, Nevis, St. Christopher, Antigua, Guadeloupe, and Martinique. Over a century and a half after Columbus discovered the Virgin Islands in 1493, adventurous Danes cast anchor in the harbor of St. Thomas, but soon forsook this little isle of the southern seas for another island at the mouth of the Hudson River, the island of Manhattan, where the Dutch had settled. The Dutch and the English, the French and the Spanish, had previously visited the islands we call St. Thomas and St. Croix, when in 1666 the Danish made another unsuccessful attempt at colonization. 6 years later, the Danish West India and Guinea Company fathered a settlement from which descended all later colonies. By the year 1680, over 300 settlers were established on St. Thomas. The principal industry was the raising of tobacco. Half the population was composed of slaves. To further increase their number, King Christian V of Denmark decreed that natives of Africa be brought across seas in ships specially engaged in slave traffic. All the European countries that had undertaken to develop the agricultural resources of the West India Islands had found after repeated disasters that only black men were fitted to work in the tropics. Besides tobacco, estates were now planted with sugarcane, sprouts of which were obtained from Tortola, another island of the Virgin Group, 20 miles east of St. John and owned by the British. The British still had a jealous eye on the fine harbor of St. Thomas, and to prevent attacks on them and by the French, who had taken St. Croix from the Spanish in 1650, the government of Denmark built, about 1690, a fort and a thick-walled tower overlooking the bay and its peaked islands. In 1701, a priest, Father Labat, made a voyage to the islands of America and wrote a book that contained the first lengthy description of the well-cared-for estates, the streets, and neat houses of St. Thomas. Europe being then at war, and Denmark a neutral nation, this broad haven at the crossroads of travel was the refuge of ships escaping pursuit, and boasted a brisk commerce. Many tales of piracy date from these rousing days of trade and warfare. St. John was permanently settled by the Danes in 1716. The French, Knights of Malta, and miscellaneous rovers occupied the island of St. Croix, 35 miles south of St. Thomas, until in 1733 France sold it to Denmark. King Frederick V in 1755 purchased the Danish West India Company's land, forts, buildings, slaves, merchandise, and ships for $1,500,000 and made St. Thomas a closed port. However, within a decade, the former policy as to world commerce was resumed by order of the king, and during the pre-Napoleonic Wars, St. Thomas was the meeting place of vessels flying the pennants of all the warring nations. Quote, "Things were lively in those days," writes Mr. Luther Zabriskie. "Money flowed like water into the coffers of the merchants. Population increased, the town limits were extended, stores and dwellings were rapidly built, and thousands of refugees and adventurers sought these shores for the purpose of traffic." Unquote. But St. Thomas was not to remain a neutral port for long. In 1801, England blockaded the island and held it for 10 months. the British flag again flew over the islands between the years 1807 and 1815 as a precaution against seizure by Napoleon. In the readjustment of nations following the events of the latter year, the group was restored to Denmark. Once more, St. Thomas became the queen port of the West Indies and exacted tribute from the hundreds of ships that plied this golden lane of commerce between the Atlantic and the Pacific. On the birth date of American independence, July 4, 1848, the black bondmen of the Danish West Indies were freed by decree of the Crown, and forthwith they forsook their agricultural occupations. The prosperity of the Danish islands was affected when profits decreased in the production of cane sugar. The abolition of slavery and the development of the beet sugar industry both had a share in bringing about this condition. Formerly, St. Thomas had been the sole port of call for steamers carrying cargoes of goods that were in demand on neighboring islands, including Puerto Rico. Now other lines of transportation were organized, and direct communication was established between Puerto Rico and the north. By the year 1866, planters and officials of the government were ready to consider the proposals of Secretary Seward that the islands should become the property of the United States. History of the transfer. 2. The need of the United States for a naval base to prevent blockade running during the Civil War influenced President Lincoln and Secretary Seward to urge the purchase of the Danish West Indies in order to obtain the rights to the harbor of St. Thomas. Actual negotiations were not undertaken, however, till after Lincoln's assassination. The first proposals were made to Denmark when she was smarting under the loss of Schleswig and Holstein after the victory of her Teuton enemies. Secretary Seward visited the islands in the year 1866 and offered $5 million for the group. But Denmark hesitated to conclude arrangements lest she displease her victors. Furthermore, Napoleon III refused his consent to the transfer of St. Croix, and according to the agreement entered into at the time of the purchase of St. Croix from France, Denmark could not dispose of this island to any other country without the approval of the original owner. $7.5 million was the price finally named in 1867 for the two northern islands, and the Danish Senate and the inhabitants of the island voted in favor of the transaction. In the United States Senate, the chairman of the Foreign Relations Committee was Charles Sumner. As an opponent of President Johnson, it is believed he feared the purchase of the Danish West Indies following the Alaska Purchase would bring too great popular favor to the administration. At any rate, no action was taken on the treaty when it was presented. The opposition of Sumner to the Grant administration further delayed ratifications, and in 1870 the treaty was allowed to lapse. The Danes again showed themselves willing to sell the islands during the presidency of Harrison and Cleveland, but met no response on the part of the United States. After the Spanish-American War, proposals were again renewed. A treaty was drawn up by John Hay in 1901, and the purchase price fixed at $5 million for the three islands, St. Croix being included by consent of France. The United States Senate confirmed the second treaty in February 1902, but this time the upper house of the Danish parliament failed to ratify. German influence in Denmark was held accountable for this attitude, since German steamship interests would be furthered by the retention of the islands by Denmark. In 1911, the transfer was once more broached, but again it failed of consummation. The question last came up for discussion in August 1916, and again negotiations would have been fruitless but for the insistence of the Danish premier, who threatened to dissolve Parliament and precipitate a general election if government and people did not consent to the disposal of the islands. On January 17, 1917, terms were finally concluded between the two countries. At a farewell service held in St. Thomas, after the ratification of the Treaty of Cession had been exchanged by Secretary Lansing and the Danish minister at Washington, the pastor paid this just tribute to the rule of old Denmark, that had lasted almost without interruption for nearly 250 years. Quote, "Of what are our thoughts now that the end is reached? Of oppression and misrule, exploited resources, a people crippled with taxes to enrich others, education systematically neglected, the rule of the few over the many, justice sold to the highest bidder, government without heart or sympathy with the poor, any or all of those things so often the accompaniment of colonial rule? No. At the bar of history the account is rendered. Today we may think of the solid good of the past, and pray that the new flag shall stand for all those things for which the old flag has stood." Unquote. On March 3, 1917, an act was approved by the United States Congress to provide a temporary government for the people of the Danish West Indies, and on the last day of that month, the formal transfer was sealed by the payment of a Treasury warrant of $25 million by the United States Secretary of State to the Danish minister in Washington. Telegraphic advice was immediately sent to the representatives of the two governments at St. Thomas. Upon receipt of the messages, the ceremony of the transfer was enacted at the saluting battery, St. Thomas, by the retiring Danish governor and the acting United States governor, commander of the USS Hancock, in the presence of naval, military, and civil guards and an impressive assemblage of citizens. The transfer was simultaneously celebrated at Christiansted and Frederiksted, St. Croix. On April 7, 1917, the first governor of the islands, Rear Admiral Pollock, late Chief of Naval Intelligence, was officially welcomed and installed in office. The inquiry, quote, "Are the islands worth the expenditure of $25 million?" unquote, is answered by present-day students of naval tactics. Quote, "We have at least the value of the 25 millions in these offensive times for keeping any foreign power from getting a foothold there. We have bought the finest site strategically, logistically, and tactically for a first-class naval base on the Atlantic seaboard." Unquote. Government, institutions, resources. 3. Under the old regime, the executive power of the Danish islands was vested in a governor appointed by the king. For 6 months of the year, his residence was on St. Thomas. For the rest of the year, it was on St. Croix, 35 miles distant. St. Thomas and St. John comprised one political part, St. Croix another. 2 colonial councils made the laws, a proportion of the members being appointed by the government, and the remainder being elected by the islanders for a term of 4 years. Besides, there was a Danish police force that presented a brave appearance on dress occasions in uniforms of pale blue and white, with high hats crowned by bright red pom-poms. Danish judges were appointed for life. The whipping post, we are told, still menaced offenders under old country rule, and heavy penalties were visited upon natives convicted of theft. Males 25 years of age born on the islands, or resident there for 5 years, who were possessed of a stipulated amount of property and were of unassailable character, were entitled to the franchise. As far as possible, the Danish colonial law affecting the islands will be maintained by the United States. The colonial treasury supported the evangelical Lutheran Church as the national church of Denmark, though various other denominations were and continued to be represented in the islands. Lutheran and Reformed Dutch congregations have worshipped on St. Thomas for over 2 centuries. Missionaries of the Moravian Church began their ministrations in the year 1732, and, under government subsidy, have had an important share in the education of the island children, both black and white. The education of Roman Catholic children has been in the hands of the Catholic Church. Free schools and school books were provided by the Danish government. Denmark's liberality is exampled in the fact that though both Danish and English were taught, the study of Danish was not compulsory. Though Danish has been the official language, English has long been that of the people. Under United States control, it is likely that American teachers will replace some inefficient native black teachers, as has been done with excellent results in Puerto Rico. Under the Danes, the school year was 12 months long, all children between the ages of 7 and 13 being required to attend classes 6 days a week, 3 hours a day. Morning hours were reserved for the session of the lower grades and the later sessions for the upper grades. 3 weeks vacation was permitted in September. The high percentage of literacy in the islands may in part be credited to a system of fines enforced for many years. Unless officially excused, a pupil arriving an hour late at school was subject to a fine of 1 to 5 cents. For a day's absence without permission, a fine was imposed of 10 cents for the first day, and 5 cents for each additional day of absence. The fine for absence from examinations was fixed at 50 cents for each offense. According to government statistics, all but a very small proportion of the island's inhabitants can both read and write. The Danish system of education will to a great extent be continued by the United States, exclusive of denominational training. There are no high schools in the islands. On St. Thomas, there are 2 private academies. The abolition of slavery and the prominence of St. Thomas as a port have so impeded the development of the island's natural resources that today most of the produce consumed by St. Thomians is imported from nearby islands and from the United States. Farm laborers are given 35 cents a day, but as dock laborers $1 a day can be earned. On St. John, the soil is used for the cultivation of bay and lime trees, and a few hundred head of cattle find grazing ground on the hilly slopes. 13,000 acres on the island of St. Croix are devoted to the growing of sugarcane, 2,000 acres to cotton, and 30,000 acres to a variety of crops chiefly useful for cattle fodder. Consular reports give the main manufacturing industries of the islands as sugar, rum, and molasses on St. Croix, bay rum on St. Thomas, bay oil, bay rum, and the products of the lime tree on St. John. The hurricane of October 9, 1916, was the most disastrous to real estate and commerce that had been experienced in the islands since 1867, the loss being estimated at about $1,500,000. The full force of the wind fell upon St. Thomas, though the greatest number of deaths, about 50 in all, were reported from St. John. The accustomed signals, 2 guns fired at a short interval, gave warning early in the afternoon of the approaching high winds. Accompanied by heavy rain, the wind blew at the rate of 125 miles an hour. It bared hills of turf and trees, lifted houses from foundations, wiped out villages, laid coconut groves low, stripped bay trees of their leaves, destroyed oil stills and sunk ships in the harbors or drove them ashore and left them but disordered piles of wood and metal. On June 25th of each year, it is the custom of the islanders to hold services of prayer, to ask protection from the raging trade winds that blow across the Atlantic from southwestern Europe. And on October 25th, they give thanks if the prayer has been answered. St. Thomas and St. John. Since the age of the discoverers, the harbor of St. Thomas has welcomed the craft of the seagoing nations of Europe, craft sometimes black of prow and sinister in design. Father Labat recounts the tale of a French privateer, Legendre the Blonde, who on an autumn day in 1695 ran into the harbor at Charlotte Amalie, robbed the Brandenburg warehouse of 24,000 Reichsdollars, about $13,000, and relieved the employees, from director general to the humblest clerk, of everything except the shirts they wore. Accomplices of French privateers, with the connivance of authorities at St. Thomas, once sent a warning that enabled a robber fleet to reach France with a sum equivalent to $400,000 stolen on the British island of New Grenada to enrich the war chest of Louis XIV. In April 1699, there arrived a notorious rover of the sea at the harbor gate of St. Thomas. Quote, well outside gun range, unquote, he hove to, and asked refuge from the pursuit of English ships. It was none other than Captain Kidd that begged this hospitality, and a governor of less tolerant ideas than some others that had represented Denmark refused him admission. Later, when the pirate secretly disposed of his ill-gained cargo to island traders, part of it, tens of bales of fine muslin valued at 12,000 pieces of 8, was stored in a St. Thomas warehouse. Captain Kidd departed for New York, and from there was sent to England for trial on the charge of piracy. The taller of the 2 towers on the hills behind Charlotte Amalie is the traditional stronghold of Blackbeard Edward Teach, quote, one of the realest, blackest, and bloodiest pirates that ever graced the Spanish Main. He came to his own at the cutlass of His Majesty's Lieutenant Maynard in the year 1718, unquote. 45 bays on the coast of St. Thomas and 30 inlets that indent the shore of St. John were in those days a well-considered aid to the dark dealings of men and ships. It was at Moggin's Bay, a large inlet on the north side of St. Thomas, that surveys recently made by the American Indian Hay Foundation of New York uncovered the remains of a primitive settlement. Vessels found in burial mounds were without decoration, and were in other ways unlike those that have descended to us from the first inhabitants of Puerto Rico and San Domingo. Archaeologists accept this as proof that the aborigines of the newly acquired American group were not Arawaks as previously supposed, nor do the crafts disclosed by research reflect the Carib culture of the West Indian islands farther south. As yet, the tribe that hunted the cottonwood groves of St. Thomas, built canoes and fished the swarming bays has not been classified. It is hoped that future excavation on the Virgin Islands of Great Britain may aid identification. On the island of St. John there are no indications of aboriginal life beyond a few rock carvings, from which evidence it is judged that this island had no village site but was used for ceremonial meetings. On St. Croix, 10 village sites have been discovered by various investigators. Visitors to St. John find special interest in the bay rum industry. Here the bay tree is indigenous to the soil, no orchards having been set out by man. 3 times a year the leaves are picked by nimble youngsters who throw down twigs bearing perhaps a dozen leaves to women standing ready with bags that have a capacity of 60 to 70 pounds. Oil distillers pay 2 cents a pound for the leaves and the labor of picking them. When the essential oil is extracted from the leaf, it is mixed with rum or alcohol and water and further distilled to make bay rum. The latter process is mainly carried on by St. Thomas firms. The average price of bay oil in the islands is $5 a quart, of bay rum 70 cents a gallon. Quote, "If you love beautiful scenery," says the author of Isles of Spice and Palm, "if you are interested in strange people and quaint ways, visit that chain of island gems which stretches in a broad curve from Puerto Rico to the tip of South America, and which is known as the Lesser Antilles. By days of travel these islands are close at hand. By customs, manner, and life they are remote as the Antipodes." Unquote. Admiral David Porter called St. Thomas, quote, "the keystone to the arch of the West Indies." Unquote. Transportation from New York to this sunny isle of storied days and fortunate location is by the Quebec Steamship Line, which maintains comfortable ships on a regular 9 or 10-day schedule. The trip each way consumes a little over 5 days. A call is also made at Frederiksted, St. Croix, and in the sugar season at Christiansted, before the steamer proceeds to South America. Between Charlotte Amalie and San Juan, Puerto Rico, a voyage of about 50 miles, there is a monthly steamer service. Fast sailing vessels also carry passengers to and fro among the islands. Coral Bay St. John is twice as deep as the hill-bound harbor of St. Thomas, and is large enough to shelter at one time 400 or 500 vessels. It is actually a better haven than that of St. Thomas, but the latter is closer to the trade routes. Before the World War, it was not unusual for 200 ships to call at 1 year in the port of Charlotte Amalie. St. Croix. The island of Santa Cruz, or St. Croix, Holy Cross, was so named by the Spanish and the French who occupied it at different periods until the year 1733. As the Knights of Malta, under grant from Louis XIV, were for a decade in possession of this isolated domain, the name has interesting associations. Not long after St. Croix came under control of Denmark, there was born on the island of Nevis, 50 miles away, the boy known to history as Alexander Hamilton, son of a Scotch merchant and a cultured lady of Huguenot descent. At his mother's death, the child was put in the care of relatives who lived on St. Croix. Before he reached his teens, he was apprenticed in Frederiksted as a counting-house clerk to the firm of Nicholas Kruger. His youthful letters of business and friendship are distinguished by mature reasoning and elegant phrase. In November 1769, when 12 years of age, he wrote a boy friend expressing impatience with, quote, "the groveling condition of a clerk," unquote, and avowed, quote, "I would willingly risk my life, though not my character, to exalt my station," unquote. The date, August 31st, 1772, is memorable in St. Croix for a furious hurricane that endured a third of a day and made, quote, "the whole frame of nature seem as though unhinged and tottering to its fall," unquote. The young clerk described this disastrous visitation in a letter addressed to his father on September 6th. Quote, "It seemed as if a total dissolution of nature was taking place," he wrote. "The roaring of the sea and wind, fiery meteors flying about in the air, the prodigious glare of almost perpetual lightning, the crash of falling houses, and the ear-piercing shrieks of the distressed were sufficient to strike astonishment into angels. Misery in its most hideous shapes spread over the face of the country," unquote. This letter, appearing in a newspaper, aroused such interest in the talents of the writer that a month later it was arranged for him to sail for the American colonies and there continue his interrupted studies in a grammar school near New York. Later, the youth entered King's College, now Columbia University. At 17, having already allied himself with the interests of the Americans, he addressed with ardor and inventive argument a great meeting of patriots assembled in New York to act on the proposal to hold a general congress of colonial representatives. In Hamilton's boyhood, St. Croix, a sugar-producing island, shared the richest commerce of the West Indies. The first sugar plantations were laid out about the middle of the 18th century. Towns named for Danish kings, Christian and Frederick, were plotted and good roads built. The south side of the island is level and well adapted for agriculture. Here are many estates owned by corporations that operate sugar factories. As a resort, St. Croix has much to commend it. The climate is warm and dry. The daily variation of extremes of temperature the year round is moderate. The winter and early summer months are the most agreeable for outdoor recreation. August and September are the hottest months, but prostrations from heat rarely occur. In an average year, the maximum temperature in summer is 92 degrees Fahrenheit and the minimum 74 degrees Fahrenheit. The normal maximum winter temperature in January is 83 degrees Fahrenheit and the minimum 65 degrees Fahrenheit. There's no malaria in either St. Croix or St. Thomas. The charming scenery of St. Croix is disclosed by pleasant roads that wind among the sugar plantations and up to the fields on the slopes, where a high-grade sea island cotton is successfully grown. An English physician, long resident in the islands, styles St. Croix, quote, the Garden of the West Indies, on account of its superior cultivation, its beautiful homes, and its fertility, unquote. He says, quote, its scenery is extremely varied. To the lovers of dark, gloomy hills and large waste lagoons, the eastern part of the island offers many attractions. A rich, fruitful valley occupies the central and most southerly portion of the island. A drive through this, upon the splendid road that runs from Christiansted to Frederiksted, a distance of 15 miles, will amply reward anyone who cares for picturesque scenery. On each side are coconut trees, sometimes varied by the areca palm. Between these and behind them may be seen sugar fields, perhaps full of undulating cane ready for cutting. A manager's house peeps out from a dark clump of mango and tamarind trees. Hard by is the Negro laborers' village. Cultivated to their very tops are many of the hills. A windmill here and there, and a glimpse now and then of the sea, complete a landscape not often seen outside of the tropics, and not often seen outside of St. Croix, unquote. The people. 6. The people of the Virgin Islands, in the words of one who knows them well, quote, are intelligent, agreeable, and well-informed, and many of them are educated and refined, though to a great extent deprived of broadening influences through their isolation. They are peaceful and industrious, and crimes of violence are unknown, but they have needed capital for the development of their resources and incentive. From the standpoint of one who has lived in the islands, I am frank to state that the Negro problem here will hardly be the problem, difficult of solution, which at first glance it seems to be. For while most of the leading merchants, tradesmen, and minor officials are men in whose veins runs colored blood, they are often more courteous and considerate than those of white skin occupying similar position in America. Hospitality and good cheer abound everywhere, and the prevailing atmosphere is one of cheerfulness, now further stimulated by reason of the transfer to the United States. Class distinction rather than color distinction exists. The laboring classes are generally courteous and respectful, and with the minimum of creature comforts enjoy life as keenly as do those in the middle and upper classes. We will not have the problem of converting a hostile people to our ideas of life and government, as was the case in Puerto Rico, where customs, language, and sentiment were adverse to us, because not only is English the universal language and the associations American, but the people have ardently wanted American rule, as was evidenced by the popular vote in all the islands in favor of the transfer. The great problem will be to introduce necessary changes gradually, and to furnish the laboring classes, under prevailing wage conditions, with a livelihood and a chance to develop in accordance with modern ideas of labor. A cheerful and hopeful people come under our government, and a tolerant attitude on our part will do much to cement a bond of friendship and materialize a hope of years, unquote. The problems of St. Thomas and its sister islands are complicated by the disinclination of the Negro population for pursuits of the soil. We are told that, quote, looking out across the wide sweep of the island of St. Thomas, one sees scarcely an unruined habitation, and only a very few patches of cultivation, whence come those meager handfuls of vegetables seen of a morning in the long, sun-stricken market. Vegetables outlandish and twisted, as though they have been wrung from the unwilling earth in pain, unquote. Wilbur Steele, a recent traveler in the islands, says of the natives that they no longer wish to till the soil. Quote, they have come back to the sea, and it was coal that brought them. Standing on the boat deck of a steamer alongside the dock, one looks down upon a river of coal flowing ceaselessly, hour after hour, through the hot day, taking its source among the black tablelands beyond the dock and emptying its burden in the vitals of the ship underfoot. The river is perhaps 4 feet wide, the width of 2 baskets touching rims, each basket carrying 60 to 65 pounds of coal, or a comfortable load for a colored woman's head. Beneath it, as beneath the belly of a Chinese dragon, one catches glimpses of brown bare feet moving rhythmically. Afterward, when the work is done and the vessel sated, they go away through the town as swaggering a crew of longshorewomen as one would care to see, slapping shoulders and calling names. They are full of an exuberant gaiety which tons of coal cannot crush." Unquote. Mr. Steele visualizes for us a bit of Charlotte Amalie, pleasant to remember. Quote, "A sun-drenched street with a yellow pavement and close walls of pink and violet and flame and ultramarine. Big studded doors set deep in recesses. Windows sealed with shutters the color of malachite. And of a sudden, the mouth of a dark corridor leading away through the internals of a great flat stucco block and down into the glare of the street below. There was something fascinating about that intimate vista. Arch succeeded upon Spanish arch, thick in masonry. Somewhere a lacework of sunshine, mysteriously procured, traced the floor of the corridor. Beyond it showed a dim net of fronds and the ghost of a fountain. A world languorous, remote, and self-contained." Unquote. To this little world of dimmed glory and future hopes, of adventure and opportunity, the United States has fallen heir. For its protection, hundreds of American Marines have already completed effective fortifications on hills commanding the harbor of St. Thomas and the passage to the Caribbean Sea. The Virgin Islands of the United States of America, by E.M. Newman, lecturer and traveler. The Virgin Islands, formerly known as the Danish West Indies, were purchased by the United States for the apparently exorbitant sum of $25 million. While the group comprises more than 50 islands, but 3 are inhabited. These are St. Thomas, Santa Cruz or St. Croix, and St. John. Secretary Lansing handing Constantine Brun, the Danish minister at Washington, a treasury warrant for $25 million. The others in the group are Secretary Daniels, Secretary McAdoo, and Rear Admiral James H. Oliver, first appointee to the governorship of the Virgin Islands of the United States of America. Denmark received from the United States an average price of $295 per acre. Alaska was purchased at a cost of 2 cents per acre, and the Philippine Islands cost us about 27 cents per acre. For strategic, economic, and political reasons, the Virgin Islands are worth far more to us than their purchase price. We were in need of a naval base to protect the Panama Canal, and the harbor at St. Thomas provides the best naval station in the West Indies. The islands were discovered by Columbus in 1493, on his second voyage to the New World. Since then, the inhabitants have been under Spanish, British, French, Dutch, and Danish rule. For over 200 years, the Danish flag has flown above these islands of the Virgin Group. Repeatedly, the United States has tried to acquire them. In 1865, Secretary Seward offered $5 million, which was increased 2 years later to $7,500,000. Again, in 1901, negotiations were entered into with Denmark, but Germany intervened and once more the project failed. A price was finally agreed upon, and the transfer of the islands took place March 31, 1917. The ceremony was most impressive, though Governor Oliver, appointed by President Wilson, could not arrive in time to take part in it. Commander Pollock of the gunboat Hancock was at Santo Domingo and was ordered to proceed at once to St. Thomas and take possession in the name of the United States. He arrived on the day of the ceremony and was met by the Danish governor, Danish officials, and officers and marines of the Danish gunboat Valkyrie. In the presence of a large assemblage, the Danish flag came down after nearly 2.5 centuries of rule, and the Stars and Stripes was raised over the former Danish government buildings, over forts, and on various private flagstaffs. Many of the Danes were in tears. A number of them had been born on the islands and knew no other home. To them it was a sad event, but practically all realized that the transfer was best for the people generally and for the future of the islands. The commerce and the people. Besides Charlotte Amalie, a town of about 8,000 inhabitants, there are a few scattered settlements on the island of St. Thomas. Some years ago, the harbor was a free port, and Charlotte Amalie enjoyed a considerable commerce. Immense warehouses were built, and merchants from Central and South America came to the island to purchase merchandise. When the port was no longer free, its commerce gradually dwindled, and the harbor was almost deserted. Ships called only to go into dry dock or to coal. It now remains for Uncle Sam to restore its former trade with our sister republics to the south. Little or nothing grows on the island of St. Thomas, and from an agricultural standpoint it offers but few opportunities. Its inhabitants, aside from about 200 whites, are all Negroes. The Danes were unable to teach them their language, and practically all speak English, with that peculiar drawl that has become familiar to us in Jamaica and other islands of the West Indies. The blacks welcome the coming of Uncle Sam. They look upon us as a Santa Claus, who will bring them untold blessings and wealth beyond their dreams. They are a simple, childlike people, with bodies of men and women, but with the intellect of the average child. Charlotte Amalie. Charlotte Amalie is a clean little town with regular streets, and buildings built of stone and brick-faced with cement. The Danes are a clean, orderly people, and this is evident in the appearance of the towns on the islands. Hurricanes are frequent, and at times do great damage. A storm of several years ago unroofed many of the houses, tore down palm trees, and destroyed most of the foliage. Traces of the hurricane may still be seen, but its effect is gradually being obliterated. Many steamers have been wrecked on these islands. Among numerous sailors stranded on St. Thomas was a Frenchman named Louis Monsanto. He founded on the shore of Crum Bay what he calls the graveyard of ships. Lying about are several odd figureheads that once adorned the bows of lost boats. Each has its story of thrilling escapes and tragic loss of life to all the listener. Marines now police the island, and to them has been entrusted the task of restoring order, mounting guns for the protection of the harbor, and firmly establishing American rule. An island Bluebeard. These islands were once infested by pirates. In Charlotte Amalie we see Bluebeard's and Blackbeard's castles. An English pirate who married a woman from Charlotte Amalie went away on one of his piratical expeditions, entrusting to his wife a small box which he told her not to open unless he did not return in 6 months. After 2 months, woman's curiosity got the better of her, and she opened the box. She found therein just 7 letters, but they were 7 compromising letters written by women of Charlotte Amalie. She did not kill her husband. Instead, she invited the women to an afternoon tea at her home and poisoned all 7. So, you see, it was not, in this case, the man who was the Bluebeard, but the wife, a sort of blue-bearded lady. She was arrested, tried, and convicted, and was condemned to be burned at the stake. The eventful day arrived. Faggots were piled high about her, the torch was about to be applied, when the pirate ship appeared in the harbor. The pirate and his crew came ashore, and the wife was rescued. Then she sailed away with her husband, and they lived happily ever after. St. John and St. Croix. The smallest of the inhabited islands is St. John. The few people living there are employed in picking bay leaves. The bay tree thrives on the island, and the oil obtained from its leaf is used in the making of bay rum. The largest of the islands is St. Croix. It is about 21 miles in length and from 4 to 14 miles in width. Rich and fertile, its soil produces chiefly sugar, a product capable of still further industrial development. The principal difficulty encountered is in obtaining good water. There is but one stream on the island, and except for water from this stream, the people must depend on rainwater stored during the rainy season. One of the first duties that we have before us is the boring of artesian wells, as all the islands are in great need of good water for drinking and commercial purposes. There is a primitive sugar mill on the island of St. Croix that is owned by Danes. One of the owners told me that the day the islands were transferred to the United States, the Negro employees formed a union and struck. They lost no time in availing themselves of the advantages that organized labor enjoys in a great republic. The seat of government of this island is Christiansted, a town of about 4,500 people. It is a neat, substantial little place, with covered colonnades extending through the business section of the town. These covered passageways enable one to walk about without being exposed to the rays of a tropical sun. It was from Frederiksted, the chief port of St. Croix, that Alexander Hamilton came to America. Born on the island of St. Nevis, his mother died when he was still an infant. He was then sent to an aunt who lived on St. Croix, and it was there that he gave evidence of the brilliant mind that in later years made him one of the most conspicuous figures in American history. It is a strange coincidence that over 100 years after Hamilton left St. Croix, it should come into the possession of the nation he served so brilliantly. What might George Washington, the father of his country, say if he could know that the birthplace of the young West Indian attorney, to whom he looked for legal counsel, was now part of the great republic in whose establishment each of them had such an important share? There's but one paved highway on St. Croix, and that extends from Christiansted to Frederiksted at the west end of the island. A macadam road 21 miles in length connects the two towns, and over this highway passes practically all the traffic on the island. Here we see a curious procession of natives, driving all kinds of queer vehicles drawn by diminutive ponies or donkeys. Women carry upon their heads loads that would stagger the average man. They are able to balance almost anything, and one sees them carrying boxes, barrels, and even pianos, although the latter require about 4 women to balance their weight. Agriculturally, St. Croix offers a good field for development. Cotton as well as sugar can be grown profitably, and with modern American methods, its products can be materially increased. System of education. When the Americans first took possession, there was much confusion. Danish law conflicted with American law. Danish customs differed from American customs. There was a Danish postmaster and an American postmaster. But these things are now straightened out and order has been completely restored. The Danish method of instruction, which has long been in use, has been continued by the United States. The system differs from our own in that the schools are in session practically the year round and religious training is required. The religious training in the schools will be discontinued, but otherwise the Danish method will obtain. Virgin Islanders pride themselves on their low percentage of illiteracy. Only about 2% of the inhabitants are unable to read and write. The importance of St. Thomas. Commercially, the island of St. Thomas is destined to play the most important part of all the group, as it is a favored way station on the route from European ports to the Panama Canal. Its lost trade can be regained, and it may be possible for American manufacturers to display samples of their wares in specially built ware rooms at Charlotte Amalie. This would enable the merchants of Central and South America to make their purchases again as they once did. It would obviate the necessity of a long journey to New York, and the port of St. Thomas would be a convenient place in which to see American-made goods and place orders. The gold paid by the United States to Denmark for the Virgin Islands weighed 48 tons. Like everything else, the islands have gone up in price since the first negotiations undertaken 50 years ago, but it was necessary for us to have them. As with St. Thomas in our possession and fortified, no foreign power without a naval base in this part of the world would dare attack the Panama Canal without first capturing St. Thomas. Without it, they would leave a fortified base in their rear, an extremely dangerous situation for an attacking force. The value of the harbor of St. Thomas and its strategic advantages have been recognized since the days of the Spanish buccaneers. Once the headquarters for ships sailing under the black flag, the memories of those days will always form a romantic and fascinating side of the life that was. Today there are modern harbor works, floating docks, marine slips, and wharves provided with electric cranes, oil reservoirs, coal depots, freshwater tanks, machine shops, and many other things that contribute to the commercial advantage of St. Thomas as a port of call. We must not overlook the political importance of extending American jurisdiction over islands situated in the Caribbean Sea. The possibility of a change of sovereignty of any of the islands under foreign jurisdiction is of grave concern to this country. The Monroe Doctrine, a settled national policy, would have caused this country to look with disfavor upon the acquisition of the Danish West Indies by any other power. The treaty of cession of these islands to the United States is therefore a matter of no small moment. Previous to the purchase, Rear Admiral Caspar F. Goodrich thus defines the advantages of the transfer in an interview with the New York Times, quote, "Were the Danish West Indies in the possession of an enemy, what interests of ours would be menaced? Let us seek the answers to this momentous question. From them, as a base, to Charleston, our nearest important Atlantic harbor, is about 1,200 miles. To Norfolk about 1,300 miles, distances easily covered in 3 or 4 days by a fleet which could fight in action and return with plenty of fuel left in the bunkers. Moreover, raiding operations therefrom could, and doubtless would, seriously interfere with, if they didn't wholly interrupt our foreign commerce, even at remote points such as New York, Boston, and Portland. In the other direction lies Cologne, a little more than 1,000 miles away from St. Thomas. It is against Cologne that an inimical campaign would more possibly be directed. The possession of this gateway to the Pacific would restore the conditions of the war with Spain, when the Oregon had to circumnavigate the whole of South America in order to join Sampson off Santiago de Cuba. It is evident that a foreign nation endeavoring to acquire the Danish West Indies could, in fact, have no mere commercial or profitable colonial aim in view. There is but one harbor in the group that is especially fit for a naval base, Charlotte Amalie on the south side of St. Thomas. By skill and care, it could be made to accommodate a fleet large enough to occasion us grave concern. From a secure harbor for merchant steamers to a naval establishment and a military outpost, the path is neither hard nor long. It is wiser, however distasteful, to forestall any such maneuver by a foreign power by buying the islands ourselves. We do not relish the idea of such a thorn in our side, such a threat to neighboring Puerto Rico, to our naval station at Guantanamo, only 300 miles distant, to that at Key West, 1,000 miles distant, to the free navigation of the Caribbean Sea, and the Mona and windward passages between Puerto Rico and Haiti, Cuba and Puerto Rico, respectively, or to our Gulf cities. Thus it appears, north, east, south, and west, these islands are a most valuable point d'appui for any European government wishing to quarrel with us. It is, therefore, in the highest degree essential that we spare no effort to prevent their falling into unfriendly hands." Unquote. Transportation. Climactically, the Virgin Islands offer much to attract the tourist as a winter resort. They need first-class hotels to be built and managed by competent Americans. There is no reason why the islands should not become popular with the tourist as soon as suitable accommodations have been provided. Situated 1,440 miles south of New York and 1,025 miles from Colón, the northern entrance to the Panama Canal, the islands are ideally placed for a short sea voyage. The population in recent years has been diminishing because of the loss of trade and the consequent falling off of the number of ships in the harbor. At one time, there were 46,000 people on the islands. In 1911, the number had dwindled to 27,000, and the present population is said to approximate this figure. The only means of transportation on St. John is by horseback. As the island is very hilly, the roads are not suitable for vehicles. On St. Thomas, there are about 15 miles of good roads, traversed by numerous carriages and a few automobiles. St. Croix boasts 100 miles of roads, but few of these are paved. We include in our West Indies possessions not only some of the Virgin Islands, but Puerto Rico. Puerto Rico, however, is no more American today than when we first went to the island. But the Virgin Islander welcomes the United States. The circumstances attending the purchase and transfer of the islands were most auspicious, and we foresee only the happiest outcome from the relations between the natives and the United States. End of Chapter 10. Recording by Colleen McMahon.
Chapter 11 of The Mentor 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Mentor 2 by Various. Chapter 11. The Mentor. Number 45. Makers of American Art. By J. Thomas Willing. Serial number 45. Department of Fine Arts. Early art in America was distinctly commercial, in that it conformed to the law of demand and supply. In those photographic days, records were desired of the appearance of people who were gradually coming into an easier mode of living than their ancestors, the hardy pioneers, had been able to acquire. The colonial official, the landlord, the merchant, all wished to emulate in little the great folk of the old world, and have family portraits. The craftsmen to supply the demand were few, and the quality of their art far from fine. The colonial period was barren of good production. It is marvelous that in this pictorially uncultured time, without the stimulus of good examples to be seen, and of fellow strivers to instruct, such wonderfully good workers in art should arise as Copley in Boston and West in Pennsylvania, and a little later Malbone in Newport, who in miniature work outclassed anyone then working. After study in Europe, these men's work was broader and better, but yet much of their early work indicates their caliber. Early American portraits. After the proclamation of peace, the people were more prosperous, and the portrait market was good. Not only family portraits were wanted, but portraits of political heroes. The commercial artist was there to take orders and deliver the goods. The goods he delivered were of a very high grade of workmanship. After the individual portrayal came the order for the historical picture, the celebration of the dramatic moment, and the great event. Further than these two classes of pictures, the earliest art did not go. The life of the day in all its human aspects of picturesqueness was ignored. The genre picture did not come until about the middle of the 19th century. In England, Benjamin West, who had gone there about his 25th year, was painting biblical and mythological subjects, inspired by his stay in Italy, for Italy was yet the field for art inspiration. He received extended patronage from King George, and succeeded Reynolds as president of the Royal Academy. Christ Healing the Sick, in the Philadelphia Hospital, and The Death on a Pale Horse, in the Pennsylvania Academy, are two of his best-known works in America. The latter is an immense canvas, melodramatic in character, and carrying no direct message to modern observers. West seems to have wished to impress by size and industry. In regard to color, he always remained a Quaker. The generosity of West. Perhaps West's best contribution to the art development of America was the splendid generosity of his welcome to his young compatriots when they came to London to study. His was the hand that gave them greeting, his the studio and the home that were at their service, and his the mind that directed their work. To him came Matthew Pratt of Philadelphia, though his senior, and stayed 4 years, returning then to his native place and carrying on his profession there. The Peels, father and son, were indebted to him for their training. Dunlap and Trumbull and Stewart all studied under his tutelage. Alston sat at his feet as a devout disciple, becoming a veritable legatee of his mode of thought and of his manner. This manner was evolved from a contemplation of grand subjects, allegorical, religious, mythical, and historical. Neither he nor West was an observer of the life of their day, though West did a radical thing, a great service to natural art, when he painted the death of Wolfe with all the figures therein clad in the regimentals they then wore, and not in classic garb, as historic happenings had hitherto been painted. His work had little beauty of color, little atmosphere, and no spontaneity. It has not held its appreciation as have other more natural paintings of that time. To Boston, in 1725, had come John Smibert from London, a protege of Bishop Berkeley. He there painted many portraits until his death in 1751, though his work had little merit. He was the forerunner of Copley, the first able native artist. The distinction of Copley. In his youth, Copley had the slight advantage of some instruction from his stepfather, Peter Pelham, the engraver, but early acquired a style of his own. His technique was not very fluent, but his design was good, his drawing remarkably true, and his characterization unusual. A dignified formality pervaded his canvases, as befitted the sitters of his native Boston. It is said that a Copley portrait in a New England family is a certificate of aristocracy and social standing. He painted textures well, though somewhat laboriously. Large ruffles, heavy silks, silver buckles, gold-embroidered vests, and powdered wigs are blent in our imagination with the memory of patriot zeal and matronly influence, writes Tuckerman. But those adjuncts to the personality would not be so associated with the patrician colonials had not Copley rendered them so well. None of the early painters so accurately gave the spirit of their time as he. As we gleaned from Lely's portraits of the beauties of the Caroline court, the free and easy manners that were its atmosphere, so from Copley's portraits we get the moral atmosphere of that colonial time, with the reserve and self-respect of its men, and the virtue and propriety of its women. He did not go abroad until he was 37 years old. In England he was well received, and had many commissions. He was made an A.R.A. in 1777, and a full academician in 1779. Shortly after this, he was commissioned to paint the siege of Gibraltar. His son, Baron Lyndhurst, became Lord Chancellor, and collected many of his father's works. Charles Willson Peel's fame is almost wholly derived from his portraits of Washington, of which he painted 14 from life, extending in time from 1772 to 1795. His earliest shows Washington in the uniform of a British colonial colonel, and is now in the possession of Washington and Lee University. Washington is known to have sat 44 times to various painters. Based on these comparatively few sittings, have been more portrayals on canvas than have been accorded to any man in history, with the possible exception of Napoleon. A collection of engraved portraits of him has been made, which include over 4,000 plates. Rembrandt Peale, a son of Charles Willson Peale, contributed a cumulative fame to the name, as he also painted Washington, as well as Jefferson, Dolly Madison, and other political and social leaders. He, as well as his father and his uncle, James Peale, all worked at times in miniature. In the work of father and son there was little merit, little invention, but a credible craftsmanship. They recorded the appearance of the people of their day with uninspired fluency. The Art of Trumbull. John Trumbull's standing, like Peale's, is attained largely on his renderings of Washington. He had much opportunity for observing the general, and this contributed much to the accuracy of his compositions, but little to the fineness of his art. He is fortunate in having many of his works gathered together in the Yale School of Fine Arts, for in the aggregation they are impressive, as being a dignified and geographic presentment of the important events of the Revolutionary period. These canvases are not large. Indeed, much of his work was in the nature of miniatures in oil. He made many careful studies from life of those persons he introduced into his historical compositions. His picture of the signing of the Declaration of Independence was painted in 1791, when most of the signers were yet living, and from all of these he obtained sittings. Claim has been made that he was the greatest of the early painters in America. He was, in the sense of having made the truest record, but in the sense of being the best according to our latter-day conception of art, as being something other than a labored and literal rendering of a fact, he was inferior to both Copley and Stuart. Gilbert Stuart, master in portraiture. In Gilbert Stuart we had the most valuable artwork. His portraits, while good records, had also beauty and charm. His color was fresh and brilliant. He gave his subjects poise and personality. His pictures were vital. He had not the faculty for design and composition to the extent of the great Englishmen, Reynolds and Gainsborough, but he had a technique that was not inferior. Fortunate has been the nation that has known its heroic founders through the medium of Stuart's picturing. Indeed, much of our modern regard for those heroes has been engendered by these dignified yet very human presentments. Of Philadelphia families he was the true historian, and of Boston society he was the splendid chronicler that outshone its own Copley. In England, after studying with West, he ranked high for several years in that the greatest period of English art. He returned to America in 1792, and after spending 2 years in New York, went to Philadelphia to paint Washington. Apart from the several celebrated pictures of the first president, his best work was done in the decade in which he resided in that city. It has been the policy of the Pennsylvania Academy of Fine Arts to acquire as many of these works as possible. More than a score are now in its possession, including portraits of President Monroe and Madison, and the famous Dolly Madison canvas. Stuart painted as many as 3 sets of the first 5 presidents, one of which was destroyed by fire in Washington. One set is now privately owned in Boston. What is known as the Lansdowne portrait is in the Philadelphia Gallery. In design and general impressiveness, though not in features, it is one of the most satisfactory of all the presidential picturings. The Gibbs Channing portrait, now in the Metropolitan Museum, New York, is the finest in facial modeling. Stuart made many replicas of the few Washingtons he painted from life. Especially was this so of the Athenaeum head. Much controversy has arisen as to which of the many Washington portraits is the most accurate. The fact of the absolute dimensions of any feature is of little moment to later generations. What is of greatest moment is the poise, the nobility, the grandeur, the serenity, the faith, the wisdom, the Homeric mold of the man, and these a grateful people has come to think were intimated more fully by Stuart than by any of the other portrayers. Stuart's portraits of women. Stuart is quoted as saying, "Houdon's bust is the best, and after that, my portrait." We can well be content to accept these as the two ideal renderings. It has been claimed that he was not very successful in portraying female beauty. This is a contention that is hard to controvert. He did not prettify his sisters in the way Lawrence did, but he surely made them humanly lovely. Rebecca Smith, Anne Bingham, Frances Cadwallader, Elizabeth Bordley, and Sally McKean, all reputedly handsome in the written testimony of that period, have certainly not suffered in that repute by Stuart's painting of them. And Betsy Patterson, she of the wilful temperament and romantic career, who married the brother of an emperor, lives for all time as a beauty because of the ability of Stuart. Of this handsome woman a contemporary writes, "Madame Jerome Bonaparte is a model of fashion, and many of our belles strive to imitate her, but without equal eclat, as Madame has certainly the most beautiful back and shoulders that ever were seen." And again, to her mental gifts were added the beauty of a Greek, yet glowing type which not even the pencil of Stuart adequately portrayed in the exquisite portrait that he wished might be buried with him. Not yet on his other canvas, which, with its dainty head in triple pose of loveliness, still smiles in unfading witchery. Whether or no he painted her as lovely as life, he produced a canvas that has great individuality and charm. The culture of Allston. Washington Allston had a great reputation in his day, but his product was inconsiderable and not of a quality to justify the standing he then had. He had greater culture and a finer intellectuality than perhaps any other artist in the United States in its first century. His was a sensitive nature. He lived in the spirit. For the high, the lovely, the perfect, he strove all his days. Yet that high ideality and that earnest striving had little effect on the art of his time. He was honored by his literary contemporaries, but his work was not emulated to any extent by his fellow artists. His work was an intellectual expression. Its tradition was continued by Thomas Cole, who painted landscape as an allegorical message. Allston was born near Charleston, South Carolina, spent his youth at Newport, where he became intimate with Malbone, and after graduating from Harvard, went abroad to study. The Italians attracted him, but he found his way to London, where he associated with Coleridge and other literary celebrities. He was made an A.R.A., but returned soon thereafter to Boston, working there from 1818 to his death in 1843. He laid much stress on his technical processes in painting. His pictures had none of the spontaneous quality of his sketches and studies. He was an art totally at variance with the mode of the present day. We feel in Copley's canvases a very modern quality, and in most of Stuart's, but not in Allston's. Vanderlyn and Sully. A more modern man, though not so celebrated, was John Vanderlyn, a native of Kingston, New York, who spent many years in Paris. He had aspirations after beauty for its own sake. His Ariadne, owned by the Pennsylvania Academy, was really the first important nude painted here. Such subjects in those days caused much protest. This artist's life was a stern struggle against adverse conditions, though he greatly deserved success. In the rotunda of the Capitol at Washington is his landing of Columbus, a work that does not well represent his ability. His portrait work carried through the traditions of the Revolutionary days to that period of the early half of the 19th century, when Thomas Sully and Henry Inman were the leaders. The latter was born in Utica in 1801, and lived but 45 years. His work was uneven, but at its best, as in the Henry Pratt portrait in the Pennsylvania Academy, is comparable to Rayburn. He painted Wordsworth, Macaulay, Dr. Chalmers, and other men of mark in England, on commissions from their American admirers. Though Sully was a pupil of Stuart, he entirely lacked the master's authority of manner. His was a timid technique, without freshness of color or firm characterization. His life was a long and successful one, spent chiefly in Philadelphia, and he had many celebrities as sitters. Queen Victoria, Fanny Kemble, and General Jackson are among his best-known canvases. Of the work of Sully, the Pennsylvania Academy has, besides several portraits of the artist himself, a large number of his canvases. This policy of the chief galleries of Boston, New York, and Philadelphia, of acquiring works of the several worthy artists of the older time, has become a more difficult one to follow as the years go on, and the ancestral portrait, the family heirloom, becomes precious beyond price. The beginning of American miniature painting. Treasured with even greater reverence is the old-time miniature. There was no production of this form of art in the colonial days, but its practice developed after the Revolution, and had its chief exponent in Malbone, who, though living but from 1777 to 1807, is to this day one of the very best artists of the portrait in little. Excellent draughtsmanship as well as good coloring gave his work a structural firmness unusual even in Causeway's productions. His best-known picture was an imaginative composition entitled The Hours, which is now in the Athenaeum at Providence, Rhode Island. Through his friendship with Alston, Malbone accompanied him to Charleston in 1800, and there painted miniatures of prominent South Carolinians, including Mrs. Ralph Izard, the beautiful Alice Delancey, who had been previously pictured by both Copley and Gainsborough. Other beautiful women he painted were Rachel and Rebecca Gratz of Philadelphia, the latter being the inspiration for Rebecca in Sir Walter Scott's Ivanhoe. Alston wrote of Malborn, "He had the happy talent of elevating the character without impairing the likeness. This was remarkable in his male heads, and no woman ever lost beauty under his hand." In Charleston at that time was Charles Fraser, a miniaturist of much ability, whose work is now sought by collectors. As the 19th century progressed, the portrait gradually lost its preeminence, and the landscape, the storytelling picture subject, and later the composition painted for its own sake became the chief expressions of the American artist. Library, New York. Makers of American Art. John Singleton Copley. 1. The parentage of John Singleton Copley was Irish. He was born in America. The most active years of his art career were spent in England. About the time of his birth in Boston, July 3, 1737, his father died, and the boy was named after his grandfather on his mother's side, John Singleton, of Quinville Abbey, County Clare. After 10 years, his mother married Peter Pelham, a painter and mezzotint engraver. From him, Copley received instruction and encouragement in art, but Pelham died when Copley was 14, and the boy had then to be his own master. He was living in Boston at a time when Boston had but 18,000 inhabitants. His skill in painting gained him renown throughout the city. He was a handsome, brilliant young man, dressing and living in style, and moving in the best society. Within the limited range of New England life, he played something of the part that Van Dyke, in his time, played in the larger world of Holland and England. When Copley was 32 years old, he married the daughter of a wealthy merchant, Richard Clark. His father-in-law was the agent of the East India Company, to whom later was consigned that historic cargo of tea which was flung into Boston Harbor. Expecting trouble with England, young Copley, who was now a thoroughly successful painter, went to Rome for a year's stay. But in 1775 he took up his residence in London. He was received in a kindly and appreciative way by the great painter Benjamin West, and soon became popular with the art-loving public. After 2 years' residence, he was made an associate member of the Royal Academy. He became a full academician in 1779, after exhibiting his most famous picture, The Death of Chatham. Copley's life was one of success and happiness. For him there were no struggles, and no embittering disappointments. His wife was beautiful and attractive, and they drew about them in their home a set of interesting and distinguished people. Their house on Beacon Hill was surrounded by 11 acres of land, which he called Copley's Farm, and in which he took great pride and satisfaction. The Revolutionary War was naturally a matter of great concern to Copley, living as he was among English friends. But he remained steadfastly loyal to the land of his birth, and rejoiced at the issue of the war. As the Revolution closed, Copley was working on the portrait of Elkanah Watson, and in December 1782 he and Watson listened together to King George's speech recognizing America's independence. In the background of the Watson portrait, Copley had introduced a ship, and when the two returned to Copley's house after hearing the King's speech, the artist painted on the ship's mast the first American flag displayed in England. Copley died in 1815, full of years and of honors. His son became Lord Chancellor Lyndhurst. Benjamin West. 2. The career of Benjamin West has often been cited as a triumphant demonstration of genius, which, like lightning, strikes where it will and develops in the most uncongenial surroundings. He was born in 1738 at Springfield, a little Pennsylvania settlement, and in his childhood he knew the rigor of frontier life. He was the youngest child of a large family. When 6 years old, he began to draw with pen and ink, showing the first signs of an inclination to art. A year afterward, a party of friendly Indians, amazed at the sketches of birds and flowers that the boy made, taught young West to prepare the red and yellow colors with which they painted their ornaments. Mrs. West furnished indigo. House cats furnished the fur to make brushes. And with these primitive materials, the boy West produced some paintings that showed real worth. As a result, a box of paints was sent to him from Philadelphia by a relative. His delight knew no bounds, and a few days later he set out to visit his relative in Philadelphia, a Mr. Pennington, who brought him in touch with the artist Williams. The boy's interest and enthusiasm about art impressed Williams, who asked him if he had read any books. Finding that young West's reading was limited to the Bible, the young artist lent him the works of Dufresnoy and Richardson on painting. These books gave the boy the idea of an artist's career, and soon afterward his skill brought him his first money. At the end of West's Philadelphia studies, the question of settling him in some profession came up, and as a result there was a solemn scene in the sober Quaker home of his parents, with discourses, prayers, and finally dedication of the youth to art. So launched, Benjamin West left home, and worked as a portrait painter, first in Philadelphia and then in New York. In 1760, when he was 22, he went to Italy for study, and remained there for 3 years. Then he settled in London, and success came to him rapidly. He was soon known as one of the leading portrait and historical painters of the time. In 1772, he was appointed court historical painter. He became one of the first members of the Royal Academy, and later he had conferred upon him the final crown of art distinction when, after the death of Joshua Reynolds, he was elected president of the Academy. Benjamin West, in his old age, was surrounded by a group of enthusiastic and talented young students. Washington Allston was a pupil of his, Copley too, and many other artists who afterward attained worldwide fame. He died at London in 1820. Charles Willson Peale. 3. Peale has been a well-known name in American art for 150 years. Charles Willson Peele, who lived from 1741 to 1827, was celebrated especially for his portraits of Washington and other famous men of the time. James Peele, his brother, who lived during about the same period, painted 2 portraits of Washington, one of which is in possession of the New York Historical Society, and the other in Independence Hall, Philadelphia. He also made a number of landscapes and historical pictures. Rembrandt Peale, the son of Charles Willson Peele, lived from 1778 until 1860. He, too, was a portrait painter, and among his works is an equestrian portrait of Washington, now in Independence Hall. 2 brothers of Rembrandt Peale were artists likewise, so when anyone speaks of the American painter Peale, some further definition is needed, and when a portrait of Washington by Peale is mentioned, it is important to know which Peale was the painter. Charles Willson Peale, the most celebrated of them all, was born in Queen Anne County, Maryland, in April 1741. His boyhood was spent at Charleston, and then at Annapolis, where at 13 years he was apprenticed to a saddler. He was 23 years old before he began to study art. His first teacher was a Swedish painter, Hyselius. Peale's progress was rapid. He sought out the master painter John Singleton Copley in Boston, studied under him for 3 years, then went to London and became a pupil of Benjamin West. In 1770, he established himself in Philadelphia, and his studio soon became famous. 2 years after he reached Philadelphia, he painted a 3/4-length picture of Washington in the uniform of a Virginia military colonel. This is the earliest known portrait of the great commander. It is now in the chapel of Washington and Lee University. Peale painted a number of paintings of Washington and 2 miniatures of Mrs. Washington. When the Revolution broke out, the artist turned soldier, raising a militia company of which he was finally made captain, and, as such, fought in the battles of Trenton, Princeton, and Germantown. He afterward entered the Pennsylvania Assembly, where he was known as one of the first abolitionists. He voted against slavery and freed his own slaves. Beloved and esteemed, Peale lived to be 86 years old, enjoying a distinction in art shared only by a few other American painters. His name is identified chiefly with portraits of Washington. By an odd coincidence, the month and day of his death were the same as that of Washington's birth. He died at his home near Germantown on February 22, 1827. Gilbert Stuart, 4. To many, Gilbert Stuart is known as the painter of Washington. We know Washington today as Trumbull and Stuart have painted him, and Stuart has been aptly called the prime painter to the President. According to an anecdote, Stuart was said to regard Washington as his own particular subject, and valued him as any workman might a pay envelope. Whenever he lacked an income, he could always paint a Washington head and get his price for it. Gilbert Stuart was born at North Kingston, Rhode Island, in December 1755. He studied at Newport for a while. Then, in 1775, he went to England and studied under Benjamin West. 4 years were all that Stuart needed for study, even under this master. He set up his own studio in London, and from the beginning found success. Indeed, it came to him so quickly that Stuart was tempted into outrunning it, and was soon beyond his means and in financial difficulties. In 1788, Stuart found it expedient to slip away to Dublin. When there, he found success anew, and remained in Ireland for 5 years. Then he returned to America, enticed by the commission to paint General Washington. Experienced as he was at that time, Stuart confessed to genuine embarrassment in facing Washington for the first time. He said that though he had painted King George III and the future George IV, had painted Louis XVI and many others among the great, he had never been disconcerted until he found himself in the presence of the American general. As a result, his first portrait was a failure. But Washington sat again for him, and the result was the famous head on the unfinished canvas, known as the Athenaeum portrait. The Stuart portraits of Washington are famous the world over, so much so that some overlook the splendid work that Stuart has done in portraiture for other celebrated men of America, John Adams, Jefferson, Madison, Monroe, and the rest, the list including nearly all the notables of his time. Stuart was more than a good technical painter. He was a portrait maker in the finest sense. He studied character, and his portraits are living people. In his artwork and his associations, Gilbert Stuart was a man of great simplicity. His habits were sometimes a shock to his more fastidious art friends. When Trumbull in 1780 came to Benjamin West, the latter referred him to Gilbert Stuart for painting materials and casts to work with. He found Stuart, as he states, dressed in an old black coat with one half torn off the hip and pinned up, looking more like a beggar than a painter. Trumbull, whose idea of what was fit for an artist had been gained from establishments like those of Copley and West, was much upset, but he soon learned to appreciate the great painter under the shabby habit. Stuart is recognized not only as a leader in American art, but as one of the greatest portrait painters. His last years were spent in Boston, where he died in July 1828. John Trumbull, 5. John Trumbull was the youngest of 6 children of Jonathan Trumbull, who was once a governor of Connecticut. To him George Washington gave the name of Brother Jonathan, a name that has now become a national personification. Whether the people deliberately adopted this name in order to apply it to our national type is a subject of some discussion, but it is a fact that Washington called Trumbull Brother Jonathan, and it is a fact that many affectionately employed the term thereafter as a familiar name for the United States, so its origin in the incident seems probable at least. John Trumbull was born at Lebanon, Connecticut, in 1756. He was a sickly child, with a mind more active than his body, an infant prodigy of learning, who qualified to enter college at 12. He actually did enter Harvard in the middle of the junior year at the age of 15. His delicate health and his extreme youth prevented his making many close college friends. He spent his spare money on French lessons, and his spare time studying pictures in the fine art books that he could find in the college library. When a student, he visited Copley, and became imbued with the great painter's ideas of the dignity of an artist's life. After graduation in 1773, Trumbull tried to paint with homemade materials. His art studies and experiments were interrupted by the opening of the Revolution. When war with England became imminent, Trumbull began training the young men of the school and village, and, after the Battle of Lexington, when the 1st Regiment of Connecticut troops was formed, he was made adjutant. Afterward, he became second aide-de-camp to General Washington, and when General Gates took command of the Northern Department, he appointed Trumbull adjutant general, with rank of colonel, and in that capacity he took part in the unfortunate expedition to Albany and Ticonderoga. He resigned from the army in 1780 and went to London to study art under Benjamin West. Then came the news of the arrest and execution of Major André, which stirred England, and suggested the arrest of John Trumbull because he had been an officer of similar rank in the American army. He was imprisoned for 7 months. In 1784 he was once more studying under West, and when there painted his 2 great pictures, the Battle of Bunker Hill and the Death of Montgomery. In 1785 Trumbull visited Paris, and it was when there that he began his picture, which is perhaps the most famous of all his work, the signing of the Declaration of Independence. The years thereafter were active ones for Trumbull. He produced many portraits of celebrated men, and many historic paintings that still hold leading places in the national art of America. In 1794, Trumbull acted as secretary to John Jay in London during the negotiations for the treaty between America and Great Britain. He was a man of prominence in public life, a leader in art in both England and America. He was president of the American Academy of Fine Arts from 1816 until 1825, and he died in New York, November 10th, 1843. Spanish Girl by Washington Allston, Metropolitan Museum, New York. Makers of American Art, Washington Allston, 6. The standard-bearer of the group of young artists who studied under Benjamin West was Washington Allston. Although several years of Allston's active life were spent in England, he was a native American and was born in the Waccamaw region of South Carolina in 1779. Allston's father married twice, and the painter was the son of the second wife. His father died when Allston was only 2 years old, and when he was 7, his mother married Dr. Henry C. Flagg of Newport, who was chief of the medical staff of General Greene's army. Allston as a boy showed unusual ability for drawing, and he was fortunate in finding in Newport 2 friends to assist and encourage him. In particular, there was a boy named Malbone, 2 years his senior, who was already beginning to paint miniatures, and in after years became known as Edward G. Malbone, a famous painter of portraits. The friendship with Malbone had much influence on Allston's nature. They remained good friends through life, and gave to each other and took from each other the riches of sympathy and understanding that lie in an art kinship. At college, Allston showed himself a genuine boy, full of animal spirits. He joined in college pranks and got the most that college life could give in fun and friendship. He was, in short, a radiant young man, graceful, handsome, with blue eyes, silky black hair, and pale, clear complexion. He was liked and honored by all his fellow students, cordial to all, yet with a certain aristocratic distinction that marked him as one of finer nature. He loved not art alone, but literature and romance. His verses were creditable, and brought him the honor of being elected class poet. He graduated at Harvard in 1800, and for a while studied art in Charleston with Malbone. In 1801, Allston went to London with Malbone. He entered the Royal Academy, and became a pupil of West. Allston admired West enthusiastically, and got from him not only instruction but inspiration. From 1804 until 1809, Allston was a traveler in Europe, spending part of the time in Paris and part in Italy, and when he returned to his native country in 1809, he had already established himself among the painters of his day. From 1811 until 1817 he lived and worked in England, and when there he came to realize his full powers. He had developed greatly, not only in artistic and poetic fields, but in religious convictions. And not only in painting, but in writing he showed great ability. Coleridge, who was 4 years a close friend, pronounced him a leader in the art and thought of his time. Allston was elected an associate of the Royal Academy in 1819, after having just returned to America. He spent the remaining years of his life in Boston and in Cambridge, where he died in July 1843. His paintings are to be seen in a number of the prominent galleries of this country and England. The most celebrated of them are religious in nature. End of Chapter 11. Recording by J.K.Humphreys.
Chapter 12 of The Mentor 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Finn Handyside, College Station, Texas. The Mentor 2 by Various. Chapter 12. The Mentor, 1913.12.8, number 43. The Revolution. The Story of America by Albert Bushnell Hart, Professor of Government, Harvard University. Words wear out after using them 1,000 or 1,000,000 times. Liberty, the Constitution, the people's government. People take those terms into their minds nowadays as they take a chocolate cream, without stopping to think of its contents. So with revolution. When we hear the word, we feel a pleased sensation of a good, great, glorious time, intended by Providence to prepare the way for our various patriotic organizations. The Revolution? Why, yes, that was when our forefathers tied the first hard knot in the British lion's tail. All the people were patriots, and all the patriots were as wise as college professors, and as brave as Albanians, and as great as a president. All the statesmen wore silk stockings and red velvet suits and powdered wigs. All the ladies were lovely and spurned the offers of marriage made by British generals. The Military Revolution. What is a revolution but an overturning, a spinning of the wheel, left to right and bottom come uppermost? Likewise, since the right believes itself right, and the top is sure that the world exists in order that it may be the top, most revolutions mean force, arms, big guns booming, troops marching, bullets flying, heads cut off with axes or caught in a hangman's noose, also arms and legs cut off and the ground soaked with a crimson fluid. You can't make an omelet without breaking some eggs, and in a revolution there is bound to be breakage of heads and hearts and banks and constitutions. We know that the American Revolution was a military contest because the pictures in our first textbook of American history show General George Washington in buff and blue leading his Continentals up to within 16 feet and 8 inches of General Howe in a magnificent red coat laced with gold, in vain trying to rally battalions of craven Hessians wearing highly inconvenient bearskin caps. Commanding officers of opposing armies are not really so intimate as that, but Americans are justified in immense pride over the military success of the Revolution. The simple fact was that 3 million people, of whom about a fourth were Negro slaves, put up a fight against a mother country having 4 times their population. They began without a single professional officer, except the traitor Charles Lee, and with only 1,000 or 2 men who had not seen military service except militia training day and desultory frontier war with French and Indians. They had not one ship of war, not a factory of arms. Yet they attacked the great British Empire, though it was flanked right and left by the lion and the unicorn, trained by 2 centuries of European wars, thousands of troops under arms, officers successful in other fields, and they sailed into the greatest naval power on the sea. So far as power and prestige and experience decide wars in advance, the Revolution was due to be snuffed out at the end of 1776. Benjamin Franklin was destined to be hanged, George Washington to be immured for life in a gloomy dungeon, dressed in a ball and chain. Were not the English everywhere successful? They captured New York, they captured Newport, they captured Philadelphia, they captured Savannah. They were driven away from Charleston by the Palmetto forts, but returned and captured Richmond. They beat the Americans at Long Island, at the Brandywine, at Germantown, at Camden. Their cruisers and privateers swept the seas until Nathaniel Tracy of Newburyport lost 90 of his 120 vessels. They drove the little American Navy from the seas. Yet, in the end, they were beaten. It is easy now to criticize the strategy of Washington and Greene and the rest, and to show that by all the laws of war they laid themselves open to defeat. Nothing can alter the stubborn fact that the American militia at Bunker Hill for hours held off a British army and so damaged it that they never took the field again. Then the Americans captured Burgoyne's army at Saratoga in 1777, a humiliation seldom known in British annals. And this victory brought the French alliance and the aid of von Steuben, the magnificent drillmaster, of D'Estaing and his fleet, of Rochambeau and his army. With that aid, the Americans beat the Second Army at Yorktown, and that ended the war. General Cornwallis had to surrender his sword to an officer whom a few months before the British had addressed as George Washington, Esquire, etc., etc. Extraordinary American success. In one way, the Americans were too successful. Beginning with raw militia, ill-equipped, worse disciplined, the Americans made an army that beat the British. General Washington never ceased to implore Congress and the states to give him a better system for a real national army. Half the men and a fourth of the money expended would have done the job just as well if the advice of Washington and other experts had been followed. Surrender of Cornwallis. The British general, Lord Cornwallis, surrendered to Washington at Yorktown, Virginia, on October 19, 1781. The victory virtually decided the Revolution in favor of the Americans. On the sea, also the Americans began a great career of naval success, or rather they repeated the methods of earlier wars by sending out a hornet's nest of privateers, christened with such gallant and suggestive names as the Charming Peggy, the Fair Lady, the American Revenue, the Black Joke, the Fair America, the Scotch Irish, the Skunk, the Nimble Shilling, and the King Tamer. If they did not tame George III, they did tame the British merchant and his representatives in Parliament. For American privateers, in the course of the war, captured about 700 British merchantmen. And then there was the American Navy, or rather John Paul Jones, for in him the Navy was concentrated. It was a painful surprise to the British to have the Royal frigate Serapis taken in 1779 by the Bonhomme Richard, a condemned merchant ship hastily fitted out in France. Jones is already a sort of mythical figure, partly because of Buell's imaginary so-called biography, but he is the naval father of Hull and Porter, and the grandfather of Farragut and another Porter, and the great-grandfather of Sampson and Dewey. The Civil Revolution. A revolutionary overturning came whenever the Union Jack was hauled down and the Stars and Stripes hauled up. But the Revolutionary Army was not the revolution. It was like the line in a football match, desperately holding back the other line while the backs get into play. The real revolution was an overturning of governments and charters and political power. The revolving wheel whirled the old colonies out of existence and cunningly framed and polished new state governments. The Revolution turned the British Empire down and pushed the United States of America up. The Revolution rolled to the bottom of the wheel Governor Gage of Massachusetts, and Governor Tryon of North Carolina, and Governor Dunmore of Virginia, and up to the top revolved Patrick Henry and Benjamin Franklin and John Adams. The Revolution was like a religious conversion. It set the American people out of their old ways and into a new upward path. All that seems natural to us, for we have been brought up on the tyranny of George III and the misgovernment and plunder of the colonies by the British government. We realize the bad state of things much better than did the Americans at the beginning of the Revolution. In truth, the colonies were freer from harsh and arbitrary government than England, Scotland, and Wales, to say nothing of what was then the separate Kingdom of Ireland. Every colony had its local assembly. Not a single English county had one. In every colony, any freeman who had the necessary pluck and health could acquire land and become a voter. In England, not a 20th part of the adult men could vote. The colonists laid their own taxes and expended them for their own purposes. Englishmen paid taxes levied by a parliament over which only a few of them had control. Apparently, the main cause of the Revolution was that the colonists could do so much for themselves that there was no reason why they should not do substantially everything for themselves. They had a personal attachment for England, the king, and the English system of government, very like that now felt by the Canadians, and would have been quite satisfied with the degree of self-government that England has since freely given to Canada. John Adams says that there existed a general desire of independence of the crown in any part of America before the Revolution is as far from the truth as a zenith is from the nadir. Then why revolt, especially when a third of the thinking people in America were opposed to the Revolution and had to be driven out or silenced? To the original grievances of the Revolution was added a stupid John Bull obstinacy concentrated in George III, but shared by a good part of the British nation. These mistakes made by England are a fine example of what comes to a country that falls into the hands of what are called the interests. For Parliament was really nothing but a combine of great titled families who took in some representatives of the cities and the merchant class. One of the best results of the Revolution was that it shook up the British aristocracy, and the best proof that the Revolution was right is the admission of Lord North when the war was all over, that it had been a great mistake, but that the nation had made it, not simply the Prime Minister. The Revolution was worth all the blood and treasure that it cost, because it lighted a new torch of popular government. There had been plenty of government of the people in ancient and medieval times, but as the epoch of the American Revolution, the formerly democratic Swiss and Dutch, and the free citizens of the German and French and Spanish cities had lost faith in themselves. It was fashionable to revere Demosthenes and Cato and Brutus and the Populus Romanus, but real republican government had about ceased on the earth when the new constellation of the United States appeared on the horizon. The colonies had very tidy little governments, schools of politics in which the Speaker of the Assembly was commonly the leader of a healthy opposition to the governor, and on that foundation they built tidy little state governments which showed the prevalent belief that governors were dangerous creatures who ought to have as little power as possible, while the legislatures were a reflection of the people's will, which could not err. The wheel of revolution was twirled backward in our day, for we make governors and presidents great political leaders, and set our legislators on a one-legged race against the initiative and referendum. In the midst of the confusion of the Revolution, when town after town was picked up by the British, and nobody knew whether the Revolution would win out, it is wonderful how well the state governments worked, and how successful they were in putting on record the great principle of the two kinds of law, fundamental or constitutional law, and statute law. The finest work of the Revolution was the making of a national government, for which the Army and the Navy were in part responsible, because a central national power was all that could save the Army from capture and the Navy from destruction. The Continental Congress became a government before it knew it, authorizing an army and navy, borrowing money, issuing many times more paper notes than it could ever redeem, appointing George Washington commander-in-chief of the Continental Forces, sending ambassadors to foreign countries. Were men greater on the average then than now? Would Speaker Clark and Senator Lodge of Massachusetts and Senator Beveridge bulk as big as Patrick Henry and Sam Adams and John Dickinson if revolution broke out now? "These are the times that try men's souls," said Tom Paine, and it was also a time that made men's souls. The one indispensable man in the Revolution was George Washington, for there was no other in the colonies who was so central, so immovable a force. But the revolution would also have failed but for Benjamin Franklin and Thomas Jefferson and the other civilians who built up the new government. The Declaration of Independence. And they framed the Declaration of Independence. They framed it, but Thomas Jefferson wrote it. He was bent on proving that the revolution was right, and having taken an unpaid brief for his country, he found 27 good reasons for independence, even at the cost of a bloody revolution. Those reasons are not the Declaration. The real pith of that splendidly written document is the brief statement of self-evident truths. Among them, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, that to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed. Some of these states made much longer and fuller statements of the same kind, but this is the bedrock of popular government in America. Time cannot tarnish, use cannot diminish, age cannot weaken the splendid thought that God Almighty sends His children into the world with equal political rights, that every human being has an interest in that mutual understanding with other human beings called society and government. Social and commercial revolution. When Rip Van Winkle came back home, he found a new set of neighbors who scoffed at good King George. The Americans lived in a changed world. In the South, most of the political leaders who were not Englishmen took the Patriot side. The Randolphs and the Paytons and the Carrolls and the Rutledges and the Pinckneys and the Haynes. And when the war was over, the wheel had revolved under them, but left them still at the top. In the North, there was a greater change. Sam Adams, the untitled leader of the Boston town meeting, became leader of Massachusetts. John Hancock, the merchant accused of smuggling, was governor. John Adams, the struggling lawyer, was minister to England. Where were the rich and fashionable people who lived in the fine colonial mansions and drank too much Madeira? Hundreds of them gone, exiled, driven forth, farming in the eastern townships of Canada, waiting in the antechambers of the great in London. Effects of the war. That was a revolution that reached the wives and daughters and the handsome sons who inherited their father's silken suits and had expected to inherit their dignities. It took the Americans 30 years to find out how great a revolution they had undergone in business. For when the war was over, they had an unpatriotic hankering for the broadcloths and kerseymeres of old England. For their womenfolk, dealers still bought calamencos and paduasoys and Osnabrück linens and India muslins through reliable English houses. Again, Great Britain made the mistake of undervaluing the Americans, and when they became independent, told them to be independent and suffer for it. Now that the United States of America was a separate nation, let it keep its vessels out of the trade with the former sister colonies. It took long years to open up other avenues of trade. Revolution in the West. Within the military and civic revolution arose another territorial revolution. When in 1778, George Rogers Clark, with his few score frontiersmen, slipped down the Ohio River and picked up the little British towns of Kaskaskia, Cahokia, and Vincennes, he was blazing the trail into the West and opening that vast country to millions of Americans still to be born or adopted, till they would, in the end, rule the Republic. Because of Rogers Clark, or rather of the westward vision of the great men of that time, Great Britain gave up the Northwest and then yielded the Southwest. With all its boldness and courage, the Revolution did not make a complete nation. To become a world power, it was necessary to cross the mountains and bind the Mississippi to the sea. And the man of that time, who was at the same time Eastern and Western, who fought the French and took up lands and planned roads and canals beyond the mountains, was George Washington, the greatest soldier, best statesman, and most clear-sighted businessman of the Revolution. The Battle of Lexington and Concord. 1. It was a little after midnight on April 19, 1775. In the little village of Lexington, Massachusetts, not far from Boston, all was quiet. The townspeople were sleeping soundly. Suddenly there was a clatter of galloping hooves, and a horseman, leaping from the saddle before the first house, knocked on its door and shouted, "The British are coming!" That man was Paul Revere, and having roused the village, he rode quickly on his way toward Concord. Lexington, which had been so still a little while before, was now a scene of busy activity. Church bells were ringing and cannons were booming to warn all the surrounding country. The Minutemen were cleaning and loading their muskets, while the women filled powder horns. Soon everything was ready, and the little band of 70 Minutemen of Lexington, under the command of Captain Jonas Parker, gathered on the village common. There, with grim determination, they formed a line and waited. And there at daybreak, the force of 800 British found them. "Disperse! Disperse, you rebels!" cried Major Pitcairn, in command of the English. "Down with your arms and disperse!" No reply from the Minutemen. "Fire, then!" ordered Pitcairn. His command was obeyed, and the Minutemen answered with "the shot heard round the world." The Revolution was begun. 8 Minutemen were killed, several others were wounded, and the rest were scattered. Then the British advanced toward Concord. Their object was to capture some arms and ammunition of the colonists which were stored near Concord. For this reason General Gage had sent them from Boston. Paul Revere had waited until a signal told him that they were crossing the Charles River, and then had made his famous ride to alarm the patriots. When the British reached Concord, they found that the stores had been removed and hidden, and a large force of Minutemen waiting for them. The patriots were without uniforms and were armed with all kinds of weapons, even pitchforks and scythes, but they were determined to protect their homes, and were willing to die if necessary. Against such brave resistance, even the large force of English soldiers could do nothing, and after a few volleys they began to retreat toward Boston. But now the whole country was aroused. The retreating soldiers were fired upon all along the road. Shots came with deadly aim from behind fences, stone walls, and trees. At last reinforcements came to the English. Their retreat became less of a rout, and they finally reached Charlestown, and from there crossed over to Boston the next morning. They lost 273 men, while the Americans lost 103. The colonists had won the first encounter of the Revolution. The Battle of Lexington and Concord stirred all 13 colonies to action. Everywhere there was unanimous determination to resist British opposition. There could be no going back now. Blood had been shed, and the Revolution had begun. Bunker Hill. 2. After the Battle of Lexington and Concord, England saw that the resistance of the colonists was determined, and sent reinforcements to General Gage in Boston. By the end of May 1775, he had 10,000 trained soldiers under his command. The American force besieging him amounted to about 16,000 men, undisciplined but brave. The British were virtually held prisoners in Boston. General Gage therefore decided to sally out on the night of June 18th and capture Bunker Hill, near Charlestown. But first he proclaimed martial law and pardon for all those who would lay down their arms and return home, except Samuel Adams and John Hancock. None of the courageous patriots took advantage of his offer. The Americans discovered Gage's plans and decided to beat him to it. So on the evening of June 16th, Colonel William Prescott, with 1,000 men, was ordered to march to Bunker Hill and fortify it. But when they got there, it was decided that Breed's Hill, much nearer Boston, would give a better command of the town and shipping. Under Prescott and General Israel Putnam, the colonial soldiers worked all night building a redoubt about 8 rods square. When the British sentinels looked up through the mist the next morning, June 17, 1775, they rubbed their eyes in astonishment at sight of the fortifications. The guns from the vessels in the Charles River immediately opened fire, but the colonists kept steadily at work. At last, the redoubt was finished, and the tools were sent to Bunker Hill. But by this time, General Gage had ordered an attack on Breed's Hill. 3,000 picked soldiers landed at the eastern base of the hill, and a little after 3 o'clock in the afternoon began their advance. The tired Americans, who had been working all night in the entrenchments, expected to be relieved by others, but the reinforcements did not come. Nevertheless, they did not falter for an instant. Steadily up the hill came the level ranks of the redcoats. "Wait till you can see the whites of their eyes," was the order. Nearer and nearer came the British, still not a movement from the redoubt. It was believed that the colonists had fled. But no, suddenly, at the word, "Fire!" 1,500 of the concealed patriots rose and poured such a deadly rain of bullets upon the English that whole companies were wiped out. Pell-mell down the slope ran the terrified British, while a shout of triumph rose from the redoubt. But at the bottom, their officers beat them back into line, and the attack was begun once more. Charlestown was set afire by Gage's orders. This infuriated the Americans, and again the English were driven back down the hill in disorder. Then came the third attack. The ammunition of the colonists was giving out. Only a few more shots remained, and after this the Americans retreated in good order across Charlestown Neck. The British had won a technical victory, but at terrible cost. 1,054 killed and wounded out of 2,500 engaged. The American loss was 450. Among this number, the brave General Warren. This battle, which took place on Breed's Hill, has always been known as the Battle of Bunker Hill. It lasted 2 hours. The cornerstone of the Bunker Hill Monument was laid on Breed's Hill on the 50th anniversary of the battle, June 17, 1825. Daniel Webster's speech on this occasion is well known as a great piece of oratory. The monument is an obelisk, 221 feet high and 30 feet square at the base. The Battle of Trenton. 3. In December 1776, the hopes of the colonists were at the lowest ebb. The American cause was almost lost. It was one of the most critical situations in the whole Revolution. The British occupied New York and all New Jersey, and so confident were they of success that troops were being sent back to England. One false move would plunge the colonies into immediate defeat. It was George Washington who saved the day in this dark time. Colonel Rahl was at Trenton, New Jersey, with 1,500 Hessians, soldiers whom England had hired from Germany. The American army under Washington, beaten and discouraged, but always ready and able to fight, was on the other side of the Delaware at a point a few miles above Trenton. Rahl despised the colonials. He did not plant a single cannon. "What need of entrenchments?" he said. "Let the rebels come. We will at them with the bayonet." Washington planned to attack Trenton secretly on Christmas night. He knew that, according to their custom, the Hessians would celebrate Christmas Day with a long carousal, and figured that they would be in no condition to put up a strong resistance in the cold, gray dawn of December 26. So on the evening of December 25th, Washington prepared to cross the Delaware above Trenton with about 2,000 men. General Gates was to lead 10,000 from below Trenton. But jealous of Washington, he refused to obey, and rode to Baltimore to intrigue in Congress for General Schuyler's place in the North. Washington proposed to cross the Delaware at McConkey's Ferry, now Taylorsville. It was a terrible journey. The river was full of floating ice, the current was swift, and about midnight a fierce storm of snow and sleet set in. At last, at 4 a.m., all the men and guns stood on the Jersey shore. The army then moved on Trenton as fast as possible in 2 divisions, but it was broad daylight before it reached the town. There it was discovered by the enemy's pickets. These fired immediately, and the sound woke Colonel Rahl and his officers who were sleeping off their debauch. Rahl roused his men, and placing himself at their head, gave battle to the Americans. The fight lasted only 35 minutes. The Hessians were defeated and sent flying toward Princeton, and Colonel Rahl was mortally wounded. It was a magnificent victory. 1,000 prisoners, 1,200 small arms, 6 brass field guns, and all the German flags were captured. It is evidence of Washington's genius that against overwhelming odds and in the face of every discouragement, he was able to seize such an opportunity to turn the darkness of defeat into the glory of victory. By this bold stroke, he so strengthened the cause of the colonies that they were finally able to win out. The spot where Washington crossed the Delaware is to be perpetuated as a public park. 100 acres, comprising the tract called Washington's Crossing, have been purchased by act of a commission, and the place will be a permanent memorial of the turning point of the Revolution. The Declaration of Independence. 4. The Declaration of Independence was a big step for the 13 brave little colonies to make. Until then, they had only been fighting for their rights as colonies of England. Quote, "No taxation without representation," unquote. But after the Declaration of Independence, they were battling as a separate country, and if conquered, would have had to suffer the fate of rebels and traitors. Congress knew that if America declared itself free from England, the aid of France might be hoped for, and this help might decide the whole outcome of the struggle. Besides, they had come to a point where they could no longer fight as colonies, but must unite as a separate and independent country. So on June 7, 1776, a committee was appointed to draw up a Declaration of Independence, which should be prefaced by a clear explanation of the causes that made the colonies adopt it. This committee consisted of Thomas Jefferson, John Adams, Benjamin Franklin, Roger Sherman, and Robert R. Livingston. After a long discussion, the committee decided to have Jefferson make out a copy of the Declaration. His draft was amended slightly and then reported to Congress as a whole. Here the debate was very warm. Some of the representatives did not want to vote for independence at all. They considered it a too violent move. But at that time, the voting was done by colonies, and it soon appeared that the Declaration, much amended, would finally be passed by most of them. At last, on the 4th of July, 1776, the Declaration was put up to be voted upon. Pennsylvania voted for independence, a majority of her representatives being favorable, and other colonies soon followed. Delaware had 3 delegates, but one of them, Caesar Rodney, was absent, over 80 miles from Philadelphia. McKean, one of the 2 others, burning with a desire to have the vote of his colony recorded in the affirmative, sent a man on a fast horse to bring him back. 10 minutes after receiving McKean's message, Rodney was in the saddle and riding all night. He reached Independence Hall in Philadelphia on July 4th, just in time to secure the vote of Delaware in favor of independence. Although it was on July 4th, 1776, that the Declaration of Independence was adopted by Congress, it was not signed by all the delegates present at that time, but they all signed before the end of the year. John Paul Jones. 5. I have not yet begun to fight. These words of the famous sea fighter, John Paul Jones, commander of the first American Navy, have rung down through the years as typical of the man that spoke them. Pleasant-mannered and affable in peace, he was a brave and able fighter when there was a time for it. John Paul Jones was born on July 6, 1747, in Scotland. His father was John Paul, a gardener, and the future admiral took the name Jones about 1773 out of regard for Willie Jones, a wealthy planter and political leader of North Carolina, who had befriended him in his days of poverty. John Paul went to sea at the age of 12, but before he was 19 became first mate of a vessel in the slave trade. But he did not like this kind of work, and after 2 voyages gave up his position and sailed for England. Both captain and mate of the ship on which he was a passenger died of fever on the way home, and he brought the vessel safely into port. For this he received part of the cargo and a captaincy from the owners. But after making several voyages, he suddenly resigned for some unknown reason and went to America to live in poverty until 1775. Then, when the Revolution began, John Paul Jones was made a first lieutenant in the Navy by the Continental Congress on December 22, 1775. He soon became a captain and did much damage to British shipping. For his good work, he was promoted to the rank of Commodore and put in command of 5 ships. He called his flagship the Bonhomme Richard, in honor of Benjamin Franklin, whose Poor Richard's Almanac was very popular at that time. On August 14, 1779, Jones sailed from France with his squadron of 5, accompanied by 2 French privateers. All but 2 of his ships soon deserted him, but he kept on his course, and at 7 o'clock in the evening of September 23rd, he sighted the British men-of-war, the Serapis, and the Countess of Scarborough. One of his ships fled immediately, but the fearless American commander attacked the huge Serapis with his little Bonhomme Richard. The Pallas, Jones's other remaining ship, forced the Countess of Scarborough to surrender, but it seemed at first as if the Richard was doomed. The English commander asked Jones if he wanted to strike his colors, but the courageous American shouted back, "I have not yet begun to fight!" And he proved this by finally compelling the Serapis to surrender after a fierce battle of 3 hours and a half. It was a glorious victory against overwhelming odds. The Bonhomme Richard was almost a total wreck. However, Jones moved his men and supplies to the Serapis. 2 days later, his little flagship sank. On his return to France, Jones was hailed as a great hero. Louis XVI gave him a gold-hilted sword and made him a Chevalier of France, and in 1787, Congress awarded him a gold medal in recognition of his services. In 1788, he entered the Russian Navy as a rear admiral, but he was disappointed in his hope of advancement. Owing to the jealousy of Russian officers, he was relieved of his command and in 1790 returned to Paris, where he died on July 18, 1792. Jones was buried in the St. Louis Cemetery for Foreign Protestants, where his body was finally discovered over 100 years later. In July 1905, a fleet of American warships carried the body to Annapolis, where it now rests in one of the buildings of the Naval Academy. The Birth of the Flag. 6. The men of the colonies were the ones who did the actual fighting that won American independence, but the brave women of those times also played their part. It was the courageous confidence and fortitude of their wives and sisters that spurred the men on to final victory. Some of the women had even a more active share than this in the Revolution. Betsy Ross, who made the first flag of the United States, was one of these. When the colonies first rebelled against the tyrannical rule of Great Britain, each was a separate unit in itself. Each had its own system of government, and each its own flag. In no way, except by a common feeling against the injustice of the mother country, were they bound together. Besides the 13 different banners of the colonies, there were various regimental ensigns and all sorts of other flags, with pine trees on them, or the words, "Liberty or Death," and "Don't Tread on Me," but there was no American national flag. So after the Declaration of Independence had stated that the colonies would no longer be bound to England, Congress passed this resolution on June 14, 1777. Resolved, that the flag of the United States be 13 stripes, alternate red and white, that the Union be 13 stars, white on a blue field, representing a new constellation. About a month previous, Congress had appointed General Washington, Robert Morris, and Colonel Ross a committee to get a flag designed and made. These 3 men went to Betsy Ross in her little upholstery shop on Arch Street, Philadelphia, and asked her to make a flag after the design they showed her. She agreed to do it and suggested that the stars, which Washington had drawn with 6 points, be made with 5. Her suggestion was carried out. For several years, she and her assistants made flags for our government. Her house on Arch Street is still standing. The United States flag was first blown over a military post at Fort Schuyler, on the present site of Rome, New York. The fort was besieged early in August 1777. The garrison was without a flag, so it made one according to the design of Congress by cutting up sheets to form the white stripes, and bits of scarlet cloth for the red stripes. The blue ground for the stars was made of pieces of a cloth cloak belonging to Captain Abraham Swartwout. John Paul Jones is supposed to have been the first to fly the stars and stripes over a naval vessel. This ship was the Ranger, to which he was appointed in 1777. On December 5, 1782, the day when George III acknowledged the independence of the United States, J.S. Copley, the great American artist, painted the flag in the background of a portrait he was doing of Elkanah Watson. The flag was not changed until 1795, when 2 stripes and 2 stars were added for Vermont and Kentucky. But it was realized that there must be a limit to the stripes, and on April 4, 1818, a recommendation was adopted that the flag be permanently 13 stripes, representing the 13 original states, and that a new star be added for each state admitted. End of Chapter 12. Recording by Finn Handyside, College Station, Texas.
Chapter 13 of The Mentor 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by tovarisch. The Mentor 2 by Various. Among the Ruins of Rome by George Willis Botsford, Professor of History, Columbia University, author of The Story of Rome, A History of Rome. Shortly after sunset, the express train, speeding north from Naples, emerges from the mountains and begins winding its way down grade. The expectant visitor to the Eternal City sees below him through the car window a broad expanse of plain, sloping imperceptibly on the left to the sea, in front to the Tiber River. It is an ocean of green, here quietly level, there billowed in ridges or headed up in round hillocks. Emperor Claudius. This is the Campania, the broad flat belt which borders the Tiber on the left. At first sight it reveals to us its solitude. In early Roman times it had swarmed with peasants who owned the lands they tilled. As the city grew wealthy, the district fell into the hands of lords, who covered it with their luxurious villas, peopled by multitudes of slaves. Still later, when Rome was declining, these villas fell to ruins, the slaves disappeared, and malaria stalked lonely and terrible over the beautiful country she had made her own. Even now she rules it, scarcely weakened by modern progress. The dwellings of her few wretched tenants are miles apart. Herds of sheep and of fierce long-horned cattle pasture on the abundant grass, and along the well-made roads that span the plain an occasional ox-team wearily drags an awkward cart. The temple of Castor and Pollux. The ruins of this famous temple stand in the Forum. But the Campania has its attractions. It fascinates imaginative tourists and draws them to its heart. 3 or 4 together, their knapsacks filled with food and drink, often take long trips through this wild region, whose eternal quiet speaks peace to the weary mind, whose delicate ever-changing tints of sky and field appeal to the taste for natural beauty, whose ruined villas and towns awaken historical memories of the rise of Rome from a little settlement on the Tiber to a worldwide power and a fame that cannot die. The Appian Way. The most impressive features of the Campania as we view it from the car window or in a stroll along either the old Appian Way or the modern Appian Way are the ruins of aqueducts. The one here illustrated is the Claudia, named after Emperor Claudius, who completed it. Its sources were more than 40 miles distant. While crossing the Campania, the water flowed in a channel supported by a series of gigantic arches. It provided Rome not only with her best water, but her most abundant supply, amounting to more than 400,000 cubic meters daily. All the aqueducts together poured into the city each day more fresh water than the Tiber now empties into the sea. As we view this work of great utility, we naturally wonder what sort of man was the builder. At the time of his accession, he was 50 years old, and had devoted his earlier life zealously to study and writing. Grotesque in manner and eccentric in his habits, he was generally considered a learned fool, and yet he made an admirable ruler. When acting as judge, he often slept during the pleas of the lawyers, waking at the close of the trial to give his decision in an equitable and humane spirit. It was unfortunate for the case, however, if he chanced to smell anything good cooking in a neighboring restaurant, for he would adjourn court to refresh himself. He was far more liberal than his predecessors in bestowing Roman citizenship on subject peoples. To keep the city population supplied with cheap food, he subsidized and insured grain ships at the cost of the government, and his activity in erecting public works is illustrated by the completion of this magnificent aqueduct. It is a fact of great importance that the early emperors, whatever their private characters, almost uniformly devoted themselves to the public good. Personal service to the empire was their chief title to office and the basis on which successive rulers built up their power. The Forum. The city of Rome itself abounds in places and objects of interest more easily reached than the Campania. It requires at least a teaspoonful of information to appreciate the features of Rome, and to those who are mentally equipped, no spot furnishes keener enjoyment than the Forum. An impressive view can be had looking eastward from the Capitol, one of the 7 hills on which the early city sat. It can be seen that the Forum lies in a valley nearly surrounded by hills. In the 10th and 9th centuries B.C., these hilltops were occupied by villages, and the valleys between them were marshes. In the 8th century, the villages united to form one city, Rome, and the marshes were gradually drained by means of sewers. The low area became at that time the Forum, market-place of the new city. It is an approximate oblong, on the north side of which one of the kings marked off a space, the Comitium, assembly place, in which all the citizens met to vote on questions of public importance. Adjoining the Comitium was the Senate House. King, afterward 2 consuls, Senate, and popular assembly constituted the government. The Forum was therefore the political center of Rome, and from this circumstance it derives all its interest. When one reflects that for nearly 5 centuries after the downfall of the kings, 509 to 27 B.C., Rome was a republic, that during that time she conquered and organized in her empire practically the whole Mediterranean basin, we begin to understand that this spot must have been the scene of stupendous political conflicts, the birthplace of far-reaching legislative and administrative measures. Here worked the brain of the best organized and most enduring empire the world has known. Cloaca Maxima. An essential feature of the Roman government was religion, which the Senate and magistrates well knew how to operate for practical ends. It is not surprising, therefore, to find about the Forum the ruins of many temples. There is the Temple of Saturn, now only a group of columns. It rests on an unusually high foundation. Within this basement were chambers which contained the treasury of the state. It was largely by the control of the treasury that the Senate long maintained its political supremacy. A few steps from the temple is the pavement of a great oblong building, of whose superstructure there are but scant remains. This was the Basilica Julia, erected by Julius Caesar and rebuilt after a destructive fire by Augustus. A basilica was used for law courts and for business purposes. The style of building was borrowed from Greece, but the architect at Rome wrought in the spirit of her people. He left the exterior plain and unattractive to devote his whole attention to the interior. It is essentially a vast hall with aisles separated from nave by a row of arch-piers in this case, in other basilicas by colonnades. The designer molded, as it were, the interior space so as to express in the language of art the grandeur of the empire, and in the severe harmony of the lines, the orderliness and symmetry of Roman law. No other architectural type so well embodied the imperial idea. Of the other buildings connected with the Forum, the most conspicuous is the Temple of Castor and Pollux, just beyond the Basilica Julia. The ruins consist of 3 slender columns standing on a high foundation and supporting a fragment of the entablature. These remains belong to the reconstruction of the temple under Augustus. The worship of the twin gods Castor and Pollux, patrons of cavalry, had been introduced from Greece into Rome in the early Republic. The front porch of the temple often served as a platform for party leaders while addressing the crowd in the forum. On such occasions it sometimes became the center of violent political conflicts out of keeping with the beauty of the surroundings. This temple and nearly all others at Rome are of the Corinthian order of architecture, distinguished by the capital of clustered acanthus leaves surmounting the graceful fluted column. It is one of the best of its class, and the three columns with their entablature form the most beautiful architectural fragment still preserved from classical Rome. The present level of the forum is many feet lower than that of its immediate surroundings. During the 3,000 years that separate us from the beginnings of the city, the valleys have been gradually filling through the accumulation of debris, of ruined buildings, the washings of earth from the surrounding hills, and various other means. Recently scholars have excavated nearly the whole forum down to the earliest level, laying bare the lower parts of buildings, the earlier pavements, altars, a primeval cemetery, and many other objects. Nearly everything found has been identified and clothed in the historical imagination with the associations of the time when it had a purpose and a meaning. But the spot, once the abode of intense life, is now still. It seems the burial place of a dead society and government. State officials keep drowsy guard over the remains. Tourist and scholar walk undisturbed through the sepulchre of a mighty empire, their senses awakened to the ancient life only by the rush of waters through the subterranean cloaca maxima, and to the life of our day by the roses, geraniums, and wild Italian flowers that grow luxuriantly wherever a bit of soil is left. The Arch of Titus. Beyond the forum and on the summit of the ridge known as the Velia is the Arch of Titus. We can read the inscription: Senatus populusque Romanus divo Tito divi Vespasiani F. Vespasiano Augusto. The Senate and people of Rome dedicated this arch to the deified Titus Vespasianus Augustus, son of the deified Vespasianus. Consider this inscription. Both the Greeks and the Romans propitiated the spirits of the dead with sacrifice and prayer. The founder of a city or any specially great benefactor of the community they venerated after death as a hero, a being intermediate in dignity and power between man and the gods. The Colosseum from the north. It was with this idea that the Senate by decree deified, more strictly heroized, a deceased emperor who seemed to that body to have been a specially worthy ruler. Thus they had deified Vespasian and after him his son and successor Titus. This arch, therefore, was dedicated by the Senate and people to the memory of Emperor Titus after his death. A monument of the kind commemorated a victory so great as to entitle the general to a triumph, a procession of the victorious commander and his army along the sacred way past the forum and up the Capitol to the temple of Jupiter on the summit. The spoils of war were carried in the procession, while games and other festivities rejoiced the hearts of the populace. This arch is a memorial of the war waged by Titus against the Jews, in which he besieged and destroyed Jerusalem, their holy city. During the conflict, the Jews resisted with superhuman energy, and when everything was lost, they killed one another and their wives and children, as the lot determined, in order not to be slaves. The fame of their heroism is as imperishable as the military renown of the conqueror. The triumphal arch, accordingly, represents the slaughter of innocent people, the crushing of national liberty, the brutal sacking of cities, the merciless sale of captives into slavery. While casting this gloomy shadow, it reflects on the sunlit side the glory of victory and the extension and solidification of Roman power. The Colosseum. This immense amphitheater was built by Vespasian and dedicated by Titus. It is a gigantic oval, 4 stories in height. From the north side, which is still nearly intact, the first 3 stories present simply a series of arcades. The 4th story is a closed wall. 4 entrances lead into the arena, 76 others into vaulted corridors, whence the spectators passed up various stairways to their seats, which extended in tiers from near the floor to the top of the highest story. The seats have disappeared, but careful measurement places the capacity at 45,000, with standing room for perhaps 5,000 more. Hidden from view were the cages of wild beasts and the cells for gladiators, and beneath the arena were machines for elevating animals to the surface. Interior of the Colosseum on a fete day. The dedication in 80 A.D. was accompanied with games lasting through 100 days. A Roman game involved a contest, and those offered by Titus at the dedication included the baiting and slaughter of savage beasts, fights of gladiators, and a sham naval battle, the arena being flooded for the purpose. It is difficult to understand how a ruler such as Titus, who abhorred bloodshed and would condemn no man to death during his administration, provided the city populace with this bloody, brutalizing sport. But love of popularity has always been a powerful motive among men, and some emperors and patriotic citizens tried to excuse the sport on the foolish supposition that it fostered the military spirit. As a matter of fact, the populace who attended these shows grew more and more unwilling and unfit to defend their country and homes against invading barbarians. The Basilica Julia. A drawing showing the reconstructed interior of this building, which formerly stood in the Forum. It was not till some years after Titus that the spectators began to experience a new kind of pleasure in seeing Christians thrown living to the wild beasts of the arena. Many thus perished as witnesses of a better faith and a higher morality. When, however, Christianity triumphed and became the religion of the empire, an effort was instituted, first by Constantine, to stop the degrading shows. But the people were so frantically addicted to them that they were scarcely abated by government edicts, till Emperor Honorius succeeded in abolishing gladiatorial fights in 404. Long afterward, the hunting of wild beasts continued. The massive structure remained scarcely impaired by time till about the middle of the 14th century, when the greater part of the southern half collapsed, probably through an earthquake. The ruin piled up a mountain of stone, which for the next 5 centuries served the Roman nobles as a quarry. The grandeur of the Colosseum. Some of the most imposing palaces which lend dignity to the modern city have been built with this material. Although fully half the stone has been thus removed, the part of the structure which still remains is the most impressive of all the ruins of the city, a monument of the grandeur and of the moral degradation of Rome. It is an especially rich experience to visit the Colosseum by moonlight, where, seated on a stone at the edge of the arena, we may, in imagination, with the aid of the tranquil light, reconstruct the vast interior and repeople it with a Roman multitude breathlessly awaiting the opening of the games or exulting over the triumph of a popular favorite. On certain nights the municipal authorities illuminate the interior with colored lights, whose weird spell awakens the imagination to sights of bloody conflict amid a yelling, savage mob. The Tomb of Hadrian. The most versatile and perhaps the ablest of all the emperors, an artist, poet, philosopher, general, and statesman, was Hadrian. 2/3 of his reign of 21 years, 117 through 138 A.D., he devoted to travel throughout his vast empire. The object of these journeys was not, like that of our presidents, to explain policies and secure votes for re-election to a second term, for the emperor's lease of power was lifelong. His purpose was rather to discover and meet the needs of his people. We find him accordingly improving the organization, equipments, and discipline of the army, fortifying exposed points of the frontier, negotiating treaties of alliance with border states, building roads, providing the cities he visited with temples, theaters, and aqueducts, carefully overseeing the complex system of administrative offices, or finding relaxation in conversation with architects, authors, and philosophers. Emperor Hadrian. In the period of the decline, the tomb was converted into a fortress, and this character it has retained to the present day. During the Middle Ages and early modern times, a period of 1500 years, it was the center of nearly all the factional strife and of the civil and foreign wars that raged in and about the city. During this time it experienced the greatest changes in appearance by the removal of decorations and facings and the substitution of ramparts, turrets, and other elements of military defense. Its present name, Castle of Sant'Angelo, was given it in the time of Pope Gregory the Great. The story is told that in 590, when leading a procession to St. Peter's in an attempt to check by prayer a dreadful pestilence, quote, "As he was crossing the bridge, even while the people were falling dead around him, he looked up at the mausoleum and saw an angel on its summit sheathing a bloody sword, while a choir of angels around chanted with celestial voices the anthem since adopted by the Church in her Vesper service." End quote. In commemoration of the miracle, a statue of the holy angel Michael stands on the summit with wings outspread. This castle unites the memories of nearly 2000 past years with the living present. Having stood as a fitting tomb of a noble emperor and again as the storm center of divisional strife, let it bide henceforth as a durable monument of Italian unity and freedom. The ruins of Rome. The Campagna. 1. The Roman Campagna was the cradle of a mighty race. How did the little handful of men who founded Rome and their descendants become masters of the world? Livy, the great Roman historian, believes it was due to the location of the city of Rome. "Not without reason," he says, "did gods and men choose this site for Rome, healthy hills, a river equally adapted for inland and maritime trade, the sea not too far distant, a site in the middle of the peninsula, made, as it were, on purpose to allow Rome to become the greatest city in the world." However healthy the climate of the Campania may have been in those times, today it is about the most unhealthy in the world. It is a district containing a great many closed valleys and depressions in the soil, without outlet for the waters that accumulate. Natural watercourses are impeded. Under the topsoil are marl and stiff clay, which hold the water after it has filtered through the soil and let it ooze out to the lower parts of the country, where it is mixed with rotting vegetable matter. Barriers of hills prevent movement of the air. Malaria runs rampant. But this could not have been so formerly. In the early history of the Campania, towns were scattered over its surface. Later, these towns disappeared, and the great estates, worked by crowds of slaves, occupied the land. Then the great villas, whose ruins now strew the ground everywhere in the neighborhood of Rome, were built. The ancient Roman nobility lived in great numbers in the very places now found so deadly. Their summer homes were placed but all through the country. Huge aqueducts supplied Rome with water and irrigated the farms on the Campania. These are the most conspicuous ruins on the Campania today. The Gothic army at the siege of Rome in 536 destroyed nearly all the aqueducts, and later on the great country seats were demolished. 6 miles from Rome, on the Flaminian road, at the spot now called the Prima Porta, Empress Livia had a country house, which has been excavated. It was well decorated and comfortable. There were found in the house a statue of Emperor Augustus and the busts of several members of the royal family. The ruins of many tombs are found on the Campania. Roman family vaults contained a funeral banquet hall on a level with the road, and the crypt below, where the ashes were kept in urns, or the bodies laid to rest in sarcophagi. The sites of the cities of Veii, Fidene, and Gabii, once the rivals and equals of Rome, are now almost deserted. In sea-coast towns of Ardea, Laurentum, Lavinium, and Ostia, at one time well populated, are practically empty. The inhabitants are haggard and fever-stricken. The children are gaunt, hollow-cheeked, and sallow in complexion. Men who work there in the fields fear to pass the night in the country because of the fever. They return to Rome every evening. Forsaken towers and buildings, which stand rotting everywhere about the Campania, tell the same story of a pestilence-stricken district. Now, for the most part, only foxes, bears, and other wild animals tenant the ragged pastures and wild jungles of the Campania. The Capitoline Hill. 2. When Rome was founded by Romulus and his handful of comrades, they soon saw that if the city was to grow and prosper, they would need wives. How to get them was the question. Near Rome was a nation called the Sabines. So the Romans enticed the women of this nation to the new city and kept them there. It is recorded that these early Romans were pretty fine-looking men, and that the efforts of the Sabine women to escape were not very strenuous. But naturally the Sabine men were not pleased to be thus deprived of their wives. They started the war with Rome and besieged the city. The Capitoline Hill was the most important of the 7 hills on which Rome was built. So Romulus fortified it strongly and gave it into the care of one of his bravest generals, Tarpeus. But Romulus reckoned without Tarpeia, the daughter of Tarpeus. The Sabine men had a custom of wearing heavy gold and silver bracelets on their left arms. Tarpeia saw these and was dazzled by them. She planned to get possession of them all. One night she crept down to the gate and promised the leader of the Sabines that she would open it and give up the hill to them if they would give her what they wore on their left arms. The Sabines agreed to this, and Tarpeia opened the gate. The Sabines seemed to have been brave, honorable men, and although they believed all was fair in war, yet they hated a traitor. Besides the bracelets, they carried their shields on their left arms, so they kept their promise to Tarpeia by throwing these shields on the girl and crushing her to death. The hill was afterwards spoken of as Mons Tarpeus, meaning the hill of Tarpeia. It was after this traitorous girl also that the rock from which the traitors were hurled was named the Tarpeian Rock. The Sabines held Capitoline Hill for a time, but finally decided to unite with the Romans, and the women were divided between the two nations by lot. The capital was, in reality, that part of Capitoline Hill occupied by the Temple of Jupiter, but included the Piazza del Campidoglio, with the palaces that face it on 3 sides. In this depression was situated the asylum of Romulus. In the early days of Rome, the founders wished to attract people to settle there, and they issued invitations to all neighboring cities, but not many accepted. So Romulus conceived the brilliant idea of receiving all fugitives from other towns as citizens of Rome and guaranteeing them protection. For this purpose, he converted the depression in Capitoline Hill into a place of refuge or asylum. In this way the new city was peopled. Capitoline Hill has been the scene of many historical events. In 1251, during the senatorship of Brancaleone, who destroyed 140 private castles in Rome, the capital was besieged and taken by the partisans of the Pope and the nobility. Petrarch was crowned poet laureate there in 1341. The entire Capitoline Hill is undermined with large and excessive artificial caverns. These caverns are apparently ancient and mostly the work of medieval quarrymen. The Roman Forum 3. So many statues crowded the streets of the Forum at one time that Rome was said to have 2 equal populations, one in flesh and blood, the other in bronze and marble. This was almost literally true. The Forum was the center of Rome. It was the political and business meeting ground of the citizens. Situated in the valley between the 7 hills of the city, it was the common property of the people of all the hills. So when anyone wanted to erect a statue or a gallows, a temple or a shop, he put it in the Forum. Naturally, the Forum became overcrowded. The Forum Romanum was in the shape of an oblong, 690 feet long and 240 feet wide. It does not seem to be this large, however, since the space is so taken up by monuments. In the beginning the Forum was the marshy battlefield of the early inhabitants of the Capitoline and Palatine hills. When the ground was drained by great ditches, it became, under a united rule, the most convenient place for political meetings, for business affairs, for the pageants of rich men's funerals, for plays, and for gladiatorial games. For these purposes a central space, though but a small one, was kept clear of buildings. Gradually even this space became filled with the ever-growing crowd of statues and other honorary monuments. Awnings were probably spread over this central space of the forum, since square holes are found in the pavement which held masts on which the awnings could be suspended. Beneath the pavement also a network of passages was discovered. These passages were 3 feet below the surface and 8 feet high and 5 wide. They were probably used for scenic purposes when games and plays were given in the forum. The rostra stood in the forum. This was a platform from which speakers addressed the people. It was decorated with the prows of captured ships. Thus the platform was called the rostra or beaks. There is a story that one night in 362 A.D. a monstrous chasm opened in the forum. The Romans were dumbfounded. The chasm must be closed before business could go on. The oracles said that the gulf would never close until Rome's most valuable possession had been thrown into it. What was the most valuable possession of Rome? Some said one thing, some another. Then Marcus Curtius, a young man of noble family, announcing that nothing was more precious to Rome than her sons, leaped fully armed and on horseback into the chasm. The gulf closed immediately. Later the spot was covered by a marsh called Lake Curtius, and later still, when the marsh had been drained, an enclosed space containing an altar marked the place. Once the center of the civilized world, the heart of the Roman Empire, the Forum is now but a mass of crumbling ruins, and the walls that long ago looked down upon streets crowded with the rulers of the world now see only the occasional tourist. The Colosseum. 4. Quote, "While stands the Coliseum, Rome shall stand. When falls the Coliseum, Rome shall fall." End quote. Thus ran the ancient prophecy made by 2 English pilgrims to Rome in the 8th century. And although only about 1/3 of the original Colosseum is left, Rome still stands. Not in its former power and majesty, however. The Colosseum is the amphitheater where the Romans held gladiatorial fights. Later they added to the program the slaughter of Christians by wild beasts. A lion or tiger was starved for a week or so and then turned loose on a crowd of naked Christians in the arena. These spectacles were a source of great amusement to the Romans. 50,000 people could be seated in the Colosseum. The lowest seats were the most honorable, the upper galleries being occupied by the lower classes, where the seats were often free. An awning was stretched over the seats, and to provide further for the comfort of the audience, jets of water cooled the air and fragrant perfumes scented it. The Colosseum was oval in shape and had 4 tiers of seats surrounding the arena. Arena means sand in Latin, and as the place where the contests took place was covered with sand to keep the gladiators from slipping in the blood, so it received this name. The arena is about 94 yards long by 54 yards wide. The podium, which was long ago removed, was a raised platform 12 feet high at the base of the seats, on which sat the emperor, the senators, and the Vestal Virgins. Each person on the platform had a throne-like seat. The emperor's was raised above the others and had a canopy over it. When the Colosseum was dedicated in 80 A.D. by Emperor Titus, there was a celebration that lasted almost 100 days. 5,000 wild animals were slaughtered in the arena. Before the Colosseum was built, the gladiatorial contests were held in the Forum. Vespasian began the construction of the amphitheater in 72 A.D. The Flavian amphitheater was the name first given to the building, from the family name Flavium of the emperors who built it. Earthquakes destroyed the arena and podium in 442 and 580, but it was not until the reign of Justinian in the 6th century that the shedding of human blood ended. A bullfight was held in the building as late as 1332. The Roman popes and princes used the Colosseum as a place from which to get building material. These barbarous nobles of the Middle Ages treated this historic building shamefully. Passion plays were given in the Colosseum in the 17th century. It was used as a manufacturing place for saltpeter in 1700. Half a century later, Pope Benedict XIV consecrated the building to the memory of the Christian martyrs who had died there. The chief characteristics of the Colosseum are strength and solidity. The historic memories that cluster round its walls of mighty emperors and bloodthirsty mobs, of screams of death or triumph, of gorgeous pageants and heroic martyrdom, combine to render the Colosseum the most imposing ruin in the whole world. The Arch of Titus 5. Through tiers of crowded seats that flanked their line of march, Titus and Vespasian rode in their triumphal procession in 70 A.D. Jerusalem had been conquered and the temple burned and destroyed. This celebration was called the Triumph, which was given by Rome to all her successful generals on their return from campaigns. It had been a hard task for Titus to conquer rebellious Jerusalem. Oppression and extortion by the Roman rulers had risen to such a height that the Jews were driven at last into desperate resistance to the overwhelming power of Rome. Vespasian was sent by Emperor Nero to subdue them. All Galilee was soon subjugated, and only Jerusalem remained unconquered. When Vespasian returned to Rome and became emperor, he sent his son Titus to subdue Jerusalem. Titus arrived upon the heights near Jerusalem and began to besiege the city. He captured the first and second walls. Then he built a wall around the city and soon had it in a state of famine. At length all the city was captured but the temple. Here the Jews made their last stand. Titus wished to save the temple, but his soldiers set fire to it and plundered it. A terrible massacre of all the inhabitants of Jerusalem followed. Then the prisoners and spoils were borne to Rome. The next year Titus and Vespasian had their triumph. The Senate and other chief men led the procession. Then came the spoils with persons bearing title boards or placards, from which the spectators might find out the history of all the objects that passed before them. There were silver, gold, and ivory in all kinds of forms, gems set and unset, tapestries of the rarest Babylonian embroidery. There were various foreign animals dressed in gorgeous trappings. But what interested the spectators the most was the large high platforms on which were exhibited parts of the campaign. Models of cities, temples, fortresses, assaulted, captured, in ruins or in flames, representations of the hostile armies in all the different forms of war. Then came the models of captured ships. Priests with bulls for sacrifice followed. 700 Hebrew youths as prisoners marched next. Then came the spoils from the Temple of Jerusalem, the golden table, the golden candlestick, and, last of all, the book of the law. Emperor Vespasian, followed by Titus, each in a separate chariot, rode next in the procession with Domitian, who was the younger son of Vespasian and consul, on horseback. After them came the soldiers who had been in the war, crowned with laurel leaves and shouting songs of victory. Thus the triumphal procession went along the sacred way. When they came to the temple, Simon, the general of the Hebrews, was put to death according to custom. The leader of the conquered army was always killed at the triumph of the conquering general. The other prisoners were made either gladiators or slaves. After Simon had been put to death, sacrifices were offered to the gods, and all departed to the waiting banquets. The Arch of Titus was built on the sacred way to commemorate this triumph. It was one of the earliest of those 21 arches with which Rome was once adorned. The exact date of erection is not known, but it must have been after the death of Titus, for on the ceiling of the vault of the arch Titus is represented as sitting astride an eagle. At the funeral of a Roman emperor, an eagle was released, on whose back the soul of the emperor was supposed to mount to heaven, there to dwell among the gods forever. Hadrian's tomb. 6. Emperor Hadrian was a great traveler. He spent the 8 years from 119 to 127 A.D. in journeying around the Roman Empire just to get acquainted with the state of the provinces. When he was in England, he built the famous wall that extends from the Solway to the Tyne. He fully deserved the title Father of his Country, which was given him on his return to Rome. Hadrian was also a famous builder. In addition to the great Roman wall in England, he erected many beautiful and expensive structures in Athens, and a villa at Tivoli, which was noted for its beauty. But his most famous building is Hadrian's tomb, now called Castle Sant'Angelo, which was constructed in 130 A.D. The last vacant niche in the tomb of Augustus was occupied, and so Hadrian determined to build one for himself and his successors, which should have no rival in the world. Hadrian died before it was finished, but Antoninus Pius, his successor, completed it and buried Hadrian there. Hadrian's tomb is a large circular tower 230 feet in diameter. It was originally built of Parian marble. Sometime in the 5th century, however, it was converted into a fort, and when the Goths under Vitiges besieged it in 537, the defenders tore the statues from their pedestals and hurled them down upon the attackers. 2 of these were found during the 17th century in the moat surrounding the tomb. In 590 there was a great plague in Rome. Pope Gregory the Great was leading a procession to St. Peter's Cathedral to pray for deliverance from the pestilence, when it is said the destroying angel appeared on the summit of the tomb of Hadrian. The angel was sheathing his sword to signify that the plague was stopped. Since that time the building has been known as the Castle Sant'Angelo. In 610 Pope Boniface IV erected on the summit of the tomb the chapel of Saint Angelo Inter Nubes in commemoration of this event. Several statues of the Archangel succeeded this. The present one was put there in 1743. Marozia, daughter of Theodora, held the tomb as a fort in the 10th century and had Pope John X suffocated in a dungeon. A few years later Pope Benedict VI met a similar fate at the hands of Crescenzio, son of Theodora. In the latter part of the 10th century, Crescentius, the consul, had a quarrel with the Pope and seized the fort. He held it bravely against Emperor Otto III, who had marched into Rome in defense of the Pope. Emperor Hadrian was an able military leader and a just and wise civil ruler. His full name was Publius Aelius Hadrianus, and he was born at Rome on January the 24th, 76 A.D. He was such an ardent student of Greek that he was nicknamed Graeculus, the Greek. He served in the campaign against the Dacians under his uncle Emperor Trajan. At the latter's death he became emperor. Hadrian died at Baiae on July 10th, 138. His remains were carried to Puteoli, from which place they were afterward taken to Rome. End of chapter 13.
Chapter 14 of The Mentor 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Siobhan McAlpin. The Mentor 2 by Various. Chapter 14. Game Animals of America by W.T. Hornaday. Department of Natural History. Game preservation. The most striking and melancholy feature in connection with American big game is the rapidity in which it has vanished. When, just before the outbreak of the Revolutionary War, the rifle-bearing hunters of the backwoods first penetrated the great forests west of the Alleghenies, deer, elk, black bear, and even buffalo swarmed in what are now the states of Kentucky and Tennessee, and the country north of the Ohio was a great and almost virgin hunting ground. From that day to this, the shrinkage has gone on, only partially checked here and there. There is yet ample opportunity for the big game hunter in the United States, Canada, and Alaska. It is necessary to remember that these opportunities are, nevertheless, vanishing. And if we are a sensible people, we will make it our business to see that the process of extinction is arrested. At the present moment, the great herds of caribou are being butchered, as in the past the great herds of bison and wapiti have been butchered. Every believer in manliness, and therefore in manly sport, and every lover of nature, every man who appreciates the majesty and beauty of the wilderness and of wildlife, should strike hands with the far-sighted men who wish to preserve our material resources in the effort to keep our forests and our game beasts, game birds, and game fish, indeed, all of the living creatures of the prairie and woodland and seashore, from wanton destruction. From Outdoor Pastimes of an American Hunter by Theodore Roosevelt. Copyright Charles Schreiber's Sons. Game Animals of America. Does anyone doubt that in North America the hunting of big game, once marvelously abundant, is fast becoming an extinct pastime? As a game animal, the American bison is gone. In the United States, antelope hunting is gone forever. The Arizona elk is totally extinct. In the United States, mountain sheep hunting is extinct in all states save 2, and it should be so in those also. Mountain goat hunting is possible in 2 states only. It is now next to impossible to find and kill a wild grizzly in the United States. There are many persons, of whom I am one, who believe that in a brief span of years there will be no big game hunting in the mountain states west of the Great Plains, save around the borders of big game sanctuaries such as Yellowstone Park. With the exception of the bison and the Arizona elk, we may even yet see in our mountain states good specimens of some of the big game species that abundantly stalked them in pioneer days. We are glad that we live contemporaneously with colossal moose and the unique antelope. We rejoice that we are on terms of intimacy with the lordly elk, and that we have a bowing acquaintance with the goat and the sheep. We cherish the thought that we have seen real grizzly bears on their native rocks, and also that we have done our bit, as the English say, in saving the great American bison from oblivion. It is not good for red-blooded men to live in a land that contains no big game. It sounds effeminate. To correct such a condition as that, the New Zealanders took thought and colonized in their country the European red deer, and that species has waxed numerous, and produced tens of thousands of deer, for food and for sport. North America has produced a good quota of big game species, but in that line of native industry we are far surpassed by Asia, and by Africa we are left completely out of sight. Really, Africa seems to have been created as an ideal home for big game. Her array of apes, antelopes, carnivores, and thick-skinned beasts compels unbounded admiration. While our game endures, let us make much of it and appreciate it to the utmost. And it is not all of game enjoyment to kill it and cut off its head and let the bulk of the meat go into the discard. The highest type of big game hunting is the finding of fine animals in their haunts, photographing them movably and unmovably, and then bidding them go in peace. To be really and truly ignorant of such distinguished American citizens as the moose and muskox, caribou, sheep, and goat, antelope, deer, and Alaskan brown bear is reprehensible and should be punishable by a fine. Many wild animals are more interesting per capita than some men. To learn and know our best wild animals is like annexing new territory. It increases our mental and moral resources and provides a new channel for the disposition of surplus wealth. Like Cupid's story, they never seem to grow old, and as long as one hoof or horn remains as a growing concern, just that long our interest continues in the wearer thereof. The most interesting side of every wild animal is its mind, what it thinks, and why. First of all, however, we must know the personality of our animal and be able to speak its name promptly as the politician names his voting acquaintances. To call an antelope a deer is to lose a vote. The saving of big game. The characteristic features of America's big game animals are to be treated as natural history. The wasteful slaughter of them is an unnatural history. Ever since the days of Daniel Boone, the American pioneers and exploiters of nature's resources have most diligently been exterminating our bison, elk, deer, moose, antelope, sheep, and goats. For 20 years, we have been toiling to save the American bison from total extinction. Thanks to the efforts of the United States and Canadian governments, the New York Zoological Society, and the American Bison Society, the buffalo now is secure against extinction. Our government now owns and maintains 6 herds, having a total of about 570 head, and the Canadian government owns about 1,600 head. Our chief hope is based on the herd in the Montana National Bison Reserve, now containing 134 head, living in a rich pasture of 29 square miles, capable of supporting 1,000 bison without the purchase of a pound of hay. That herd has risen from 37 head, presented in 1909 by the American Bison Society. The Wichita and Wind Cave National Herds were founded by herds drawn from the New York Zoological Park and presented by the Zoological Society. Excepting for the white-tailed deer and the elk, it is today a grave question whether there will be any big game hunting in the United States 20 years hence. The pronghorned antelope. It is now painfully certain that never more will there be any hunting of the pronghorned antelope in our country. There has been none for several years. But for all that, the remaining bands are everywhere, save in 2 localities, reported as steadily diminishing. Even in Yellowstone Park, the antelope herds are now but little better than stationary. Excepting the goat and muskox, the pronghorn is North America's most exclusively American species of big game. It is so very odd that it occupies a family all alone. It is the only living hollow-horned ruminant that sheds its horns every year. But this nimble-footed rover is not fitted to withstand the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune, A.D. 1916. It has no more staying power than a French poodle, and it wilts and dies literally at the first breath of adversity. It will not breed in captivity, nor does it live long in any kind of confinement. It is subject to an incurable mouth disease called lumpy jaw, and will secretly and joyously carry the unseen germs of it for 6 months, for the purpose of passing quarantine and inoculating an innocent herd in some unsuspecting zoological park. Half a dozen western states have little isolated bands of antelope that they are trying to preserve, but all save 2 are steadily diminishing. In the Montana and Wichita bison ranges, 29 and 14 square miles, efforts are being made to establish herds. Canada is making 2 large prairie preserves under fence, especially for the purpose of saving the antelope from extinction. Taking all these efforts together, there is a fighting chance that the species eventually will be saved from oblivion, but at present the odds are very much against it. As a sport with the rifle, however, legitimate pronghorned antelope hunting is already as extinct as mammoth spearing on glacial ice. Mountain sheep. Over the Rocky Mountain sheep, there is a halo of glamour that is to every big game hunter a veritable cloud by day and pillar of fire by night. Standing out conspicuously apart from all other American hoofed game, the bighorn thrills and challenges the gentleman sportsman as no other big game does at this time. There are fashions even in the hunting of big game. A sportsman will go farther, spend more, and endure more to get a big ram as a trophy of his manhood in the chase than for any other species. Why is it? It is because the old bighorn rams are found where the scenery is grandest and most inspiring. They are the keenest of eye, nose, and ear of all our big game, and hunting them successfully means real mountaineering. In Africa, a lady can kill a big elephant, but in the Rocky Mountains, ladies do not kill bighorn rams with the rings of 8 or 10 years on their horns. There are times when hunting the mountain goat becomes sport for men, but many a goat has been killed by an easy fluke. The old bighorn ram, with horns that are worthwhile, requires real hunting, and many a man has taken the long trail for one and gone back empty-handed. I should be mighty sorry to see sheep hunting become an extinct pastime. For ye gods, it is the acme of sport with big game. Elephant hunting, in India at least, is tame by comparison. Colorado has proved through 26 years of watchful waiting that to any mountain sheep state, sheep can be brought back by protection. 26 years ago, the sheep of that state were reduced to a dangerously small remnant of only a few hundred head. Then the lid was put on, sheep hunting was forbidden, and, strange to say, even the residents of the sheep mountains elected to observe the law, and also to help enforce it. The result is a great triumph in protection, to which the Commonwealth of Colorado points with pride. Today, that state contains a grand total of 7,482 sheep, and today the wild herds come down into the streets of Array to be admired and fed on hay and photographed. And last September, when an urgent official request came to the state game warden for permission to kill 6 of Colorado's mountain sheep for scientific purposes, the proposal was declared impossible without precipitating a riot of the populace. The true bighorn ranges all the way from Pinnacate Peak in northwest Sonora, Old Mexico, northward to about latitude 56 in British Columbia and western Alberta. On the hot, black lava slopes of Pinnacate, fearfully lacking in vegetation, the sheep grow small. The species culminates in southwestern Alberta from the Waterton Lakes to Wilcox Pass. The biggest head ever shot by a gentleman sportsman, so far as I know, had horns with a circumference of 17 3/4 inches. And the lucky hunter was Mr. A.P. Proctor, the wild animal sculptor. In the United States, there are 11 states that still contain wild examples of mountain sheep, but in some cases the total number to a state is painfully small. New Mexico contains only 23 head. Sheep hunting is totally prohibited in all our states save 2, Wyoming and Washington. No, good reader, mountain sheep do not jump off precipices and alight safely on their horns. They never did, and they never will. Their necks are just as breakable as ours are. Mountain goat. In oddity and picturesqueness, the white mountain goat and the moose are rivals, and it is hard to say which species is entitled to the championship. Fortunately for him, the goat is not much sought by white men as food. Its head is not inordinately prized as a trophy, and therefore he will survive on his wild and awesome summits long after the last sheep head has gone to graze some hunter's den, and its flesh has been devoured by the golden eagles. The mountain goat looks a bit like a snowy white pygmy buffalo with small black horns and long shaggy hair. It carries its head low, and its stick-like legs give it a stilted and awkward gait. Its shoulders, neck, and hindquarters are covered with long, coarse hair, and when the animal is seen on a mountain top, the first thought is how very white it is. I have compared a clean goat skin with a snowbank, and the latter had only one small point the advantage. The goat's hair shows just a very faint tinge of pale yellow. Rocky Mountain Goat. The real home of the Rocky Mountain goat is British Columbia, Alberta, and southern Alaska, but detachments are even yet found sparingly in northwestern Montana, Idaho, and Washington. The species should be introduced in the Montana National Bison Range, the Yellowstone Park, and a dozen other places, particularly in Washington and Oregon. It has plenty of stamina, it breeds successfully in captivity, and I believe it can survive and thrive in any mountain region that is sufficiently cold and dry. It cannot endure rain in winter. Everywhere in the United States where this remarkable species still survives, it should at once be given complete protection. In Glacier Park, it is now almost a common occurrence for visitors to see wild mountain goats. I saw two myself near the Sperry Glacier in 1909, and the flocks are undoubtedly more numerous today. Mentally and temperamentally, the mountain goat is a remarkable animal. It seems to have no nerves. Under no circumstances does a goat lose its head until it has been shot. Only a few months ago, December 25th, 1915, two badly rattled white-tailed deer jumped off the Croton Lake Railroad Bridge on the Punton Railroad near New York, a distance down of about 40 feet, and both were killed by the leap. Two mountain goats would not have done that. They would have stood pat to the last second and waited to see what the locomotive really meant to do. Deer and sheep are hysterical animals, and when cornered will leap off ledges to certain death, but the goat never. He stands at bay and calmly waits to see what will happen. That's why Mr. John M. Phillips, State Game Commissioner of Pennsylvania, was able in 1905, at the risk of his life, to obtain at a distance of 8 feet the surpassingly fine photograph shown herewith. Considering it in every way, I think it is the finest wild animal photograph I have ever seen, and surely one of the best that has ever been made. I believe that the mountain goat will be the last of the big game species of the open mountains of North America to be exterminated by man. The sheep, moose, caribou, and muskox will go long in advance of the ubiquitous goat. In protected areas like Glacier Park and the Elk River Game Preserve of southeast British Columbia, the species should endure for a century or perhaps for 2 centuries. Why not? In such protected sanctuaries, they should finally increase to such an extent that the natural overflow will make legitimate goat hunting in the surrounding mountains. I should be sorry to see goat hunting become a lost art, for it is mighty fascinating, provided you stop with 2 goats and can return with a clear conscience. The caribou. Europe and Asia have the reindeer, but North America has a truly grand array of caribou species. In size and geography, they range all the way from the absurd little Peary caribou of Ellesmere Land, which looks like a goat with deer antlers upon it, to the giant of the Cassiar Mountains, known as Osborne's caribou. Roughly speaking, our North American species are divided by their antlers into 2 groups, the woodland and the barren ground. The important species of the latter are the Greenland caribou, the Peary, the barren ground, the Grant, and the Kenai. Of the woodland group, the leading species are the Newfoundland, Canadian, black-faced, and Osbornes. The gravure shown herewith is a very fine presentation of the Canadian woodland species from an oil painting by Carl Runges, now owned by the Duquesne Club, Pittsburgh. Elk. The barren ground caribou exists in the greatest numbers of any mammalian species, great or small, now inhabiting the earth. The immense throngs that have been seen by Warburton Pike, C.J. Jones, and others while on their annual southward migration literally stagger the imagination. Undoubtedly, there are millions of individuals, and they offer a sharp commentary on the ability of nature to multiply her livestock and keep it up to the highest standard without any help from man. It is not a pleasing thought that even in this age of universal slaughter, there is one big game species that still exists in millions. On our own continent, today, the barren ground caribou is protected by distance and the Frost King. But this condition is too bright to last. Ere long, perhaps tomorrow, the Canadians will build a railroad from Fort Churchill and Hudson Bay straight through to the heart of the barren ground caribou range in the Arctic coast, and then the ranks of the caribou will be depleted. The caribou are members of the deer family, but one and all they exhibit many unique features. Their antlers are flat. The females have horns. Their muzzles are large and square-ended. Their feet are very broad and spreading, like snowshoe hooves, and their heads are carried low. The caribou gait is a swift, far-striding trot. In the United States, caribou are found at 2 points only, in Maine and northern Idaho, but we can no longer guarantee the latter. South of the barren grounds of northern Canada, the best localities for caribou are Newfoundland, the Cassiar Mountains, the East Scoot country of British Columbia, the White River country of western Yukon Territory, and the Alaska Peninsula. The Osborne caribou is a grand animal, every way considered. The white Peary caribou of Ellesmere Land is very small. Its head no more deer-like than that of any other caribou, and it looks like a misfit white deer with imitation caribou antlers upon its head. Unlike all other members of the deer family, the female caribou has horns, but they are small and weak. The moose. The moose is an animal as odd and picturesque as if it had come to us straight from Wonderland. Walk between those colossal legs and under that high-holden body. Gaze on those snow-shovel antlers. Consider the amazing overhang of that nose. And then say where an equally amazing combination can be found on this continent. This animal is the colossus of the deer family. If his wits were equal to his bulk, no man with a gun would ever see a live moose save through binoculars, and we never would acquire any antlers save those discarded by the animal. The homeliest members of the deer family are its female moose in calving time, beside which warthogs and hippopotami are sirens and sylphs. A full-grown bull moose in October or November is, as we have already insinuated, a wonder. No mammoth, nor mastodon, nor saber-toothed tiger ever was any more so. I am glad that I have lived in the day of that astounding beast. I never yet really wished to kill a moose, even though I have often been told that I should shoot one for the sake of my reputation as a sportsman. But I never did. I would like to see 100 moose in a week, as I once came near doing, but I do not like the thought of destroying a big bull moose. The moose of the greatest horns and the longest skulls are found in Alaska. The Kenai Peninsula is for them the greatest of all places, and there the grandest antlers have been produced. The bull stands 7 feet high at the shoulders, and no man ever yet has weighed a whole adult animal, so far as is known to this writer. The finest moose picture ever made, by lens or by brush, is the great painting owned by the New York Zoological Society, which was executed by Carl Rungis in 1915. The model that posed for this bull's antlers hangs in the Reed Macmillan collection of the National Heads and Horns, in the next room to mine, and the road for the doubting Thomases is short and easy. No, the moose does not prefer to live in thick timber. Although in Maine and northern Minnesota the timber of the moose is quite thick enough for all practical purposes. The ideal home of the moose is burned over tracts of timber, wherein the brush grows rankly, the obstructing trees are absent, and in running or traveling the moose has only to stride over fallen trunks lying 4 feet high, and always about. The moose is the only land animal now living on this continent that is physically qualified, with a standing of 100%, to travel fast over down timber and get away with it. We must admit that in eastern captivity, the moose cannot thrive anywhere south of Canada. The climate of New York City is like poison to moose, caribou, and antelope. The salt-laden rains of winter at 32 degrees Fahrenheit are to blame. In New Brunswick, though wise laws rigidly enforce, as a rule, the moose are increasing, even though hunted every year. In Maine, moose hunting has been stopped. The Great State Game Preserve in northern Minnesota contains many hundred moose, quite well protected. Strangest of all, there are now hundreds of moose in northwestern Wyoming, where the species long has been absolutely protected, and there are about 700 in Yellowstone Park. The muskox. During our own times, the barren ground muskox has been completely exterminated through the region west of the Mackenzie River, and also eastward from the Mackenzie for about 500 miles. Only 70 years ago, or thereabouts, herds of live muskox were found about 50 miles southeast of Point Barrow. But since that time, the species has been exterminated throughout an area as long as from New York to Chicago. Muskox in the New York Zoological Park. To me, every living muskox is a source of continual wonder. I am staggered by the fact that a warm-blooded animal, quite sheep-like in its general nature and mode of life, and which lives well in New York City, can survive and thrive and breed and be happy on the most northerly land in the world. The fact that whole herds of muskox can find food throughout the awful Arctic night, survive storms of unbelievable violence and duration, and cold that the human mind scarce can comprehend, and voluntarily live under such conditions, seems almost beyond belief. And yet here in New York, wet in winter and hot in summer, we keep muskox comfortable in captivity for 5 years, and they do not suffer from the heat as much as they do the men who take care of them. A part of our success is due to the fact that we keep our muskox dry and never allow cold rains to come upon them. They have not yet bred, and we are at a loss to understand why. A naturalist historian gave to light speaking might be tempted to say that the 2 muskox species were developed and placed in the frozen north for the support of explorers and the promotion of geographic knowledge. For example, without the muskox herds as a base, Peary might have never attained the North Pole. It was he who killed and ate muskox in the most northerly point of land in the world, the northeast corner of Greenland. Whole herds of muskox have been killed and eaten by hungry explorers and the Eskimos and their dogs. The flesh of this animal should taste more like mutton than beef, but the man does not live who could distinguish it from beef of the same age. Evidently, there are conditions under which a muskox bull has a perceptibly musky odor, but I have never been able to detect the slightest trace of it with any of the animals in my personal acquaintance. There are 2 species. The white-fronted muskox has a broad band of soiled white hair across its face, just below the horns, and it inhabits Greenland and all the islands and lands westward thereof, down to the mainland of North America. The barren ground muskox is the one of the barren grounds of northern Canada, and its lowest latitude is 64 degrees, which is at the northwestern corner of Hudson Bay. Like nearly all the large land animals, the muskox is of gregarious habit and maintains itself in herds of small size, usually not exceeding 30 or 40 head. Its sharp, down-dropping horns seem to have been especially designed by nature to puncture the hides of the big white Arctic wolf, which seeks big game at its farthest north. Whenever a muskox herd is attacked by wolves or by dogs, the adult bulls and cows immediately form themselves into a hollow circle, with the calves inside. And thus they stand literally shoulder to shoulder, facing outward with horns at the ready, quite able to repel all attacks save for those with firearms. If a dog or wolf comes near enough to a muskox so that there appears to be a chance to impale it, out rushes the muskox in a swift charge. Usually, the nimble-footed canine escapes unharmed, and as soon as it is beyond reach, the muskox quickly returns to his place in the circle. The definitiveness and precision which the charge is made and the return accomplished shows a high degree of strategic intelligence, and thus is the fittest enabled to survive. The muskox has 2 coats of hair, a sweater and a raincoat. The sweater is of fine and dense fur, practically impervious to cold. The raincoat is a suit of rather long and rather coarse straight hair, which hangs over the body and covers the inner coat, for the purpose of shedding snow and rain. The body color of the animal is a rich chocolate brown, and the legs are dull gray. Naturally, one would expect to see a muskox provided with a broad, spreading hoof, like the snowshoe hoof of the caribou, but this is not the case. The muskox hoof is rather small and compact. Structurally, this remarkable animal is half ox and half sheep, just as its generic name, avibos, implies. It has no visible tail, and its drooping horns strongly resemble those of the Cape buffalo of Africa. For 4 years, the New York Zoological Park has maintained the only herd of muskox ever kept in captivity. It started in 1910 with 6 animals, 3 of which still survive. Game Animals of America. Mountain sheep, monographic number 1 in the Mentor reading course. The mountain sheep, genus Ovis, is a gallant mountaineer. It is a fine, sturdy animal, keen-eyed, bold, active, and strong, and is always found amid scenery that is grand and inspiring. Its favorite pastures in summer are the treeless slopes above the timberline, and even in winter, when the raging storms drive the elk and deer down into the valleys, the mountain sheep descends for only a short distance. The mountain sheep is a bold climber. Its legs are robust and strong, and when pursued, it can dash down steep declivities in safety. It is very easy to recognize any adult mountain sheep by the massive, round, curving horns. No wild animal other than wild sheep have circling horns. The largest specimens of wild sheep are found in Asia. There are 6 species in America. They are scattered from the northern states of Mexico through the Rocky Mountains and almost to the shore of the Arctic zone. The young of the mountain sheep are born in May or June above the timberline, if possible, among the most dangerous and inaccessible crags and precipices that the mother can find. The lamb's most dangerous enemy is the eagle, and often the mother cannot protect her young from this foe. Probably the most familiar of the mountain sheep is the bighorn, or Rocky Mountain sheep, Ovis canadensis. Formerly, this was quite abundant, but so persistently it has been hunted that the species now exists only in small numbers and in widely separated localities. The general color of the bighorn is gray-brown. They are well-fed all the year round. The female has not the long curving horns of the male. Her horns are small, short, erect, and much flattened, in length from 5 to 8 inches. Other species of mountain sheep are the California, or Nelson's mountain sheep, Ovis nelsoni, a smaller animal than the bighorn and of a pale gray salmon color. The Mexican mountain sheep, Ovis mexicanus, found in the state of Chihuahua, Mexico. The white mountain sheep, or doll sheep, Ovis dali, of Alaska, whose hair is pure white when it has not been stained by mud or dirt. The black mountain sheep, Ovis stoni, of northern British Columbia, which is distinguishable by the wide spread of its horns, the dark brown color of its sides, and the white abdomen. And Fannon's mountain sheep, Ovis fanini, a newly discovered species which was found first on the Klondike River, Alaska in 1900. Rocky Mountain Goat, monograph number 2 in the Mentor reading course. The Rocky Mountain goat, or the white goat, Oreamnos montanus, is the only American representation of the many species of wild goat-like animals so numerous throughout the Old World. Its habitat extends from northwestern Montana to the head of Cook Inlet, but it is not found in the interior nor in the Yukon Valley. It is one of the most picturesque and interesting wild animals on the continent of North America. It ranges on the grassy belt of the high mountains just above the timberline. It seems to like particularly the dangerous ice-covered slopes over which only the boldest hunters dare to follow it. On the coast of British Columbia, however, the white goat sometimes descends very near to tidewater. The white goat is odd in appearance. At first glance, it seems to be a slow, clumsy creature. In fact, it is the most expert and daring rock climber of all American hoofed animals. The hooves are small, angular, and very compact, and consist of a combination of rubber pad inside and knife edge outside to hold the goat equally well on snow, ice, or bare rock. It is said that goats will cross walls of rock which neither man, dog, nor mountain sheep would dare attempt to pass. Sometimes they walk along the face of a precipice of apparently smooth rock, yet in doing so they frequently look back and turn around whenever they feel so inclined. The white goat is built something on the order of a small American bison. Its head is carried low and the horns are small and short. Its hair is yellowish white. Next to the skin is a thick coat of fine wool through which grows a long outside thatch of coarse hair. It is an animal of phlegmatic temperament. A story has been told of one goat whose partner had been shot, which deliberately sat down a short distance away and watched the hunter skin and cook a portion of its dead mate. Its flesh is musky and dry and not palatable to white men except when they are exceedingly hungry. Its skin has no commercial value. For these reasons, and also because it is hard to reach, the Rocky Mountain goat is not likely to be exterminated very soon. Elk. Monograph number 3 in the Mentor reading course. The American elk, or wapiti, Cervus canadensis, is as large as a horse, handsomely formed, luxuriantly maned, carries its head proudly, and is crowned by a pair of very imposing antlers. The male elk is at its handsomest in October or November, when his skin is bright and immaculately clean, and his fine antlers have just been renewed. The elk has small and shapely legs. It avoids swamps and low ground, and likes to frequent mountain parks. It is also a forest animal. Formerly, it ranged far out into the western edge of the Great Plains, and it was accustomed in summer to ascend the Rocky Mountains to the very crest of the Continental Divide. Today, however, it is abundant in one locality only, the Yellowstone National Park, and the country immediately surrounding it. Elk are also found in small numbers in Washington, Oregon, Colorado, Montana, Idaho, and on Vancouver Island, British Columbia. However, elk are easily bred in confinement, and many good herds have been established in great private game preserves. In addition to these, there are many small herds in private parks. The elk sheds its antlers each year. The antlers of one of the largest males in the New York Zoological Park dropped on March 21st, 9 hours apart. On April 8th, each budding antler looked like a big brown tomato. 10 days later, the new antlers were about 5 inches long, thick and stumpy. By May 10th, the elk was shedding its hair freely. On June 18th, the antlers were at full length. By August 1st, the short red summer coat of hair was established, and the antlers were still in velvet. The elk then began to rub the velvet of its antlers against the trees. By September 15th, the summer coat of the elk herd had been completely shed. On October 1st, the entire herd was at its best. All antlers were clean and perfect. The hair of the skin was long, full, and rich in color. This is the mating season of the elk, when the bulls are aggressive and dangerous. Elk are often very unsuspicious, and at times so stupid that hunting them is not so exhilarating as a sport as it may seem. Caribou. Monograph number 4 in the Mentor reading course. With the exception of the muskox, the caribou is the most northerly of all hooved animals. This animal not only roams on the vast Arctic waste above the Great Slave Lake, known as the Barren Grounds, but it also ranges over the west coast of Greenland, along the edge of the Great Ice Cap, and perhaps over the entire coast of Greenland. Wherever the naked ridges and valleys yielded food, the caribou may be found. The caribou is a rather odd-looking creature. It is interesting to note that nature has provided it with a body especially made to enable it to brave the terrors of frigid climate. Its legs are thick and strong, and its hooves are expanded and flattened until they form very good snowshoes. Where a moose sinks in, a caribou is able to walk over snowfields and quaking marshes. The skin of the caribou is covered with a thick, closely matted coat of fine hair. Through this grows the coarse hair of the raincoat. This makes a very warm covering. In fact, the warmest of any hoofed animal except the muskox. It is a thick felt mat. The caribou is the American reindeer. It has antlers, long and branching. As a species, they may be grouped under two heads: the woodland caribou, Rangifer turandus caribou, and the barren ground caribou, Rangifer turandus arcticus. Each of these two groups may be subdivided several times. However, it is difficult to distinguish these subspecies. The chief characteristics are minor differences in the antlers, but even here great difficulties are encountered. The antlers are subject to thousands of variations, and as a result, no two pairs ever are found exactly alike. It has been said that if 10 pairs of adult antlers of each of the so-called 9 species were mixed into one heap, it would be almost impossible for even an expert to separate them all correctly into their proper groups. Of the two great groups, the woodland caribou roams through the pine and the spruce forests, and also the prairies of Newfoundland, Nova Scotia, New Brunswick, northern Maine, Quebec, Ontario, and Manitoba. It is a large animal with strength enough to vanquish the strongest man in about 1 minute. Its shoulders are sharp and high, and its head is held low and thrust straight forward. The woodland caribou of Maine has a body color of bluish brown and gray. In October, however, its new coat is of the color known as seal brown. Its antlers are short and have more than 30 points. As a whole, the antlers have the appearance of a treetop. The barren ground caribou is extremely like the average reindeer of Siberia and Lapland. It is a rather small animal with immense antlers. The center of their abundance today is midway between the eastern end of the Great Slave Lake and the southeastern extremity of Great Bear Lake. The natural food of the caribou is moss and lichen. In captivity, very few survive many months without a regular diet of moss. Full-grown woodland caribou consume about 7 pounds of it daily. It is only necessary to watch a caribou walking to see in this animal the true-born traveler. This is one of the most peculiar characteristics of the species. At stated periods in the spring and autumn, they assemble in immense herds and migrate with the compactness and definitiveness of purpose of an army of cavalry on the march. This is most notable in the Canadian Barren Grounds. The herd moves northward in spring and in very early winter moves southward. Several of these monster migrations have been witnessed. Bull moose. Monograph number 5 in the Mentor reading course. Imagine an animal standing between 6 and 7 feet high at the shoulders, its legs 4 feet long, its neck and body covered with a heavy thatch of coarse, purplish-gray hair, and its huge head crowned with massive antlers spreading from 5 to 6 feet in width. That is the moose, Alces americanus. It is the largest animal of the deer family. The only way to appreciate a moose is to see an adult animal alive and full of strength, striding through the forests of Canada or Alaska. The word moose is a North American Indian name which is said to mean cropper or trimmer, from the animal's habits of feeding on the branches of trees. The moose can be recognized by its broad, square-ended, overhanging nose, its high hump on the shoulders, its long, coarse, smoky gray hair, and the antlers of the male, which are enormously flattened and expanded. Moose are found in northern Maine and some other parts of the northern states, Canada, and Alaska. It is hard to kill a moose. Most of those killed are shot from ambush. In the autumn months, the moose hunter may sometimes make a horn of birch bark and, concealing himself behind a pond at nightfall, may, by imitating the call of a cow moose, attract a bull within shooting distance. The moose calf is born in May, and is at first a grotesque-looking creature with long, loose, jointed legs and an abnormally short body. By the time the calf is a year old, it has taken on the colors of adult life. Unlike most members of the deer family, the moose does not graze. It eats the bark, twigs, and leaves of certain trees, and also moss and lichen. It is strictly a forest animal and is never found on open, treeless plains. Being very fond of still water, it frequents small lakes and ponds. One of the largest bull moose on record was 7 feet high at the shoulders and had a girth of 8 feet. The largest pair of antlers recorded had a spread at the widest point of 78 inches. The weight of the antlers and the dry skull together was 93 pounds. The bull moose has under the throat a long strip of skin called a bell. In the adult male animal, this bell is sometimes a foot in length. The female moose has no antlers, and out of every 1,000 females, only one has a bell. In captivity, the moose is docile and affectionate. They have even been trained to drive in harness. But owing to the peculiar nature of their digestive organs, they cannot live long upon ordinary grass or hay. Green grass is fatal to them. During the deep snows of winter, moose herd together in sheltered spots in the forest. They move about in a small area and by treading down the snow form what is called a moose yard. The Alaskan moose has been described as a new species, Elsis gigas. It is said to be giant in size. Ideas of this animal are greatly exaggerated, although it is true that its antlers are really immense. American Bison, monograph number 6 in the Mentor reading course. The American bison or buffalo, Bison americanus, because of its great size and imposing appearance, is the most celebrated of all American hoofed animals. It has been practically exterminated, but now that it is given adequate protection, the buffalo, which breeds rapidly in captivity, has been saved from total disappearance. The buffalo was first seen by white men in Anahuac, the Aztec capital of Mexico, in 1521, when Cortez and his men paid their first visit to the menagerie of King Montezuma. It was first seen in its wild state by a shipwrecked Spanish sailor in southern Texas in 1530. Once the buffalo roamed over fully 1/3 of the entire continent of North America. Not only did it inhabit the plains of the West, but also the hilly forests of the Appalachian region, the northern plains of Mexico, the Rocky Mountains, and even the bleak and barren plains of western Canada. The center of abundance, however, was the Great Plains lying between the Rocky Mountains and the Mississippi Valley. In May 1871, Colonel R.I. Dodge drove for 25 miles along the Arkansas River through an unbroken herd of buffalo. According to Dr. Hornaday's calculation, he actually saw nearly 500,000 head. This was the great southern herd on its annual spring migration northward. Altogether, it must have contained about 3.5 million animals. In those days, mighty hosts of buffalo frequently stopped or even derailed railway trains and obstructed the progress of boats on the Missouri and Yellowstone rivers. When the Union Pacific Railway was completed in 1869, the buffalo were divided into a northern herd and a southern herd. By 1875, the southern herd had been practically annihilated. 5 years later, the completion of the Northern Pacific Railway led to a grand attack upon the northern herd. 3 years later, this was almost entirely wiped out. The future of the buffalo depends on the national herds and ranges, of which the United States has 6 game preserves. In zoological parks, this animal becomes sluggish and rapidly deteriorates from the vigorous standard of the wild stock. The largest buffalo ever measured by a naturalist is the old bull, which was shot by Dr. Hornaday on December 6, 1886 in Montana, and which now stands as the most prominent figure in the mounted group in the United States National Museum. This is the animal whose picture adorns the $10 bill of the United States currency. The height of this buffalo at the shoulders was 5 feet 8 inches, and its length of head and body to the root of the tail was 10 feet 2 inches. Its estimated weight was 2,100 pounds. The buffalo begins to shed its faded and weather-beaten winter coat of hair in March. For the next 3 months, he is a forlorn-looking creature. By October, however, the new coat is well along, and in November and December, the animal is at its best. Buffalo calves are born in May and June. At first, they are a brick red color, but this coat is usually shed in October. The flesh of the buffalo very closely resembles domestic beef. In fact, it is impossible to distinguish the difference. End of section 14.
Chapter 15 of The Mentor 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Mentor 2 by Various. Chapter 15. The Mentor, Volume 1, Number 40. Angels in Art by John C. Van Dyke, Professor of the History of Art, Rutgers College. "Paint an angel!" exclaimed Courbet, the realist, to a pupil who one day asked him how it should be done. "When did you ever see an angel?" The abashed pupil had to admit that he had never had the good fortune to see one. "Very well, then. You had better paint the portrait of your grandfather, whom you see every day." The advice to keep his head out of the clouds while his feet were on the earth may have been needed by the pupil, but nevertheless angels have been painted time out of mind, and even such pronounced realists as Courbet and Manet have painted them. And they saw them, too. That is, they saw the pretty-faced models they turned into angels by adding enlarged pigeon wings to their shoulder blades. But they were not very spiritual angels. Realism rather scorns things spiritual. And besides, religious feeling and sentiment in art passed out several centuries before the coming of the modern realists. The early men, the Fra Angelicos, the Benozzos, the Filipinos of the 15th century, believed in the biblical scenes they painted, and sometimes stated their belief in letters of gold at the bottom of their pictures. They saw things with the eye of faith, saw Madonnas, saints, and angels in visions, and painted them, as the evangelists wrote by the aid of inspiration. Perhaps it was their belief, their intense feeling, that gave the fine religious sentiment to work of these early men. Yet they did not invent or discover the angel in art. It had a more material and commonplace origin than in medieval belief and religious fervor. Winged figures in ancient art. There were winged figures in Egyptian, Chaldean, and Assyrian art, deities of the air, goddesses of the cloud and the heavens. The Hittite and the Persian produced the winged sphinx, and the Greek the winged victory that flew above the advancing host and pointed the way to glory. This winged victory of the Greeks probably suggested the Christian angel, though the immediate forerunner of the angel was found in the Cupid and Psyche of Roman art. The Christians, following the Romans, took over in their art much of the material of the old Roman world. They had to do this, for Christianity was without form in art, and the early Christians decried it as idolatrous. But later on there came a demand for telling the Bible stories in form and color, that people might see what they could not read. Then Christianity, answering the demand, took up Roman forms and gave them Christian significance. They took the cupids of Roman art and turned them into cherubs, and out of the winged victories and psyches they made ministering angels. The pagan form was soon forgotten in the Christian spirit, and the angels of the Gothic and early Renaissance periods developed a new meaning, a new soul. What beautiful sentiment, what profound feeling the early painters put into the angel of the Annunciation. What a world of pathos and sadness they gave the angel seated by the tomb of Christ. What gladness and joy to the angels of the Nativity standing near the Madonna or singing the Gloria in Excelsis in the upper sky. According to tradition, the angels know neither gladness nor sadness, neither wrath nor pity. They are heavenly messengers obeying the mandates of the Most High, without emotion or feeling of any kind. But the old masters of Italy did not so regard them. They gave them human characteristics, made them emotional and sympathetic, painted them in robes of blue, of red, of gold, of white, and gave them faces and forms that were human. it is true, but as near divine as earthly thought could render them. Cherubim and Seraphim. The red-robed angels, they were painted red of face as well as of robe, were the Seraphim, the angels of love and nearest to God. Often with the early painters only their heads were shown, with wings crossed in front of them, sometimes with 4, 6, or 8 wings. The blue-robed angels were the cherubim, the angels of knowledge, and they too were shown in their heads only, with many crossed wings. They appeared in groups and halos surrounding the presence of the Father, the Son, or the Virgin. The cherubs, or putti of later Italian art, so frequently seen with the Madonna and Child, are the artistic descendants of the seraphim and cherubim. They are seen in the large aureoles of light that surround the Madonna, for instance, in Raphael's Sistine Madonna, and Titian's Assumption of the Virgin. They recede into the background or come forward in clouds, as the countless hosts of heaven. Frequently the cherubs are given enlarged childlike or feminine forms with individual features, elongated wings, variegated colors. They are then shown hovering or standing or seated near the Madonna, and are usually playing on musical instruments, making music for the glory of the Madonna and the Child. They are seen in the pictures of Bellini and Carpaccio near the foot of the throne. With Melozzo da Forlì they soar in the air. With Duccio and Cimabue they stand about the throne, dressed in rich robes, singing, playing, or worshipping. Music and color were associated in the minds of the early Italians, as though both were manifestations of sentiment in art. Especially was this true at Venice, the one great color spot in Italian art. Ministering and guardian angels. The angels that sang the Gloria in Excelsis, or knelt near at hand at the birth of Christ, were usually larger than the putti, girlish in form and very beautiful in face. They were dressed sometimes in colors, as with Correggio, sometimes in gold brocades of gorgeous pattern, as with the Vivarini, sometimes in white and blue, as with Piero della Francesca. Again, they frequently had jeweled crowns or embossed halos or peacock-eyed wings. It was the idea of the old masters to make them decoratively beautiful, as well as representative of purity and truth. And they carried out this idea still further in the faces, which were always of the most lovely types they could find or imagine. To us today, these angel faces are perhaps the most attractive feature of this early church art of Italy. The same kind of angels, but clothed usually in white, appeared to the shepherds, attended the Holy Family in their flight into Egypt, stood by the river bank at the baptism of Christ, were with him in the wilderness, in the garden, at the crucifixion, watched by the tomb, and rolled away the stone from the door. Others of the angelic host appeared at times to warn Abraham, to present a message to Saint Joachim, to guide Saint Peter out of his prison. They were all ministering spirits, but without specific names. The 7 archangels. On the other hand, certain deeds to be done were given to certain angels who had definite names. These were the 7 archangels. It was Michael, captain of the hosts of heaven, that overcame the demon and drove him into the bottomless pit. It was Jophiel, with the flaming sword, that drove Adam and Eve out of paradise. It was Zadkiel that stayed the hand of Abraham, and Humuel that wrestled with Jacob. These were all archangels who appeared with their various symbols in Christian art. Uriel, guardian of the sun, is seen less frequently than the others, but Raphael, the chief guardian angel, is often seen in company with Tobit, and occasionally in the pictures of the Last Judgment with Michael, blowing the dread blast of the great resurrection. But the angel Gabriel appears in art oftener than all the other angels put together. This is because he was the angel of the Annunciation and foretold the coming of Christ. He is seen 1,000 times in Italian art, lilies in hand, kneeling and repeating the message to the Madonna. The theme was the most popular of all, and 1,000 different types of beauty were created to impersonate Gabriel. Many of them are still existent, and some of them are the most lovely creations of the old masters. Angel ideals of the old masters. Of course, the ideal of angelic beauty varied with each painter. Each chose for a model the fairest type he could find, and each differed from his fellow. Perhaps the most popular types of angels in the early Renaissance were painted by Melozzo da Forlì. A notable group of them was painted in a cupola of the Church of the Apostles in Rome. They were the angels of Ascension and surrounded the rising figure of Christ. The fresco afterward became so damaged that it was taken down, and some of the angels were transferred to the sacristy of St. Peter's, where they are now to be seen. Our reproduction shows a detail of one of them, one with a fair face, abundant hair, a halo about the head made up of golden cubes of mosaic, and large expanded wings. The figure is seen slightly foreshortened, and this, with the spread wings that seem really large enough to support an angel, gives the impression of flight, or at least a hovering movement. The wings are upraised and seem to frame the beautiful head and its halo. This upward swing of the wings is counterbalanced by the downward sweep of the drapery from the waistline. Between the upward and the downward curves is a swirling cross line made up by the shoulder, the arm, and the violin bow. All this is shrewdly worked out and gives force and movement to the figure. The whole composition has nobility and loftiness about it, and is not a mere sweet-faced affair of the Carlo Dolci kind. Types of Benozzo and Leonardo da Vinci. The angels of Benozzo Gozzoli are of similar characters. They have not a particle of sweetness about them, and would never be called pretty, but what fine sentiment and decided individuality they have. They are part of a famous fresco in the Riccardi Palace at Florence, one of the finest and best preserved frescoes in all Italy. The little chapel where they are had its walls entirely covered by Benozzo with a fresco representing the adoration of the kings. The gorgeous procession of the kings and their attendants, made up of portraits of the Medici and their friends, with Lorenzo the Magnificent riding as one of the kings, covers 3 walls of the chapel. The splendid cavalcade winds along and finally comes up the 4th wall, where once was shown the Madonna and Child with Joseph. This group of the Holy Family had disappeared, but the band of worshipping angels is on the side wall, still intact. The angels are kneeling and standing amid flowers which one does not see at first, because of the bright colors and the golden halos. What beautiful faces, naive forms, and praying hands are here. There is sincerity in art, and true enough sentiment into the bargain. One will travel far before seeing its better. A historic and even a sentimental interest attaches to Leonardo da Vinci's Little Angel in the Baptism of Christ by Andrea Verrocchio. Vasari recites the story of how Verrocchio, when ill perhaps, told his pupil, the young Leonardo, to finish this picture by painting in the second angel, and that Leonardo did it so well that it was superior to the other parts of the picture. Perceiving this, Andrea resolved never again to take pencil in hand, since Leonardo, though still young, had acquitted himself better in the art than he had done. This is a pretty story, which has been pooh-poohed and denied by recent criticism, but without reason. The angel with the profile was certainly done by a different hand than the angel with the full face. It is different from any other part of the picture, and there is every reason to believe it done by Leonardo, as Vasari states. The charm of the angel, the type, the graceful contours, the light and shade, all foreshadow the later work of Leonardo. What a lovely creation, not only in face and feature, but in serenity and fine feeling. The charming angels of Perugino. Perugino was in that same studio of Verrocchio, a fellow pupil with Leonardo, but his angels are much weaker conceptions than Leonardo's. They are contemplative, full of wistful tenderness, lost in reverie, but they lack somewhat in mental grip. They make up for this, however, by a charming sentiment. The Saint Michael, reproduced herewith, shows it. He is hardly the ideal captain general of the heavenly host, able to wield the sword in the front ranks, but on the contrary is a slight boyish figure, full of fancy and lost in daydreams. Perugino's Saint Michael. In this picture, he stands aloof from the figures about him, and with his head inclined to one side, seems to be listening to the song of the angels in the upper air. The brown eyes are full of earnestness, but the round face and slight mouth have no set purpose, other than to suggest sentiment and symmetry. A very pretty type, no doubt, but not a strong one. A man of power like Michelangelo could have very little sympathy with it. Indeed, he sneered at the pretty face and called Perugino a dolt and blockhead in art. That was more than Perugino could bear, and in a rage he brought Michelangelo before the Council of Eight on a charge of slander, but it only resulted in a laugh at Perugino's expense. His action was perhaps foolish, but his pictures are not to be laughed at. They are excellent in color, and the pretty face that Michelangelo scorned became the early model for Perugino's great pupil, Raphael. The Angels of Fra Angelico. In sweetness of type and depth of feeling, the angels of Fra Angelico are more profound than Perugino's. Besides, they seem to have more sincerity about them. The monk painter in his cell saw visions of heavenly things, and as he saw, so he recorded it in art. All his faces seemed filled with divine tenderness. He painted only one face, one type. His pictures show men with beards, and monks in cowls, and angels in flowing robes with bright wings, but there is always the same face, the same sentiment. His trumpet-blowing angels, of which there are countless copies in existence, are epitomes of this conception and sentiment. They have great purity and beauty. Fra Angelico was a man of pure thought to start with, and everything he touched reflected his purity. Types of Filippino and Botticelli. Filippino and Botticelli came later than Fra Angelico, and the Florence of their day had begun to draw away from medieval traditions in art in favor of more learned technical accomplishment. Yet one can hardly see any warning of sentiment in the work of these men. In fact, the sentiment of Filippino is often perilously near to sentimentality. So intense and earnest is the feeling of the man. His Madonna is always on the brink of tears, and his angels are in perfect sympathy with the Madonna. Botticelli is more of an intellectual force, but he too is saturated with sentiment to a point of morbidity. His Madonnas have sad eyes, mouths that droop at the corners, hollow cheeks, and long flowing hair. They bend before the angel of the Annunciation like broken flowers, or agonize at the crucifixion like lost souls. Their sentiment is intense, nor does it vary much when Botticelli dealt with classic subjects. His Venus in her seashell, his Pallas, his Spring, all have some of the same morbidity, mingled with mystery, melancholy, tenderness, that we see in his angels surrounding the Madonna. This personal quality of the painter is very attractive, and has perhaps done more to make Botticelli popular than his fine qualities as a draftsman and a painter. Pre-Raphaelite angels. When the pre-Raphaelite movement started in England over half a century ago with Rossetti, Holman Hunt, and Millet as painters, and Ruskin for a prophet, it could think of no one better as a model to follow than Botticelli. The Botticelli look is quite apparent in the sad, rather unhealthy faces of Rossetti. This Rossetti influence was handed on to his pupil, Burne-Jones. None of the pre-Raphaelite ardor was abated or its sentiment lessened with Burne-Jones. Indeed, he improved upon his master both technically and sentimentally. He was a much better draftsman and colorist than Rossetti, and presented the pre-Raphaelite idea with greater force and effect. The Angels of Burne-Jones. The Burne-Jones type had rounder, more inquiring eyes, thinner cheeks, a sadder mouth, a more willowy figure. It appears often in long flowing hair with swirling drapery and dramatic action. At other times one sees it as a romantic type consumed by a fever of passionate sentiment. The Annunciation shown herewith is not a very good illustration of this. The Madonna has a dull stare in her eyes, as though she was something of an invalid, and even the angel has a semi-malarious look. But the melancholy, the sadness, the morbidity, so apparent in Botticelli, are also apparent here. The picture is a fine example of the painter's decorative sense. It has been put together with much skill. Notice the architecture, the passageway at back, the bas-reliefs, the repeated lines of the draperies in both the Madonna and the angel. One could almost wish it in stained glass. So beautifully would it fill an upright window. Every painter of Botticelli's rank in Italy had a score or less of followers, and among them all there was never any dearth of sentimental Madonnas and pathetic angels. Florence held no monopoly of the subject. Angels of Bellini and Carpaccio. At Venice in the early days were Bellini and Carpaccio, who produced famous Madonnas and most lovable angels. They are different angels from those of Botticelli. In fact, they are little more than handsome children naively making music for the Madonna and Child. Their unconscious quality is captivating. How very childlike in their pure faces, their golden hair, their round legs and fat little hands. The models were perhaps the painter's own children. Why not? Was not the Madonna 9 times out of 10 the painter's own wife? And how better could he depict the winged messengers of the sky than by painting them with the forms of those he loved here below? It is only a step across the world from heaven to earth. And is not love the band that unites them? 1. Melozzo da Forlì. Today we think of Italy as one united country. For that reason, it is difficult for many of us to realize the Italy of Melozzo da Forli's time. Then there was no union, practically no Italy. The country was rent by the strivings of many tiny principalities, each jealous of the other, each trying to outdo the other, each quick to seize an opportunity to work its neighbor harm. Every one of the petty princes was seeking to beautify his capital city, to have his court outshine those of his rivals. If he desired to be known as a patron of art and letters, poets, architects, and philosophers were invited to associate themselves with him. Artists, like the scholars, had to rely on the favor of such princes for their living. In later years, the introduction of oil painting made easy the sending of a panel or a canvas as the gift of one lord to another. But before that time, instead of sending the painter's work, it would have been necessary to send the painter, for most of the work was done in another way. In fresco painting, the artist was obliged to work directly on the wall, on which the picture was to be seen when finished. Often he himself applied the wet plaster, and after smoothing it, laid on the color. He had to work rapidly, for when the plaster had dried, every addition or correction showed. But before becoming sufficiently generous to give away their artist's work, most of the nobles first employed their artists to decorate their own chapels or palaces for them. It was under the patronage of one of the cardinals, a nephew of Pope Pius IV, that Melozzo da Forlì painted his angels. Pius IV did not wish to be behind his neighbors in the encouragement of the fine arts. He wanted Rome to be the finest city in the world, and set about making it so. Those who wished to please him were not slow to follow his leading. The angels reproduced in the Mentor are but a portion of the entire fresco, which showed the Ascension of Christ, and formally decorated the dome of the Church of the Apostles at Rome. These fragments escaped destruction when the church was reconstructed in 1711. They are now in the sacristy of St. Peter's. Almost nothing is known of the life of Melozzo. We should not have known when he was born if his epitaph had not recorded his age. His name indicates that he came from Forlì, a small town not far from Ravenna. His fame rests almost entirely on these fragments, but so well were they done that they gave this man high rank among the artists of Italy. 2. Benozzo Gozzoli. Like many another painter, Benozzo Gozzoli owed much to his master. Fra Angelico painted beautiful angels, and his pupil seems to have learned some of his skill, for the group of adoring angels in the Riccardi Palace is one of the loveliest to be seen in all Italy. Early in his life, Benozzo was apprenticed to Ghiberti, the sculptor of the doors of the baptistry at Florence. So splendid are they that by the Italians they are called the doors of paradise. He began under a good man, but he could not have remained in that studio long, for at the age of 27 we find Fra Angelico taking him with him to Rome as assistant in his work for the Pope. 2 years later, Benozzo started out for himself. He worked in several of the smaller Tuscan towns until in 1459 the death of several of the older artists of Florence opened up the way for his return to his native city. He was not obliged to wait long, for the Medici soon called upon him for what proved to be his masterpiece. The palace of the Medici had in it a small private chapel. To Benozzo they gave the task of decorating its walls. The subject chosen was the Adoration of the Magi. We have 3 letters written by Benozzo to Piero de' Medici when he was engaged upon this work. They show that he was using every effort to do his best. "I have no other thought in my heart," he writes, "but how best to perfect my work and satisfy your wishes." The work was well done. Perhaps it is why everyone who today visits Florence feels that he must see this tiny chapel before he leaves. One steps from the busy Florentine street through massive portals into a courtyard. From the present we step back into the past. Climbing a stair, we reach the dim chapel, which is but little changed from the way it was left by Benozzo. It is as much a monument of his skill as it is of the munificence of the Medici. Benozzo's success with this work ensured his prosperity. He married and settled in Florence. 10 years later he moved to Pisa, where he spent 16 years painting a series of frescoes in the Campo Santo. And in that lovely, quiet place he lies buried today, near the frescoes upon which he labored so faithfully. 3. Sir Edward Burne-Jones. The mother of Sir Edward Burne-Jones died when he was born. The lot of a lad without a mother is bound to be a hard one, especially if he has no brothers or sisters. His father would permit him to read only 2 or 3 books, but one of them was Aesop's Fables, and this was the boy's favorite because it had prints in it. The child used to spend much time before the shop windows looking at the volumes he may not read. he was never very strong physically. This course seems to have driven the boy to living in the realms of the imagination, a training for the painter of nymphs and fairies he was to become later. Not until he was 23, it is said, did Burne-Jones see a good picture. When he went up to Oxford, he formed a friendship with William Morris, a youth almost as shy as himself. They read Ruskin's Modern Painters together, and told each other their dreams. At London, during one of the vacations, he came into touch with Dante Gabriel Rossetti, and on advice of this artist, he gave up his studies at Oxford to devote himself exclusively to the study of art. However frail Burne-Jones may have been physically, there could have been no lack of mental courage in a man who could take such a bold step as this. His struggle was a long and a hard one, but he was never without the help and encouragement of warm friends, Ruskin among them. He traveled to Italy. On his second trip he went with Ruskin, but with the possible exception of Botticelli, the Italian masters had little direct influence upon his work. He seems to have caught their spirit of doing things, of doing them as well as he was able, with deep sincerity of feeling. He was one of the leading spirits of the Pre-Raphaelites, a band of young men who hoped to regenerate art by putting into their work the simplicity and sincerity that had actuated the artists before Raphael's time. He married in 1860 and settled on the outskirts of London. A gradually increasing host of friends began to make their way to his modest home. Burne-Jones felt that wherever else he might be at fault, in spirit he was right. So he did not reach for the fame that makes less wise men seek shortcuts, but worked steadily and carefully. His reputation increased, honors came to him, and before he died he knew that his work was being appreciated. In 1894, 4 years before his death, a baronetcy was conferred upon him by Queen Victoria, and to those who knew the man and his work, this was felt to be not higher than was deserved. 4. Giovanni Bellini. The Bellini family was a very artistic one. Not only Giovanni, but his brother Gentile, as well, became a famous artist, and their father was a painter of note. Not to be outdone by the other members of the family, their only sister Andrea married Mantegna, the great Paduan master. Under such circumstances, it is unlikely that the boy Giovanni had to overcome any parental opposition to his becoming an artist. Art must have been a part of the daily life of the entire family. At first he doubtless studied under his father's direction, but his early work shows that he was much influenced by his brother-in-law as well. Although the two brothers, Giovanni and Gentile, worked independently, they both won distinction and were highly esteemed by the Venetians. They were commissioned to paint a series of large canvases for the ducal palace, but these works have since been destroyed by 2 fires, which greatly damaged that wonderful building, the first in 1479 and the second in 1577. Although no longer a young man when the invention of oil painting was first brought to Venice, instead of adhering to the old traditions, he set about mastering the new medium. And he succeeded, too. Pupils came to him to be taught the new practice, among them Titian and Giorgione. His studio was the very dwelling place of the genius of painting, and from his workshop went out many of the men to whom Venetian painting owes its fame. Painters from far and near came to visit him. Among them was Albrecht Dürer, the German master, whom Bellini received very cordially. "He is very old," wrote Dürer, "but still the best in painting." There was a waiting list of nobles who wanted him to paint their portraits. Fine in color and accurate in drawing to the last, he seems not to have degenerated. He must have been a man of great force and talent. He lived to be 90 years old, he was laid to rest beside his brother in San Giovanni e Paolo, the Westminster Abbey of Venice. 5. Vittore Carpaccio. Venice the Magnificent is never very far removed from the pictures of Vittore Carpaccio. It doesn't matter whether he is painting the story of St. Ursula at Colleen or a scene from Holy Writ. Colleen is given a very Venetian look, and the Madonna or the saints are in Venetian costumes and brocades. This oriental love for splendor in dress has led some writers to believe that Carpaccio must have accompanied his master Gentile Bellini to Constantinople. When the Sultan desired that Venice send one of their foremost artists to paint his portrait, the commission was given to Gentile Bellini. He may have taken Carpaccio with him. The portrait Bellini painted exists today in the Layard collection, recently bequeathed to the National Gallery, London. Although Carpaccio painted many religious pictures, he succeeded best when there was some story to be told. He gave to his pictures the charming simplicity that is the first essential of a good storyteller. Nor was he without a sense of humor. In one of his pictures, telling the story of the life of St. Jerome, he shows the lion walking up to Jerome and holding out his paw in order that the troublesome thorn be removed, while the terrified brothers of the saint are seen flying in all directions. One of the Venetian nobles gave Carpaccio a commission to paint the portrait of a poet connected with his household. At least one of these rhymesters was to be found in the train of most of the nobles in those times. The poet was so elated that he burst forth into verse, giving Carpaccio directions to paint him with a wreath of laurel. Carpaccio painted the portrait, but possibly at a hint from the nobleman he substituted for the crown of laurel one of grape leaves. The poet retaliated by reviling Carpaccio in a lampoon full of abuse. We do not know exactly when Carpaccio was born, though it is generally believed to have been in 1450 in Istria, nor just when he died. Only at Venice can an adequate conception of his work be formed. He seems never to have journeyed far from that island city. Carpaccio's love for splendor found plenty of employment among the beauty-loving Venetians. Venice was beyond the reach of papal dictation, and religion came to be considered by them more as an opportunity for display than as a rule of conduct. Its tragic phases were not at all popular. The crucifixion was not often painted, but the presentation in the temple and the feast in the house of Simon, with their display of fine costumes, were painted again and again. When Ruskin first went to Venice, Carpaccio's work was not at all appreciated, but thanks to his lead in admiring its charming qualities, today Carpaccio is loved by many. 6. Perugino. Perugino was born in 1446 in a little town not far from Perugia. His parents were respectable people, and when he was 9 years old, they sent him to Perugia to be educated under one of the artists of that city. His family name was Vannucci, but like many other Italian artists, he was called after the city from which he came. He grew up in Perugia, but by the time he had reached early manhood, we find him in Florence, studying the frescoes. According to Vasari, he became a pupil of Verrocchio, and in Verrocchio's studio worked side by side with Leonardo da Vinci. It was about this time that the change from tempera to oil painting took place in Italy. Perugino and Leonardo were among the first of the artists who thoroughly mastered the new medium. Perugino's careful work did much to increase his fame. Before he had reached the age of 40, he was invited by the Pope to come to Rome. He painted several subjects for the Sistine Chapel, and his work was given a prominent place in that place. But when a later pope wished to make room for Michelangelo's Last Judgment, Perugino's frescoes were ruthlessly destroyed, and the space they had occupied was filled with Michelangelo's huge composition. Judging from his quiet, pensive Madonnas and his melancholy saints, it might be thought that Perugino was of a saintly character too, but the records of Florence show that after his return from Rome he and a companion got into difficulties with the authorities. They were captured when lying in wait for someone, against whom they had a grudge. Perugino escaped with a fine of 10 florins, after pleading that he had intended that the fellow should have no more than a good drubbing, but his companion, who harbored graver designs, was exiled. Perugino's work arose steadily in public esteem. Commissions came rapidly, and he was able to choose among them. A number of the younger men came to him to be taught his method. Among them was the young Raphael, who worked with him for several years. Raphael's early work much resembles Perugino's. Perugino married a beautiful girl, many years his junior. He never tired of dressing her in rich costumes. But as he grew older, he also grew miserly. When he died, he left a comfortable estate for her and her 3 sons. He was carried off by the plague when working in one of the towns not far from Florence at the age of 78 years. End of section 15.
Chapter 16 of The Mentor 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jim Nienaber. The Mentor 2 by Various. Chapter 16. The Mentor, Number 29, Volume 1. Great American Inventors by H. Addington Bruce. Anyone who reads the history of the United States must be impressed with the supremely important part played by the inventor in the evolution of the nation. The explorer and pioneer, the statesman, diplomat, and soldier, all these have contributed, and contributed notably, to the upbuilding of the mighty republic of today. But it is beyond dispute that in the long run their efforts would have counted for comparatively little had it not been for the genius of those who have bent their energies to the devising of means for the development of the country's marvelously rich resources, and have still further added to the national wealth by the creation of unsuspected channels for the profitable employment of human enterprise and labor. It was in the humble workshops of men like Whitney, Fitch, and Fulton that, almost as soon as the independence of the United States had been won by the sword, the foundations were laid for its rise to the standing of a world power. Every invention these men made meant a gain in the nation's strength, and a wider opening of the door of opportunity to all native-born Americans and to the constantly increasing host of newcomers from abroad. The American inventors have not simply astonished mankind, they have enhanced the prestige, power, and prosperity of their country. Take, for example, the results that have flowed from a single invention, that of the Whitney cotton gin. When the young Yankee schoolmaster and law student Eli Whitney was graduated from Yale and settled in Georgia in 1792, the production of cotton in the southern states was insignificant. At that time, indeed, cotton was grown by the Southerners chiefly for decorative effect in gardens because of its handsome flowers. Its cultivation for commercial purposes was virtually out of the question, owing to the fact that no means were available for economically separating the lint from the seed. This had to be done by hand, and since it took 10 hours for a quick worker to separate 1 pound of lint from its 3 pounds of seed, no adequate returns could be had. What was needed, as his Southern friends pointed out to Whitney, was the invention of some apparatus for performing the work of separation cleanly and quickly. The problem was one that appealed to him with peculiar force. Even as a boy in Massachusetts, he had been fond of tinkering with mechanical appliances. At the early age of 12, he had made a violin of fairly good tone. A year later, he was making excellent knives, and before he was 15, he was recognized as the best mechanic in his native town of Westboro. It was therefore with real enthusiasm that he set up a workshop in the basement of his Georgia home, and varied his law studies by experimenting in the manufacture of a cotton gin. Within a few months he had successfully completed his self-imposed task by the creation of a machine equipped with hundreds of tiny metal fingers, each of which did more work in quicker time than the human hand could possibly do. That same year, 1793, fully 5 million pounds of cotton were harvested in the United States, the product of a planting stimulated solely by the faith in the Whitney gin. By the year of Whitney's death, 1825, cotton was indisputably king in the commercial life of the nation, the value of the cotton exports for that year being more than $36 million, as against a valuation of barely $30 million for all other American exports. The eventual abolition of slavery served only to accentuate the stupendous importance of the cotton gin. Under free labor, the production of cotton has steadily risen until nowadays it annually runs into the billions of pounds, with a valuation of many hundreds of millions of dollars, and affords employment to not only an enormous army of cultivators, but to a still greater army of workers in factory, office, and store. Even of much greater importance have been the results of the labors of another illustrious American inventor, Robert Fulton. Born in Lancaster County, Pennsylvania, in November 1765, Fulton, by reasoning of the astonishing number and variety of his inventions, may well be called the Edison of his time. Robert Fulton. Similar to all truly great inventors, he was a man of broad vision and keen imagination. What he was most interested in was not immediate consequences, but ultimate effects, and in working on the complicated mechanical problems with which his mind was incessantly occupied, he kept steadily in view their significance to society as a whole. Thus, one of his most ingenious creations, the famous Fulton torpedo, crude forerunner of the deadly submarine missiles of today, was inspired by an ardent desire to produce something that would make war so terrible as to impel mankind to a universal peace. And similarly, it was with an eye to increasing the welfare and happiness of society that he went to work on the invention with which his name will always be linked, the steamboat. He was not the first to whom the idea had occurred of applying the steam engine to purposes of water transportation. Already the Pennsylvanian William Henry, the Connecticut mechanic John Fitch, the New Jersey inventor John Stevens, and the Scotsman William Symington had demonstrated more or less successfully the possibility of using steam as a mode of power on the water. But it was left to Fulton to establish definitely the value of the steamboat as a medium for passenger and freight traffic. This he did with his historic Clermont, built at New York in 1807, partly with funds provided by Chancellor Livingston, and partly by loans from reluctant and skeptical friends. The general impression was that Fulton had undertaken a hopeless and visionary task. As I had occasion, he himself has related, daily to pass to and from the shipyard while my boat was in progress, I often loitered unknown near idle groups of strangers, gathering in little circles, and heard various inquiries as to the object of this new vehicle. The language was uniformly that of scorn, sneer, or ridicule. A loud laugh often rose at my expense, the dry jest, the wise calculation of losses and expenditures, the dull but endless repetition of Fulton's folly. As everybody knows, the Clermont did not sink or otherwise come to grief when she started up the Hudson, August 11, 1807, for her maiden voyage to Albany. On the contrary, she made the journey, against the wind, at an average rate of nearly 5 miles an hour, and, with the wind again ahead, returned to New York at about the same speed. Compared with the steaming powers of the modern ocean leviathan, this was a sorry enough showing, but with the continued success of the Clermont and her sister boats, the Raritan and the Car of Neptune, which together constituted the world's first regular line of steamboats, it was sufficient to prove for all time that man had made another superb advance in the mastery of the forces of nature. Very different, but also of great value, was the service rendered by Elias Howe, of sewing machine fame. There are two stories as to the genesis of this wonderful labor-saving device. One is that it was suggested to Howe by the chance remark of a visitor to the Boston machine shop in which he was employed. The other, and more romantic story, is that the idea of a machine for sewing garments originated from a desire on Howe's part to lighten the labor of his wife, who, when he was ill and out of work, was obliged to take in sewing and toil far into the night. Whichever version is correct, it is certain that in 1843, Howe was then only 24 years old, he set to work in the garret of his father's home in Cambridge, and about a year later gave to the world a sewing machine that embodied the principal features of the most up-to-date models of the present day. For long, however, the world was reluctant to accept this splendid invention. The tailors of Boston, to whom he first offered it, refused to adopt it on the ground that it would ruin their business, and later in New York there were anti-sewing machine demonstrations, fomented by labor leaders who failed to realize that in the end, labor-saving devices of any real merit were always certain to increase, not decrease, the demand and opportunities for the working man and working woman. In the case of the sewing machine, the truth of this has long since been demonstrated. Not only has it become a familiar household adjunct, freeing millions of women from the slavery of the needle, and thus most effectively answering the piteous plea of Hood's Song of the Shirt, but it has also brought about a marvelous expansion of the clothing industry. It has, in fact, created an entirely new and most important branch of that industry, the ready-made clothing business, giving employment to hundreds of thousands of people and providing well-patterned and well-finished garments at prices undreamed of in other days. Surely Howe, no less than Fulton and Whitney, deserves to be regarded as a benefactor of humanity. So, too, with Samuel F. B. Morse and Alexander Graham Bell, the one the father of the electric telegraph, the other the inventor of the telephone. If anybody had told Samuel Morse in 1811, when as a youth of 20 he sailed from New York to Liverpool to study painting under Benjamin West, that he would be known to posterity as an inventor rather than an artist, he would have laughed the prophecy to scorn. But, as has happened to other gifted men, circumstances conspired to turn and fix the thoughts of this brilliant son of New England on problems unconnected with the routine of his daily life, yet appealing to him with such force as to change the whole course of his career. The first telegraph instrument. With Morse, the turning point was reached in 1827, when, some years after his return from England, he attended a course of lectures in New York on the subject of electromagnetism. What he then heard fired his imagination and led him, during a second visit abroad, to study more closely the nature of electricity. He especially became interested in the possibility of utilizing this great natural force as a medium for long-distance communication, and, when homeward bound in the autumn of 1832, applied himself to this one problem to such good purpose that before landing in New York he was able to show to his fellow passengers plans of the instrument that was to immortalize his name. It was not until 5 years afterward, however, that Morse made the first working demonstration of his invention, which by most people was regarded as a scientific toy rather than a creation of the highest practical utility. And a scientific toy it remained until, after a heartbreaking struggle to secure the necessary financial aid, Morse persuaded Congress in 1843 to appropriate $30,000 for the construction of a telegraph line between Washington and Baltimore. The first message to be flashed over this line, May 1, 1844, was the news of the nomination of Henry Clay for the presidency, and, with the sending of that message, one of the greatest inventions in the history of mankind definitely gained recognition as an accomplished fact. Alexander Graham Bell, experimenting in the same field of long-distance communication by the aid of electricity, was more fortunate in securing early acknowledgment of the merits of his telephone, a public demonstration of which was given at the Centennial Exhibition in 1876. Connected with this invention, a most interesting story is told. Bell, it is said, was experimenting with a device for multiplex telegraphy when the accidental snapping of a wire sent a sound vibrating through another wire, which had attached to it at each end a thin sheet iron disc a few inches in circumference. At once Bell asked himself if the sound could be repeated. Experiment showed that it could, and the query then suggested itself to him. Could vocal sounds be thus transmitted? Forthwith he set himself to the task that resulted, after many failures, in the creation of the telephone. But even in the case of this marvelous instrument, it was for a long time impossible to obtain the necessary financial support. When, in 1877, Bell took the telephone to England, he could find no purchaser for half the European rights at $10,000, and in this country a personal friend declined to advance $2,500 for a half interest. Today, so it is stated, there are in use in the United States alone approximately 7.5 million telephones. Edison, the master inventor. Never has there been an American inventor who has contributed more abundantly than Thomas Alva Edison to the Republic's industrial expansion, nor one who has achieved greatness under a heavier handicap of early disadvantages. Born 1847 of a poor family in an obscure Ohio canal village, Edison began his career at the age of 12 in the occupation of a railway newsboy. It was as a telegrapher, which he became at 18, that his inventive genius first displayed itself. One after another, various devices for improving telegraphic service flowed from his fertile mind, until, after his astonishing success in inventing a duplex and quadruplex telegraph, he was able to command the support of a group of New York capitalists in carrying through a long series of experiments that finally resulted in the invention of the now familiar Edison electric light. Had it been for only this one invention, Edison's name would be gratefully remembered for all time. But to strengthen his claims on the gratitude of his countrymen and of posterity, there has since come from his New Jersey laboratory a succession of inventions, to name only a few: the phonograph, the kinetoscope, the mimeograph, the storage battery, and the talking movie pictures, which have meant new openings for capital, new opportunities for labor, and an incalculable enlargement of the resources of the human race. Whitney, Fulton, Howe, Morse, Bell, Edison. Clearly, it is only simple historic justice to rate these great inventors with the great statesmen, warriors, and pioneers who in days gone by have won undying fame as makers of the American Republic. Eli Whitney, 1. A machine said to have paid off the debts of the South, greatly increased its capital, and trebled the value of its land, was the invention of Eli Whitney. This machine was the cotton gin, and, like many another inventor, Whitney was regarded with ingratitude. He added hundreds of millions to the wealth of our country, and in return had to endure humiliation and vexation of body and spirit. Eli Whitney was born at Westborough, Massachusetts, on December 8, 1765. He early showed great mechanical ability, and by the time he was 23 years old, had earned enough money to enable him to enter Yale. After graduating, he went to Savannah, Georgia, with the hope of becoming a teacher there. He was disappointed in this, but made the acquaintance of Mrs. Nathaniel Greene, widow of the Revolutionary general, and paid a visit to her plantation. When he was there, some men who were also visiting Mrs. Greene happened one day to lament the fact that there was no machine for cleaning the staple cotton of its seeds. This work had to be done by hand, and was very slow. Separating 1 pound of the clean staple from the seed was a day's work for a Negro woman. Suddenly Mrs. Greene turned to them. "Gentlemen," she said, "apply to my friend here, Mr. Whitney. He can make anything." And she showed them several contrivances the young Northerner had made. Whitney modestly said that he did not know how successful he would be, but that he would try. In a few weeks he produced a model, consisting of a wooden cylinder encircled by rows of slender spikes, set half an inch apart, which extended between the bars of a grid set so closely together that the seeds could not pass, but the lint was pulled through by the revolving spikes. A revolving brush cleaned the spikes, and the seed fell into another compartment. This machine could clean 50 pounds of cotton a day, as compared with 1 pound a day cleaned by hand. Whitney formed a partnership with Phineas Miller, who later married Mrs. Green, and they built a factory at New Haven to make cotton gins. This place was burned to the ground in March 1795, and the partners were plunged into debt. Several infringements of their patent then appeared to discourage them still more, and it was not until 1807 that Whitney's rights were established. In the meanwhile, however, the inventor became disgusted with the struggle and began manufacturing firearms for the government. This proved profitable, and he greatly improved the methods of making arms. But from the cotton gin he received little revenue. His last years were the happiest. In 1817 he married Henrietta Edwards, the youngest daughter of Judge Pierpont Edwards of Connecticut. They had 4 children, a son and 3 daughters. Whitney died in New Haven on January 8, 1825. Robert Fulton, 2. Robert Fulton was not the inventor of the steamboat. He was, however, the first man to apply the power of the steam engine to the propulsion of boats in a practical and effective manner. Born of poor parents at Little Britain, now Fulton, Lancaster County, Pennsylvania, in 1765, he received only the scantiest education, but early showed promise of becoming an excellent artist. At the age of 17 he took up painting seriously, and supported himself thus in Philadelphia until he was 21. Then he bought a farm in Washington County, but soon after was strongly advised to go to England for the purpose of studying art under the American Benjamin West. There he met Earl Stanhope, Duke of Bridgewater, who interested him in engineering. In 1794 he took out an English patent for superseding canal locks by inclined planes. He also invented about this time a new method for sawing marble, a machine for spinning flax, and another for making ropes. Soon after this he went to Paris and built a submarine, the Nautilus. This boat was tried in Brest Harbor in 1801 before a commission appointed by Napoleon Bonaparte, and Fulton succeeded in blowing up a small vessel anchored there for that purpose. 2 years later, at Paris, he was also successful in propelling a boat by steam power. Fulton returned to America and, in partnership with Robert Livingston, constructed the first American steamboat, the Clermont. This was launched in the spring of 1807, and its success caused a great sensation. The principle of propelling boats by steam was now proved. The Clermont was soon established as a regular passenger boat between New York and Albany. Fulton built the Demologos, or Fulton I, for the United States government during the years 1814 and 1815. This was the first steam battleship ever constructed. In February 1815, the inventor caught cold from exposure and rapidly became worse. On February 24th, he died, mourned by everyone who had known the man and his achievements. Elias Howe, 3. It is a remarkable fact that some of the greatest and most useful inventions have been bitterly opposed by the very persons whom they were designed to help. The bowmen of olden time resented the introduction of guns. The stagecoach lines tried in every way to block the building of railways. And Elias Howe, the inventor of one of the greatest labor-saving devices in the world, the sewing machine, was ridiculed, discouraged, and denounced as an enemy of poor sewing women, the ones whose toil he was seeking to lighten. They imagined that with the introduction of the sewing machine, their occupation would be taken away. Elias Howe was born at Spencer, Massachusetts, on July 9, 1819, one of a family of 8 children. His father was a farmer and miller, and Elias' early years were spent in the mill. At the same time he managed to pick up a smattering of education. He went to Lowell, Massachusetts, in 1835 to work in a cotton mill. 2 years later he obtained a place in a Cambridge machine shop, in which his cousin, Nathaniel P. Banks, afterward governor of Massachusetts, was also employed. Howe married at the age of 21 and moved to Boston. It was there that the first germs of his great idea became implanted in his brain. To increase the family income, his wife did sewing at night. As Howe watched her slowly and laboriously stitching a seam, his inventive mind sought and sought for some way to decrease her toil. He had a natural bent for mechanics, and it was not long before he had constructed the first crude sewing machine. This was in October 1844, but although he now had his idea, he lacked money to prove its value. However, a man named Fisher in Cambridge liked his invention and agreed to board Howe and his family, and to advance $500 in return for a half interest in the patent. By the middle of next May, Howe had constructed a machine which did sewing that promised to outlast the cloth. But the invention was opposed everywhere in America. Finally, in 1846, Howe's brother Amasa went to England and managed to sell the English rights in the machine for $1,250 to a William Thomas. This man also gave Elias Howe a place in his factory at $15 a week, but he treated the inventor shamefully, and Howe threw up the situation. He sent his family back to America ahead of him, and then returned himself. He landed in New York with less than $1 in his pocket, and was met with the news that his wife was dying of consumption at Cambridge. He managed to borrow some money, and reached her side just before she passed away. These were Howe's darkest days. Imitations of his machine were infringing on his patent, and he had to begin several suits to establish his rights. He and another man now began to manufacture sewing machines in a small way. It was during this time that the sewing machine riots took place. But soon the real value of the invention was seen, and all opposition ceased. Brighter times began for the inventor. He won his patent suits, and by 1863 his royalties were estimated at $4,000 a day. At the Paris Exposition of 1867 he was awarded a gold medal and the ribbon of the Legion of Honor. His last years were happy ones. He died on October 3, 1867. Samuel F. B. Morse, 4. The story has been told that the first words that ever came over a telegraph instrument were, "What hath God wrought?" and that they were spelled out by Samuel F. B. Morse, the inventor of the telegraphic code. This was supposed to have taken place in 1844 in Baltimore, and to have proclaimed the fact that Morse's dream of telegraphy had become a reality. We are now told on good authority that this was not the first message to be sent by telegraph, nor was Morse the sender of the words. Instead, it was sent by one of the committee who were debating upon the proposal of Morse, the inventor, to string a telegraph line from Baltimore to Washington. Morse, who wanted to end the discussion and at the same time demonstrate his invention, strung a wire from the committee room to the top of the Capitol. One of the committee who was opposed to President Tyler wrote, "Tyler deserves to be hanged." This was received by the man at the other end, exactly as it was composed. Samuel Finley Breese Morse was born at Charlestown, Massachusetts, on April 27, 1791. He was the son of the Reverend Jedediah Morse and the great-grandson of Samuel Finley, the second president of the College of New Jersey at Princeton. Morse entered Yale at the age of 14, which was not considered extremely young in those days. It was there that he first began the study of electricity, but his tastes led him more strongly toward art than toward science, and in 1811 the young graduate became the pupil of Washington Allston and went with him to England. Here he remained 4 years, distinguishing himself with his brush and making many friends. During the next few years the young artist traveled about New England, painting portraits for the sum of $15 apiece. Later he increased his price to $60 a portrait, doing an average of 4 a week. By the money thus earned, he was enabled to marry Miss Lucretia P. Walker on October 6, 1818. In 1825, Morse was one of the founders of the National Academy of Design, and was its first president, from 1826 until 1845. He made a second visit to Europe in 1829, and traveled about the continent for 3 years before returning to New York. During all this time, however, while he was working at his art, Morse's mind had also been occupied with another interest. That was electromagnetism, and the possibility of communication between far distant places by means of it. It was on board the ship Sully, in which he was returning to America, that he said, "If the presence of electricity can be made visible in any part of the circuit, I see no reason why intelligence may not be transmitted by electricity." And in a few days he had finished some rough plans of an apparatus to do this. But it was a 12 years' struggle against poverty and discouragement before he could get any apparatus that would work. Finally, however, he was successful in this, and after taking out a patent, applied to Congress for the money to experiment with a telegraph over a circuit of sufficient length to test its possibility and value. After long delay, he was at last granted this in 1843. A line was built from Baltimore to Washington, and on May 24, 1844, Miss Ellsworth, daughter of the Commissioner of Patents, sent the first message from the chamber of the Supreme Court in Washington to Baltimore. 3 years later, Morse was compelled to defend his invention in the courts and successfully proved his claim to be called the inventor of the electromagnetic recording telegraph. He married for the second time in 1848. In 1871, a bronze statue of Morse was erected in Central Park, New York City, and the following year, on April 2nd, the great inventor died, simple, dignified, and kindly to the end. Alexander Graham Bell. 5. One hot afternoon in June, about 40 years ago, a young man was standing in a grimy workshop by the side of a crude little machine composed of a clock spring reed, a magnet, and a wire. He was bending over this queer machine, listening intently. Suddenly he bent nearer, a startled look of excitement upon his face. From the clock spring had come a faint, almost inaudible sound. The young man straightened up and ran into an adjoining room where another man stood near a second instrument, similar to the first. "Snap that reed again!" he cried excitedly. The assistant obeyed him, and again came that faint twang from the spring in the front room. The telephone was born. And the man who accomplished this wonder was a poor young professor of elocution in Boston, Alexander Graham Bell. He was not an American by birth. He was born in Edinburgh, Scotland, on March 1st, 1847. His father was Alexander Melville Bell, the inventor of a system by which the deaf can read speech by observing the motion of the lips. The Bell family moved to Canada in 1870, and Alexander, the younger, took up teaching the deaf and dumb in Boston. He became instructor of phonetics, or the science of articulate sound, in Monroe's School of Oratory. He was a hard worker, but poor. One time when he had rheumatism, his employer had to pay his hospital expenses. It was about this time that Bell began experimenting with the transmission of sound by electricity. For a number of years other people had been trying to do this. Sir Charles Wheatstone in England had discovered that wires charged with electricity often carried noises in a curious way. In 1869, Rice, a German professor, constructed an instrument that sent a series of clicks along an electric wire to an electromagnetic receiver at the other end, and others were turning their attention to this interesting phase of telegraphy. But it was Alexander Graham Bell who first succeeded in grasping the correct idea. A few months after the incident described above, on a day in January 1876, he called some of his pupils into a room and showed them an instrument that transmitted singing from the cellar of the building to where they were on the 4th floor. People were at first slow to appreciate the importance of this great invention, but gradually they came to see its value, and today there are over 7 million telephones in use in the United States alone. Money and honors have poured in upon the inventor, who still lives to enjoy his triumph. His income is said to be more than $1 million a year. In 1880, the French government awarded him the Volta Prize of $10,000, and 2 years later he received from the same country the ribbon of the Legion of Honor. Thomas Alva Edison. 6. The scene: the Boston office of a great telegraph company. The time: a half-century ago. enter a tall young man wearing a slouchy, broad-brimmed hat and a wet duster clinging to his legs, who marches into the superintendent's office and says, "Here I am." The superintendent gazes at him. "Who are you?" he finally asks. "Tom Edison." "And who on earth might Tom Edison be?" The young man explains that he has been ordered to report for duty at the Boston office. He's told to sit down and wait. A little while later, a New York sender, who was one of the most rapid in the telegraph business at the time, calls up. All the operators are busy. "Let that new fellow try 'em," says the chief. Edison sits down, and for 4½ hours takes the speedy messages. The faster the instrument clicks, the faster he writes the words. At the end, New York calls, "Hello." "Hello yourself," Edison flashes back. "Who the dickens are you?" asks the New York operator. "Tom Edison." "You're the first man in the country that could ever take me at my fastest," clicks out New York, "and the only one who could ever sit at the other end of my wire for more than 2.5 hours. I'm proud to know you." This little story of Thomas Alva Edison shows that even as a young man he exhibited unusual ability. He was born on February 11th, 1847, at Milan, Erie County, Ohio. His family moved to Port Huron, Michigan, when the boy was 7, and when he was only 12 years old, Edison became a trained newsboy on the railway to Detroit. It was during this time that he rigged up apparatus in the baggage car and experimented with chemistry and telegraphy. He was but 15 when he became a telegraph operator, but his studies and experiments interfered so much with his duties that he was discharged many times. He worked in a number of cities of the United States and Canada. At the age of 21, he had built an automatic repeater by which a telegraphic message could be transferred from one wire to another without the aid of an operator. By means of this, messages could be sent directly to a much greater distance than formerly. Edison finally went to Boston, as related herein, and thence to New York in 1869. There he invented an improved printing telegraph for stock quotations, the ticker. For this he received $40,000. Then he built a laboratory at Newark, New Jersey, but 4 years later moved to Menlo Park, and later to West Orange, New Jersey. All the time he continued his experiments and inventions. He lives now at Orange, and is as hard a worker as he was when he was a young man. Among Edison's more important inventions are his system of multiplex telegraphy, the carbon telephone transmitter, the phonograph, the incandescent lamp and light system, the kinetoscope, and the talking moving picture. In all, he has had 700 patents granted to him. In 1878, Edison was made Chevalier and afterward Commander of the Legion of Honor by the French government. End of chapter 16.
Chapter 17 of The Mentor 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Josh Kibbey. The Mentor 2 by Various. Guynemer, The Winged Sword of France by Howard W. Cook. The Skyman Supreme by Commandant Brocard of the Stork Squadron. For more than 2 years all of us have seen him cleaving the heavens above our heads, the heavens lighted up by shining sun or darkened by lowering tempests, bearing upon his poor wings a part of our dreams, of our faith and success, of all that our hearts held of confidence and hope. Guynemer was a powerful idea in a frail body, and I lived near him with the secret sorrow of knowing that some day the idea would slay the container. Poor boy! All the children of France, who wrote to him daily, to whom he was the marvelous ideal, vibrated with all his emotions, lived through his joys and suffered his dangers. He will remain to them the living model hero, greatest in all history. They love him as they have learned to love the purest glories of our country. Guynemer was great enough to have done that which he did without seeking recompense, save in the silent consciousness of having done his full duty. Guynemer, the Winged Sword of France. His Ancestry and Childhood. 1. Not only modern but ancient French records glorify the name of Guynemer. In the time of Roland and Charlemagne there was a Guynemer that performed noble deeds. An 11th century history of the Crusades extols the name of a Guynemer of Boulogne. The Treaty of Guérande, which terminated in 1365 a war of succession in Brittany, bore the signature of Geoffrey Guynemer among 30 knightly signers. In 1464, the old and honourable name was first spelled with a Y by Yvon Guynemer, a man of arms in the service of his country. Bernard Guynemer, great-grandfather of Georges, was an instructor in jurisprudence in Paris during the Revolution, and was later made president of the Tribunal of Mayence. A son, Auguste, who lived to be 93, left to posterity a remarkable collection of memoirs of the Revolution, the Empire, and the Restoration. One of his brothers, an officer in Napoleon's army, was killed at the siege of Vilna in 1812. Another, a naval officer, died of wounds received at Trafalgar. A fourth brother named Achille became the grandfather of Georges, and it was his exploits among all the tales of his forebears that the youthful grandson loved best to read about. One venturous anecdote of the child Achille became part of family history, and in its revelation of mature purpose and utter poise under confounding circumstances recalls instances of the boyhood of the future ace of aces. When the small Achille arrived one morning at his school in Paris, he found it closed. The mistress, he was told, had been taken away, summoned before the Revolutionary Tribunal. When he inquired where this tribunal was, he was laughingly informed, and straightway he set out to find it. When the 8-year-old appeared in the courtroom alone, he was received by assembly and judges with amazement, then with raillery, but, in no wise disconcerted, he continued up the imposing aisle to the place where the mighty Robespierre sat. Humorously, Robespierre met his request that his teacher be allowed to return to her classes, by remarking that the child's need of her could not be great, as doubtless she had taught him little in the past. In his desire to refute the injustice, the boy begged permission to recite his lessons for the day. When he had finished, Robespierre impulsively took him in his arms and embraced him. Then he gave into his charge the schoolmistress, and permitted them both to depart. 7 years later, Achille Guynemer was a volunteer in the army that invaded Spain. In 1812 he was taken prisoner. Later he escaped, and in 1813, at the age of 21, he was decorated with the Cross of the Legion of Honor. His grandson, who strongly resembled his early portraits, received the same honor when he was a few months younger. Of the 4 sons of the president of the Tribunal of Mayence, only one, Achille, had descendants. The son of the latter was Paul Guynemer, a French army officer and military historian, and his only son was Georges, the young chieftain of the sky. Even as a very little boy, Georges carried his head with pride and set his ambitions high. Adored by his mother and sisters, he was a constant object of solicitude because of ill health. When he was of school age, he received instruction from the governess of his sisters. Very young he showed evidences of those qualities of honor, truth, and bravery that earned him in later years all the honors France could bestow. Very young he fell under the spell of Joan of Arc, she who was wounded in Compiègne, the home of his boyhood, and he clamored for stories of her and of others of his country's warriors. An indifferent pupil in the grammar school of Compiègne, he was placed in Stanislas Military College, his father's alma mater. A group photograph of the students represents Georges as a boy of 12, pale, thin, with dark, willful eyes lighted by smoldering fires of dream and ambition. As a student he was quick and intelligent, but he was mischievous and headstrong under discipline. In play he preferred warlike games, and invariably chose parts that gave him opportunities to attack, which he did with agility and vigor, often to the discomfiture of older opponents. One of his teachers wrote a sketch of his schoolboyhood that betrays many outstanding traits of the Guynemer of the future. In playground battles he had no desire to command. He liked above all to fight, and to fight alone. He attacked the strongest, without consideration for any advantage they might have of weight, height, or numbers. Even as a boy he excelled by adroitness, suppleness of maneuver, and will to win. His youth and apprenticeship. 2. Though hampered by illness and enforced vacations, Guynemer graduated from Stanislas College in his 15th year with honors. In the autumn he re-entered the school for a further course of study. His leisure hours were passed installing miniature telephones and experimenting with paper airplane models. His ability for invention and mechanics was marked. All the sciences held interest for him, but he had special liking for chemistry and mathematics. He was fond of reading, but his choice of books fell solely on those that dealt with war, chivalry, and adventure. One of young Guynemer's intimates was Jean Krebs, whose father was a pioneer in the development of aerostatics and aviation. He was then director of the great Panhard automobile works, and on Sundays the two youths spent hours studying motor parts. With their fellow students at the college, they were often taken to visit technical establishments after school. Georges was always to be found beside the one that explained the operations of the machinery. When they were permitted to attend automobile and airplane exhibitions, his delight was boundless. Keen, excited, agitated, he passed from one exhibit to another, commenting, interrogating, and incidentally filling his pockets with catalogues and pamphlets about the different makes of cars and planes. While still at school, he fashioned a small airplane, which he launched with glee over the heads of his companions. At that time, 1910, the eyes of Europe were on the sky. Blériot had crossed the Channel. Paulhan had soared to a record height of over 4,000 feet. It was the ambition of all French youth to fly. With Guynemer, the desire was an obsession. From the aerodrome near Compiègne, he secretly made his first flight, crouched behind an obliging pilot, cramped and uncomfortable but ecstatically happy. So determined was he to follow the profession of the air that pleasures of world travel, enjoyed for months in the fond companionship of his mother and sisters, served in no way to distract him from his purpose. "What career shall you adopt?" his father inquired when they returned. And Georges answered, as if it were the most natural thing in the world, "I shall be an aviator." His parent protested that aviation was not a career, but a sport. The boy was obstinate. He confessed that his life was already dedicated to this passion, that on the morning he had first seen a birdman fly above the College of Stanislas, he had been possessed by a sensation he could not explain. "I felt an emotion so deep it seemed sacred," he told his father. "I knew then that I must ask you to let me become an aviator." Refused admission to the École Polytechnique because the professors believed him too frail to finish the courses, he was taken with his family to Biarritz on the coast of France, and there rumors came to them of the war in the month of July 1914. War was declared August 2nd. The following day Georges presented himself for medical examination at Bayonne, was rejected, and when he tried still other times, was rejected again. Finally, his persistence, his devotion to France, his resolve to serve her in the way he felt he could be of the most value, won him the reward of acceptance in the training school at Pau. In January 1915, Guynemer received his first lessons as a student aviator after having studied 2 months as a mechanic. On February 1st, according to his own narrative, his apprenticeship as a pilot took on aerial character. "I drove a taxi, and then, the following week, I mounted an airplane, going in straight lines, turning and gliding, and on March 10th I made 2 flights lasting 20 minutes in daylight. At last I had found my wings. I passed the examination the next day." Once, Guynemer barely escaped being scratched from the list of military aviators at the School of Avord because the head pilot complained that he was imprudent in making flights that were too difficult for one of his experience, and because he persisted in flying when the weather was unfavorable. When he had flown for 6 months, he was sent one day on a photographing mission. The enemy discovered him. A rain of shells fell on his plane. Keeping on amid the deluge, Guynemer made not a single turn to escape the attacks. For an hour, he went straight toward his objective until his observer gave the signal to return. Even then the pilot continued to drive on toward the guns that were trying to beat him down, and, handing his personal photographic apparatus to his companion, asked him to take some pictures of the mortar attacking the airplane. From that day on, no one in the squadron doubted the future of this youth, this eagle of the birdmen, this young Frenchman with the face of a woman and the heart of a lion. Pioneer Airman in France. 3. Fernand Forest, a countryman of Guynemer's, invented, 30 years ago, an explosion motor whose operations formed the basis of many subsequent experiments in petrol engines. And it was a Frenchman, Clement Ader, who was the first to fly with the motor-driven flying machine. For a time, Ader experimented under the patronage of the French Ministry of War, but he was eventually deprived of governmental sanction and assistance because he was deemed visionary and his inventions impractical. However, the machine in which he made several flights in the year 1897, the Avion, was later one of the treasured exhibits in the first aeronautical salon, and was later placed beside the airplanes of Wilbur Wright, de Lagrange, and Blériot, as convincing proof that to France belonged the honor of making the first flying machine. It is related that when Ader first found himself leaving the ground for a test flight, he was so taken by surprise that he nearly lost his senses. Charles C. Turner, author of Marvels of Aviation, narrates the early adventures of Alberto Santos Dumont, the rich young Brazilian who arrived in Paris in 1898 for the purpose of having a navigable balloon made there. Already the name Zeppelin had received passing notice in French and English newspapers, but most people refused to believe reports of his inventions, and those of Santos Dumont, concluding that they were both mad. Santos Dumont, the man who initiated the modern airship movement in France and made the first officially observed airplane flight in Europe, flew around the Eiffel Tower and over the roofs and treetops of startled Paris in his small spherical balloons, propelled by gasoline motor, and in 1902 made flights over the Mediterranean. In Paris, he built the first airship station ever constructed. In 1903, his maneuvers above the French Army Review of July 14th led to negotiations with the French Minister of War, to whom the young Brazilian made the offer to put his aerial fleet at the disposition of France in case of hostilities with any country except the two Americas. He explained, "It is in France that I have met with all my encouragement. In France and with French material I made all my experiments. I accepted the two Americas because I am an American." Santos Dumont, who had astounded the world by the success of his airship experiments, was also the pioneer aviator in France, when he became convinced of the practicality of the heavier-than-air machine. When Delagrange, Blériot, and the Wright brothers leapt into fame, Santos Dumont continued quietly to study and contrive, and in 1909 he brought out the Demoiselle, a small airplane on whose design he claimed no patent rights, offering it to the world as a gift of his invention. Between the years 1907 and 1910, many unknown inventors and mechanics won renown through their aerial accomplishments. Outbursts of fervor greeted every fresh success in air endeavor. On wings, the patriotism of France soared to heights of exaltation. Lethargy gave way to enthusiasm. Voisin, Blériot, Delagrange, Latham, Paul Hahn, Védrine became national heroes. If a popular aviator flew a winning race, crowds attended his steps and surrounded his hotel. If one was injured, a sympathetic assembly gathered outside the hospital where he lay, and extras were issued by the daily journals as to his condition. Annual airplane meets and exhibitions had the patronage of the French government. Experts were constantly occupied in making mechanical improvements in the motor, steering gear, and wings of the wondrous new machines that had intrigued the imagination, the very soul of awakened France. Though France owes a debt to American inventors, always generously acknowledged, French aviators quickly attained supremacy on the continent. When the war came, the country was already dotted with aerodromes and airplane factories, and hundreds of trained aviators and mechanicians were ready to take the air for their beloved France. The Flying Storks. 4. At the time of Guynemer's death, he was commander of the Flying Storks, a squadron of high-record fighting aviators whose feats have for over 3 years been the sensation of the Allied front. The original membership comprised 10 pilots, some of whom had already attained national renown. Approximately 50 warriors that have carried its emblem down the highways of the air have been killed, wounded, or reported missing. 3 squadron chiefs, Captain Auger, Lieutenant Peretti, and Captain Guynemer, have fallen in aerial battles. 3 other chiefs have been gravely wounded, Commandant Brocard, Captain Hurteau, and Lieutenant Duallin. The prowess of the Storks may be gauged by the statement that 14 members of this famous escadrille, only one of 10 score flying organizations attached to the French army, brought down 1/3 of all the German planes destroyed before January 1918, or 200 in less than 3 years. This is the official count. Many more enemy planes met defeat from their guns, but without the required number of official witnesses. Les Cicognes, the Storks, were organized in April 1915 by Commandant Brocard, now retired from active fighting. The first machine adopted by the Corps was the Nieuport 3, on whose side was painted a stork with spread wings. In 1917, Spad models supplanted the Nieuports in the service of the Storks. The official records of a dozen aces of the squadron are given. Captain Guynemer, 53 enemy planes downed. Lieutenant René Dormé, 24. Captain Alfred Hurteau, 21. Lieutenant Duallin, 19. Captain Armand Pinsard, 16. Lieutenant Jean Capoue, 15. Lieutenant Tarascon, 11. Lieutenant Mathieu de la Tour, 11. Captain Albert Auger, 7. Lieutenant Gonde, 6. Lieutenant Borzecki, 5. Adjutant Harrison, 5. Captain Hurteau, chief of the Corps from December 1916 until he was wounded in September of the following year, rivaled the marksmanship of Guynemer when he downed a hostile plane with a single bullet. Hurteau, in the words of an appreciative chronicler of the Storks, used to amuse himself in the midst of battle by politely bowing and waving ironic greetings to his encircling enemies. This open contempt for them increased their hatred, he explained, and tempted them to shake their fists at him in reply, thus often exposing them in their blind fury to his superior adroitness in maneuvering and attack. A grave young pilot, named René Dormé, became so skillful in handling his machine that the superb Guynemer regarded his ability as greater than that of any of his fellows. Dormé was also a remarkable shot. In 4 months he was victor over 26 enemy planes, 15 of which were officially witnessed as they fell. The end of René Dormé is veiled in mystery. Following a fierce combat high in the clouds, on May 25, 1917, he pursued his opponents above German territory. Later, observation balloons reported that a French airplane had come to Earth across the enemy lines and had been consumed by fire, which indicated to their practiced vision that the pilot had been able to set his plane ablaze before it was seized by German captors. Though the enemy subsequently announced Dormé's death, the report, for certain suspicious reasons, has been given little credence. Second only to the crushing loss of Guynemer, France's idol, has his passing been mourned by fellow aviators and by the nation. As a discriminating observer of the Storks has stated, while both were lads of excessive modesty, Guynemer's air tactics were far more spectacular than those of Dormé. Guynemer was perhaps the better marksman of the two, but Dormé, he conceded, was the better pilot. Dormé's dodging maneuvers were celebrated throughout France. It was on the day of Dormé's disappearance that Guynemer achieved the magic quadruple, besides defeating 2 more planes that fell far within the German lines. Guynemer the Avenger, Guynemer the miraculous knight of the air. Less than 4 months later, he fell as Dormé fell, on hated enemy soil. And, in turn, his death was avenged by the famous French ace, René Fonck of Escadrille Nieuport 103, who within 2 weeks slew the Hun airman that had brought to earth the winged sword of France. He was our friend and our master, our pride and our protection. His loss is the most cruel of all those, so numerous, alas, that have emblazoned our ranks. Nevertheless, our courage has not been beaten down with him. Our victorious revenge will be hard and inexorable. These are the words of Lieutenant Raymond, Guynemer's successor as Commandant of the Flying Storks. Hunting in the Air by Captain Georges Guynemer. Translated from the French. 5. The public as a rule has a false idea of hunting and the hunters. They very easily imagine that we are way up there at our ease, directing events, and that the nearer we are to heaven, the more we are invested with divine power. I cannot express in words the enervation that I feel sometimes while listening to the inept remarks addressed to me in the form of compliments, and which I am compelled to accept with a smile, which is almost a bite. I want to shout out to the speaker, "But, my poor fellow, you ought not to speak about this subject, for you know nothing whatever about it. You do not understand the first word of it all, and you can hardly believe how little your eulogies please me under the circumstances." But if I answered in this way, no one would think of honoring my sincerity or my desire to spread sane ideas. Rather, all would declare that I was a rude fellow, pretentious, and a swaggerer, or something worse. This is the reason that I listen, remain dumb, and let the enervation gnaw at me. Some tell me it is better to leave to hunting that mysterious atmosphere which serves as an aureole to the ace. If the layman were to become competent to judge, he would possibly no longer hold the same admiration for the hunters. You will admit that this suggestion is not very flattering to us. In fine, according to this suggestion, we are interesting to them only because they know nothing about our work. They say of me, "Guynemer is a lucky dog." Certainly I am a lucky dog, for I have added up 49, this was written before the grand total was made, victories and am still alive, and I might have been killed during my first fight. If we talk this way, every person alive today is lucky, for he might have died yesterday. But I might astonish some persons considerably if I answered, "It's a good thing that I was a lucky dog, for I have been brought down by the enemy on 7 different occasions." I know that they will rejoin that this was really luck, for I managed to escape death. But was it luck that day, when, carried along by the great speed of my Nieuport, I rushed right past a Boche, giving him a chance to puncture an arm and wound me in the jaw? Was that luck, my fall of 3,000 meters after a shell had passed through a wing of the machine? And how many episodes there are of a similar character. Certainly, I do not wish to pretend that the question of chance, which I call providence, does not intervene in war, but between that and the assurance that every act is guided by a manifestation of a good star, there is a world of difference. And if I dispute this opinion so sharply, as far as it concerns me, it is not certes because I am annoyed, but on the contrary, because I believe that it is rendering a poor service to say that we succeed in any human activity through luck. Yet if we only eliminate this factor, we shall recognize the fact that neither that unfortunate Dormé nor I are instances of the effect of chance upon the career of airplane hunters. He was surnamed Invulnerable because he almost always came back from his cruises without a scratch. We were almost astounded if his airplane bore the mark of a single bullet. With me, on the contrary, I had the special faculty of coming back with missiles all over my machine. Why was there this difference? We had almost the same methods of attack. We proceeded along uniform principles, approaching the enemy to point-blank distance. What then? The reason is plain. Dormé was better at maneuvering than I. He called upon his skill to help him at the moment of attack, and when he judged that he was not sure of success, he went into a spin and broke away from the duel. I, on the contrary, used the normal method of flying, never having recourse to acrobatics unless it was the last means to be employed. I stayed close to my adversary as if I were possessed. When I held him, I would not let him go. These two systems have their advantages and their defects, which should not astonish you, for perfection is not of this world. I can draw but one conclusion from these two methods of fighting, and it is of capital importance. It is that hunting in the air must be done according to the temperament and character of each individual hunter. If it show itself as individual prowess, all the better. This must be cried out aloud, for many young men come to the squadron with false ideas and arrested wills, planning to bring down Boches in the style of Dormé or Hurteau. It is deplorable. Nothing is to be expected of the man who relies upon his memory in attacking an airplane. He may recall the way that some ace acted under similar circumstances. He may attain a measure of success, but he will never be a real scout. He who has in him the quality of a champion is the pilot who has recourse to his own initiative, to his own judgment, to his own personal equation. A Tribute by Premier Georges Clemenceau. Translated from the French. 6. How difficult it is to find a little black point through a rift in the clouds, which, found again soon afterwards in the field of blue, is about to wrap itself in a mist of white smoke, and seems to be celebrating in its own honor, but is only death's messenger. That is Guynemer, far up there, or some other of the storks, under attack by German shrapnel. This war, beyond the range of vision in the tragic infinity of space, watched by all the world. He who is able to place himself in the first rank of that band of messengers, from the earth to the heights, in response to the winged beings that the heavens sent us long ago, fully merits to live among us as a symbol of one of the greatest efforts of the human will. There, all alone in the very highest, in the imperturbable calm of absolute self-possession, waiting for nothing but a succession of unerring motions, gauged by correctness of eyesight and promptness of bold decisions, on the edge of a bottomless abyss ready to swallow everything, without the supreme aid of a look or the hand of a friend, is that not something far above all the historic beauty of the greatest sacrifices for the noblest causes? Something, as it were, of a miraculous concentration of superhumanity? To face every day the sublime adventure, in the sun, in the wind, in the rain, to pursue the enemy, and to seize upon the decisive moment that will place him at the mercy of the cannonading, beneath the fugitive angle which is offered suddenly, and will never occur again, to begin and begin again every day, and to always come back victorious. Thus lived Guynemer, now borne away in a great apotheosis amid the acclamations of his companions in glory. Guynemer, born to civil life like so many of his companions, when William II of Germany decided that the hour had come for France to demonstrate what she had preserved of that nobility of blood in which her history had been molded, Guynemer, without a word, resolved to lift his France to the highest, and upon that day when his destiny was achieved, all of us bear witness that he acted upon his resolution. One day it was granted me to clasp that hand in which not a quiver revealed the control of the supreme power of nerves and courage. Eyes of lovable youth, a gentle smile of timidity, simple, quiet replies, gestures disguising the consciousness of great hours incessantly lived over. In the greatest heart lies the purest simplicity. When the history of the world war is finally written, one of the names conspicuous in its pages will be that of Georges Guynemer. The name of Guynemer has become synonymous with brave deeds and is symbolical of the great spiritual glory that belongs to France. Guynemer has been called the Ace of Aces and the Winged Sword of France, but these names express only in part the characteristics of a world-famous hero whose life, as Clemenceau so aptly terms it, even though short, was a sufficiently beautiful adventure. Guynemer's part in the World War is over. His own active chapter is done, but his spirit lives on in the hearts of every Allied airman. Guynemer, born in December 1894, was the son of a retired officer. As a boy he was agile and ambitious in sports, though of slender build and somewhat delicate. He was especially fond of mechanical toys and miniature airplanes, and even in the early school days, when flying was looked upon more as a sport than an actual military factor, Georges declared to his father his ambition to become an aviator. And then came the war. The youth, who because of physical weakness was refused admission to the army no less than 5 times, was finally accepted at the age of 20 on November 23, 1914. Then began a career that in a few short years was destined to make the name of Georges Guynemer immortal. Guynemer's first victory. In describing his first meeting with the Boche on July 19, 1915, to his friend Jacques Mortan, Guynemer said, "I was on a 2-seated parasol with Girder, my mechanic, as passenger. I had promised myself for some time to undertake a pursuit in my airplane, but I had always been ordered on reconnaissance or photographic missions, and that kind of work did not suit me at all. It is always set aside for the newcomers in the squadrons, and I wanted to show that grit was not the exclusive possession of the older men. It is always set aside for the newcomers in the squadrons, and I wanted to show that grit was not the exclusive possession of the older men." A Boche had been sighted at Couvres, and Guynemer took flight with Girder and was soon in pursuit of the enemy. As the Boche's plane was faster, there was no possibility of catching him. Nevertheless, the joy of finding a first adversary made Guynemer eager to attempt anything. From a great distance he fired at his opponent, possibly without any hope of hitting him, but steadily nevertheless. He pursued him as far as the Coucy aerodrome, where he saw him alight. This displeased Guynemer greatly. He had gone out to get a Boche, and had to go back empty-handed. "There we were," he said, with these sad thoughts, when suddenly another black point appeared on the horizon. As we came nearer, the point became larger, and was soon plain as a Boche. He was moving towards the French lines, thinking only of what he might find ahead. He did not dream that on his track were 2 young fellows determined not to return to their squadron without performing their task. 2 young fellows who believed that to return to their headquarters without a Boche would mean derision. It was not until Soissons was reached that we came up with him, and there the combat took place. During the space of 10 minutes everybody in the city watched the fantastic duel over their heads. I kept about 15 meters from my Boche, below, back of and to the left of him, and, notwithstanding all his twistings, I managed not to lose touch with him. Girder fired 115 shots, but could not fire precisely, as his gun jammed continually. On the other hand, in the course of the fight, my companion was hit by 1 bullet in the hand, and another combed his hair. He answered with his rifle, shooting well. We began to ask ourselves how this duel was going to end, but at the 115th shot fired by Girder, I saw the pilot fall to the bottom of his car, while the lookout raised his arms in a gesture of despair, and the plane did a nose spin and plunged down into the abyss in flames. He fell between the trenches. I hastened to land not far away. At last I was able to live my dream. I, who had so long desired to join in the fighting, had managed to gain a victory. What shall I say about the reception given me by the troops on the ground? Ovations, congratulations, all under the vengeful cannon of the enemy. I have beaten down other Boches since that time, but when I think over my aerial duels, my recollections always fly back to that first one. Official recognition came to Guynemer the next day, when the military medal was awarded him for being a pilot full of spirit and boldness. In considering Guynemer's personal accounts of his various flights, it is evident that the ace, while not inspired by the same craving for combat that Major Bishop acknowledges, was a hero of unusually high-pitched nerves, inspired with dreams of battle, and whose quests for the Boche were insatiable. Guynemer talked much concerning his will. It was his will to get into service in spite of his 5 rejections, and being compelled to enter as a mechanic. He would scorn an observer's work and become a hunter. He would make his score larger and larger. He would fly regardless of climatic conditions or his own health, going up even when convalescing from injuries. And it was this will which doubtless made him the terror of his enemies and the glory of France. Among the first duties assumed by an airman when he is learning the mastery of his machine is that of reconnoitering. But Guynemer, fast becoming specialized in pursuit, soon stopped all reconnoitering and found himself assigned to a single-seated airplane. It was on February 3, 1916, that in the course of a single flight he succeeded in getting his first official double. He was making his usual round in the Roye section just before noon, and was about to end his flight when he saw an airplane in the distance. The game was coming to me, he said. All he had to do was not to let it escape. Guynemer gave chase and soon caught up with it. The enemy did not seem to wish to avoid the fight. Possibly he had not seen Guynemer at all. Being faster than he, Guynemer got behind him, opening fire at 100 meters, and, as he fired at rapid intervals, his cartridges were soon exhausted. At that instant a cloud of smoke, which increased rapidly, made a sinister tail to the Boche, who dived, severely wounded. He fell, however, within his own lines, and Guynemer could not follow him to earth. It was certainly one enemy less, but Guynemer's total record was not improved. Fortune, however, favored him. I was coming back, he said, thinking over the methods of fighting, considering how I had attacked, asking myself whether I would not have done better to approach from some other direction, when at almost 11:30 I found another hunting plane. Yes, I had made a mistake just now when I opened fire from so far away. I should have waited. At 100 meters we cannot be sure of the aim. My method, which up to this time always consisted in attacking almost point blank, seemed to me much better. It is more risky, but everything lies in maneuvering so as to remain in the dead angle of fire. Certainly it is rather difficult, but nevertheless it can be mastered with skill. While going over these things to myself, I had come near enough to the Boche without running any great danger. At 20 meters I fired. Almost at once my adversary tumbled in a tailspin. I dived after him, continuing to fire my weapon. I plainly saw him fall in his lines. That was all right, no doubt about him. I had my fifth. I was really in luck, for less than 10 minutes later another plane, sharing the same lot, spun downward with the same grace, taking fire as it fell through the clouds. The second day afterwards, before freeze, in a new tete-a-tete with a hunting Boche, I leaped forward, caught up with him, got in back of him, a little below to avoid his fire, and at 15 meters fired 45 cartridges. He swayed sadly in the shock of death, which I was beginning to be able to diagnose, then fell like a stone, taking fire on the way. He must have been burnt up between a Sevier and Herbe Corps. Although he was really my 7th Boche, he alone gained me the honor of a special mention. Guynemer's 5th citation rewarded him for this exploit and declared him a hunting pilot with audacity and energy for any adventure. According to Guynemer's own testimony, one of the most difficult things an airman of the Allies has to do is to compel the Boche to accept a duel. Not that the latter lacks courage, but rather that he prefers not to run the risk of being brought down. As a result of forcing engagements, Guynemer seldom returned from a flight without a wound of some sort or other. On several occasions his garments were drilled with holes, his clothing more than once taking on the appearance of a sieve. This was the youth who in less than 8 months from the downing of his 5th Boche had been awarded 7 palms for his war cross. Guynemer and his parents. Like Nungesser, Dormé, and Triboulet, Guynemer would not rest when he had left the hospital convalescent from some of his more serious wounds, and it is by signs like these that we find the souls of great heroes who know nothing about vacations, even for their health, so long as others are fighting. Guynemer was not strong, and should have rested after his stay in the hospital. His parents begged him to rest, so Guynemer compromised by agreeing to establish himself near his family at Compiègne, where at the same time he could serve France. Not far from his paternal home at Vauciennes, his baby Newport rested in a hangar, ready to carry him into those great open spaces to search for the enemy whenever the atmosphere permitted. One of the hero's sisters was entrusted with the task of studying the atmosphere at dawn each day to see if it were Boche weather, and as soon as it was light enough, slyly, like a boy planning mischief against the orders of his elders, the second Lieutenant Ace came down from his room and mounted his Newport for a prospective fray. He was convinced that no one in the house suspected his escapades except his sister. How little he understood the hearts of a father and mother. Father Guynemer has told of the anxieties, the worries lived through during that convalescence. The boy had gone. Would he come back? Would some hateful enemy appear on the way and prevent his return to the bosom of his family? The minutes of anxiety were as long as centuries. As for the loving mother Guynemer, she did not dare show her son that she was undeceived by his stratagems, nor did she wish him to see her when she watched him fly away. Through the blinds, with tear-dimmed eyes, she watched him depart in the service of his country. When she saw her boy draw far away, she returned to her household duties, but not until Georges' machine had become a tiny speck. Here is one of the most moving pages in the hero's life. This feigned ignorance on the part of the parents, the plotting of brother and sister. Guynemer, face to face with his family, pretended that he would run no danger. He insisted on his own prudence. Nothing serious could happen to him because he avoided all risks. But as soon as he began to turn the conversation upon the subject which was all his life, the comforting words which he had spoken were at once contradicted by the many adventures and varied anecdotes which he recalled. No peril had been too great for him. He played with danger and looked for it. A fall of 3,000 meters. Guynemer hated the word luck, perhaps because he was accused of having so much of it, and when his Spad was struck by a shell 3,000 meters from the earth, the airman falling the entire distance, he repudiated the suggestion that this was a lucky star. This phenomenal escape took place on September 23, 1916. Guynemer, having just finished an exploit, humorously sat down by his friend Mortain as follows: Put an egg in boiling water when the ace of aces begins a battle. You wait until he is down to 3 Boches, you take out the egg, and it is done to a turn. What a triumph for the restaurant menus. While contemplating the immensity of the azure heavens at an altitude of 3,000 meters above the earth, Guynemer suddenly felt a shell strike one of the wings of his airplane with all its force. The left wing was torn to shreds, the canvas sent floating in the wind as the airman and his machine began a descent. My apparatus fell, said Guynemer, broke apart, crumbled in the abyss, unable to bear me any longer. I really felt the call of death, and I seemed to be hastening towards it. It seemed that there was nothing to prevent my crashing to the earth. A tailspin, terrible, fearful, began at 3,000 meters and continued to 1,600 meters. I felt as if I were indeed lost, and all that I asked of Providence was that I should not fall in enemy territory. Never that. They would have been too happy. Can you think of me buried with my victims? But I was powerless to exert my will. My airplane refused to obey. At 1,600 meters I tried anyway. The wind had driven me almost over our lines. I was already half happy. Now I dreamed of being interred with sympathetic comrades following my body. That was not a fine dream, but at least it was better than the other. I had no longer to fear the pointed helmets. But, nevertheless, I felt all that death might be, and it was not a pleasant thought. The fall continued. The steering gear would not respond to my tugging. Nothing worked. I tried it to the right, to the left, pulling, pushing, but got no result. The comet did not slow a bit. I was drawn invincibly toward the earth, where I was about to be crushed. There it was. One last brutal effort, but in vain. I closed my eyes. I saw the earth. I was plunging towards it at 180 kilometers an hour, like a plummet. A terrible crashing. A great noise. I looked around. There was nothing left of my Spad. How did it happen that I was still alive? I asked myself, but I felt that it was so, and that was enough. However, I think that it was the straps which held me in my seat that had saved me. Without them I would have been thrown forward or would have broken some bones. On the contrary, they were dug deep into my shoulders, a silent proof, doubtless, that I should give them full consideration. Had it not been for them, I would certainly have been killed. A kilometer is 1,000 meters, or 3,280 feet 10 inches. Infantrymen hurried to the spot to pick up the pieces. Finding Guynemer not only alive, but unhurt except for a bruised knee, they conducted him home in triumph, singing the Marseillaise at the top of their voices. Guynemer went to view the remains of the Boche that he had brought down first. The pilot had on his body a card, almost burned up, on which a feminine hand had written these words: "I hope that you will bring back many victories." A quadruple victory. The magic quadruple, the successive defeat of 4 airplanes, was Guynemer's achievement, one of which was downed in 1 minute on May 25, 1917, according to the following schedule. First airplane, 8:30. Second airplane, 8:31. Third airplane, 12:01. Fourth airplane, 6:30. 4 airplanes beaten down on one day by the same aviator was a record. On February 26, 1916, Navarre secured his first double. Nungesser on the Somme destroyed a balloon and 2 airplanes on a single morning. But by his quadruple victory, Guynemer exceeded these 2 earlier records and the one established by himself in the Lorraine when he brought down 3 airplanes in one day. On the morning of May 25th, Guynemer saw 3 enemy airplanes flying in concert toward French lines. He pounced upon them and they took to flight. He attacked one of them, maneuvering to get him in the line of fire, then fired, and after the first shots the enemy machine dived and fell in flames. Meanwhile, the danger for the single-seated machine was surprised from the rear. While he was attacking in front, it was necessary for Guynemer to watch the rear. Guynemer turned and saw a second adversary coming full at him, trying to reach him, but he had fired already from above downward and hit him with an explosive bullet. Like the first, this airplane took fire. The victories of Guynemer were lightning-like, requiring only a few seconds of fighting. His only injury was a bruised knee. Towards noon, an audacious German airplane flew over the aviation field. French squadrons have taught the enemy respect for their lines, and the unfortunate fellow who ventures above them seldom returns home. It was something of a mystery how this one had broken through the barrage. But to ascend to the sky after him and to reach him, no matter how speedy the machine, required several minutes, time enough for the enemy to flee, his mission accomplished. All of the machines had come down except the one driven by Guynemer. Guynemer came upon his adversary like a whirlwind. He fired. Only one shot from his machine gun was heard. The airplane fell, the propeller revolving at full speed, and dug itself into the earth. Guynemer had killed the pilot with a bullet in the head. That evening Guynemer went out for the 3rd time. It was about 7 o'clock, over the gardens of Guignecourt, that a 4th machine, beaten down by him, fell in flames. And as the young conqueror came down at sunset, he executed all kinds of fancy figures in the air to announce his victory to his comrades, all the turns and twists and loopings of which he was so great a master. But some facts must be added as a sequence to the official announcements. The first airplane brought down was a two-seater, one of whose wings was broken in descent. It fell into the trees near Corbeny. The second, another two-seater, fell on fire near Juvincourt. The third was also brought down afire near Colindon. Finally, the fourth, also set on fire, dropped between Condé-sur-Suippe and Guynemer. Add to this that, on the same day, Guynemer had collaborated with Captain Auger, the slain ace, in putting to flight a group of 6 single-seaters. It was the quadruple that brought Captain Guynemer the Rosette of the Legion of Honor with this commendation: "An elite officer, a fighting pilot as skillful as audacious. He has rendered glowing service to the country both by the number of his victories and the daily example he has set of burning ardor and even greater mastery increasing from day to day. Unconscious of danger, on account of his sureness of method and precision of maneuvers, he has become the most redoubtable of all to the enemy." On May 25, 1917, he accomplished one of his most brilliant exploits, beating down 2 enemy airplanes in 1 minute and gaining 2 more victories on the same day. By all of his exploits, he has contributed towards exalting the courage and enthusiasm of those who, from the trenches, were the witnesses of his triumphs. He has brought down 45 airplanes, received 20 citations, and been seriously wounded twice. One of the most conspicuous virtues of Guynemer was his extreme modesty. He wore his crosses and medals not from love of show, declaring that while it was sweet to know one was celebrated, that glory was accompanied by many drawbacks. "You no longer belong to yourself," said Guynemer. "You belong to everybody. To be well known is to see around you all the time a number of persons who never cared for you before, but have suddenly assumed a pseudo-friendship for you. All at once they find out that you are a charming conversationalist, an infinitely fine soul, and more of the same kind of gush. Their object is to go out with you, and to take you to see their people, and when they look at you, they imagine that you admire them. Such is the misfortune of renown. You no longer know where sincerity begins, whether they are pleasant to you out of friendship or vanity. We are apt to become unjust to those who do not deserve it, and confide in others who deserve it still less." The Last Flight. It was on August 20th, 1917, that Guynemer, piloting Old Charles, achieved his last official triumph, a German plane which crashed to earth at Pomperinge, Belgium. A few days after that, Guynemer took command of the Stork Squadron. Thus the difficult task of guiding the administrative work of the Storks fell upon the shoulders of this young soldier. With these new duties, he might have abstained from flying, but this would not have been like Guynemer. He flew from 5 to 6 hours each day. On September 11th, notwithstanding the bad weather, Guynemer started upon a cruise with Second Lieutenant Verduras. After furrowing space for a long time without success, for atmospheric conditions kept the Boches on Earth, the 2 pilots at last saw a 2-seater which appeared to be lost on the clouds. The hero darted forward, attacked, but his gun missed fire. He maneuvered for position again, without even trying to dodge the answering fire, so sure was he of himself in dealing with this Boche. A single 2-seater was but a trivial thing to him. Second Lieutenant Boson Verduras had gone towards other fights with the conviction that his comrade would, without a doubt, come out of the duel victorious. Guynemer, the hero of dreams, had vanished in mystery. And here above Pol Capel the career of this most brilliant pilot of the air was terminated, after he had added up 755 hours of airplane flight. The censor forbade the announcement of Guynemer's disappearance, but the news was passed from mouth to mouth. Guynemer? Everyone deemed him invulnerable. No one believed that he could be killed. But many days afterward came the news from a German source. The ace of aces had been beaten down near the cemetery of Flemish Pol Capel. 2 soldiers had been present at the place of the catastrophe. 1 wing of the Spad had been broken. The pilot lay there killed, with a bullet in his head and 1 leg broken. The ace of aces had been beaten down near the cemetery of Flemish Pol Capel. 2 soldiers had been present at the place of the catastrophe. 1 wing of the Spad had been broken. The pilot lay there killed, with a bullet in his head and 1 leg broken. On him was found his commission, which made it possible to identify the body. The district in which Guynemer had ended his career in a burst of glory was being hammered by the English artillery. Attacks followed. The Allies looked for his grave in the cemetery of Pol Capel when they took it, but they never succeeded in finding it. It was learned later that on account of the incessant danger, the Germans had not been able to remove the remains to inter them. The soul of Guynemer in the great beyond had the supreme satisfaction of knowing that the body was not defiled by his enemy. Lieutenant Wiseman, the German airman who had brought Guynemer's career to a close, survived to success but a few days. The ongoing. Loose me from fear, and make me see aright how each has back what once he stayed to weep. Homer his sight, David his little lad. He will not come, the gallant flying boy, back to his field. Somewhere he wings his way where the immortals keep, where Homer now has back his sight, David his little lad. Where all those are we duly call the dead, who have gone greatly on some shining quest, he takes his way. That which he quested for, that larger freedom of a larger birth, captains him, flying into fields of dawn. He has gone on where now the soldier slain arise in light. Somewhere he takes his place and leads his comrades in untrodden fields. For never can these rest until our earth has ceased from travail. Never can these take their fill of sleep until the scourge is slain. And so they keep them sometimes near old ways in the accustomed fields. Now flying low, invisible, they cheer the gallant hosts, bidding them be, as they, invincible. He will never come back, but we who watched him take the upper air and steer his boundless path firmly against the foe, we know that here death could not penetrate. Life only is where all life is, and so, before us, keeps always the vision of his faring on to unpathed fields where his great comrades wait, and joyful take him for their captaining. The brave adventurer, the gallant flying boy. Mary Segrist. By permission of the New York Times. End of chapter 17.
Chapter 18 of The Mentor 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jim's Vox 4. The Mentor 2 by Various. Chapter 18. The Mentor. Two Early German Painters. Volume 1, number 48, serial number 48, by Frank Jewett Mather. Dürer and Holbein by Frank Jewett Mather, Jr., Marquand Professor of Art and Archaeology, Princeton University. Albrecht Dürer. A great painter gives us much more than skillfully arranged lines and colours. These are only the symbols by which we may share his vision of the world. What we must try to find in any work of art is the soul of a great man. This is particularly true of so serious an artist as Albrecht Dürer of Nuremberg, who was born in 1471, a little before the outbreak of the Protestant Reformation. In that movement he shared heartily, but without bitterness for the Catholic Church, in which he had been bred. He was a broad-minded Christian, a thoughtful and thorough craftsman. In the little drawing he did of himself at 13, we see the serious, worried lad, already a competent draftsman. We may see him again in the Madrid portrait, the confident young painter of 27. At Munich, the mature and dignified artist of 36. And finally, in the haggard woodcut profile as a man grown old with unabated ardour of spirit. The accent of study and concentration is present at every stage. He painted so carefully that such work did not pay him. The engravings, of which he did about 100 with his own hand, brought him in a comfortable fortune. They are marvels of faithful observation and of minute execution. When old age and illness made painting and engraving difficult, he wrote books on the proportions of the human body and the art of fortification. We must not expect a man of such stern and high ideals to be charming. He may, however, have many true things to tell about life and character that it behoves us to know. The engravings. At 15, Dürer was apprenticed to the painter and woodcutter Michael Wohlgemuth. The lad saw the advantages of the new process of woodcutting and copperplate engraving, by which a design might be multiplied. Then the good wife Agnes, whom he married by parental arrangement at 23, came to be a thrifty saleswoman for the prince. The work was of the most taxing kind, being all done under a magnifying lens. When the firm lines had been graven in the copper, they were filled with ink, which, under heavy pressure from a roller press, was transferred to paper. The lines of Dürer were so fine and closely spaced that the whole print got a charming, pearly quality, which is well represented in our reproductions. Bible stories, the life of Christ and the Virgin, popular customs, portraits of his learned friends, and a strange series of plates having a moral meaning may be specially noted. In 1513 and 1514, he engraved what are called the 4 master plates, 2 of which are reproduced. The Knight, Death, and the Devil. Upon a splendid steed, an armoured knight rides through a rocky defile, high above which is seen his goal, an imposing castle. Forms of horror beset the traveller. The horse sniffs impatiently at a skull in the road. King Death himself, mounted on a jaded nag, holds up an hourglass. The knight's hours are measured. Behind the horse stalks a swine-like form, which may represent the lower temptations that assail a warrior of the Lord. Regardless of these nightmare shapes, the knight holds his restive horse in the road. Fortitude has overcome sin and fear of death. Such seems the large, informing idea of a picture, which would be exquisite if regarded merely as minute delineations of forms of rocks and trees, and textures of hair and armour. Saint Jerome in his study. In depicting the cardinal saint, who in the late 4th century translated the Holy Scriptures into eloquent Latin, Dürer may well have wished to emphasize the enviable serenity of the scholar's lot, in contrast with the perilous course of the knight. Everything in this study speaks of peace and steady, satisfactory endeavour. The light shimmers on wall, floor, and ceiling like a blessing. It seems as if no sight or sound of troublous or unworthy sort could enter this scholar's sanctuary. The skull and hourglass are no longer symbols of dread. The saint is oblivious of the passage of time and looks forward to death as the opening of fuller knowledge. The elaborate and beautiful details of the room assure us that this is no mere dream of an idealist, but an actual place that a student of the divine mysteries might inhabit. A different kind of peacefulness pervades the small engraving of the hermit saint, St. Anthony of Egypt, behind whom rise the picturesque walls and roofs of Dürer's own Nuremberg. The woodcuts. The engravings are by Dürer's own hand. The woodcuts are copies of his designs by capable assistants. As early as 1499, he had published the impressive illustrations for the Revelation of St. John. For terror and ferocity, the print representing the 4 riders who begin the destruction of mankind before the last day has never been equalled. For 12 years he worked at the designs for the life of the Virgin and a large and small series of the Passion of Christ. One woodcut from the Little Passion, Christ in Gethsemane with the sleeping apostles, is reproduced. He has used the small scale of the plate to indicate a peculiar heartlessness in the disciples, calmly sleeping so near their agonized Lord. The postures of vehement prayer and of complete exhaustion are affectingly truthful. The basis of such designs is the artist's own pen drawing, which is pasted or traced on a pear wood plank. As the blank spaces are cut away with a knife, leaving the lines in relief, the woodblock may be set up with type pages and printed on an ordinary press. It is thus better adapted to book illustration than engraving, which requires special printing. About 1511, Dürer reprinted the Revelation and published the 3 new books. They were justly popular, and from that time he painted only when he pleased. The woodcuts, which faithfully represent drawings made with a coarse quill pen, will look rude to eyes accustomed to the often meaningless finish of modern illustrations. It will require patience to see how direct, sincere, and vigorous is the expression. With so coarse a tool, nothing can be left to chance or smoothed down. Every line must tell, and every line in the Dürer woodcut does tell its story of structure and feeling. Dürer's woodcuts are as fine in their way as his more popular engravings. The painted portraits. From the first, Dürer revealed in portraiture an inflexible curiosity as to form and insight as to character. The earlier portraits, those of his master, Wohlgemuth, and of his own father, have a speaking lifelikeness. But the very endeavour to omit nothing and say everything with resolute truthfulness makes some of the early portraits stiff and forbidding. This defect is hardly noticeable in the 3 admirable portraits of his maturity, which are our special theme. They were all painted after his Venetian visit of 1506. There he saw portraiture as faithful as his own, but softer and more agreeable. Open-minded student that he always was, he readily learned the lesson. The charming head of a young woman represents the fruits of this new experience. With a comeliness that is by no means merely pretty, one gets the sense also of character and of capacity. The tightly drawn hair, the head held alertly a little forward, tell of aggressiveness with self-control, of perfect physical and mental well-being. It was such strong mothers as this that bore the men who, in finance, manufactures, commerce, and scholarship, made the little city of Nuremberg famous. Initials on the bodice suggest that this may be the wife Agnes, who was an efficient business partner and a terror to certain easygoing friends. Firm, yet minutely varied lines, modelling soft and lifelike, but also decisive. Such are the technical merits of this masterpiece. Among Dürer's portraits of himself, the head in which the master gave himself the aspect of a Christ is the favourite of many people. The workmanship is of extraordinary carefulness and beauty. Every detail of the fur, of the flowing hair, of the powerful, slender hand is there, but the effect remains large. There is, in the face, a sense of dignity, reserve, decision, and sympathy. Other portraits are probably much more like Dürer as Nuremberg saw him. This presents his own ideal of himself as a creative artist, exemplifying a spiritual beauty that he ever strove to attain. Despite an old inscription reading 1500, we must date this portrait after that Venetian visit, which brought to Dürer new power and self-confidence. Efficiency was the trait Dürer most admired. His merchant friend, Hieronymus Holzschuher, possessed this quality in a high degree, as his portrait shows. He still directs toward an admiring world the bluest, brightest, steadiest eyes ever painted. The silvery hair and beard glisten like a halo before a blue sky. The firm, thin lips under the scant, well-kept moustache still tell of the sagacity and persistence that won for Hieronymus a fortune and the mayoralty of a proud city. Nor is this power and rectitude without kindness. One feels the living presence of a man absolutely just, but also quick to see another man's side, and withal humorous. Of an old age not too frosty and wholly vigorous, this picture is a most remarkable embodiment. That Dürer's genius is as marked in a slight sketch as in elaborately executed works, witness the charcoal study which he did of his old mother just before her death. Have a few lines ever told more piteously of resigned decrepitude. The Four Apostles. In his last years, Dürer painted as a legacy to his native town the stately figures of the apostles, Paul, Mark, Peter, and John. Already, the Protestant movement which he held so dear was breaking up into wrangling sects. Dürer wished to recall men to the founts of Christian wisdom and unity. The apostles wear their grand robes with Roman dignity. The heads are sharply distinguished by temperament. The burning determination of St. Paul is very unlike the excitability of St. Mark. The inward serenity of St. John most unlike the careworn pensiveness of St. Peter. These are men to move a world. On the 6th of April 1528, he passed away, only 57 years old, but exhausted by constant effort. The great bankers, merchants, scholars, and craftsmen of Nuremberg knew that a notable citizen had gone. He had known familiarly Melanchthon and Luther. Raphael had been glad to exchange drawings with him. His engravings and woodcuts were admired throughout Europe. After 4 centuries, he remains the finest exemplar in art of the peculiar steadfastness and thoroughness of the German race. Goethe, the greatest of German poets, has written the finest tribute to Germany's greatest artist. Wholly unsoftened and unquibbled, naught prettified or vainly scribbled, the very world thou shalt descry, as seen by Albrecht Dürer's eye. Her sturdy life and manhood strong, her inward might enduring long. Hans Holbein. Whoever understands the art of Dürer needs little introduction to that of Holbein. Hans Holbein was born in 1497, when Dürer was just beginning to be famous, at the imperial city of Augsburg, which was merely a larger Nuremberg. Holbein's father was a painter, and the lad was early perfected in the craft. By his 17th year, he was working at Basel, where for some 10 years he practiced book illustration, designing for metal and glass, religious subjects, wall painting. Such versatility he renounced later for the better-paying branch of portraiture. In 1526, some German merchants called him over to London. There, he soon became court painter to King Henry VIII, and there he remained for the most part until his death by plague in 1543. He was one of the first of those cosmopolitan portrait painters who follow their market. A homeless man, separated from wife and children, a completely detached person. That he was fitted for the part, the sturdy, confident portrait of himself shows. As a painter, Holbein was Dürer's superior, though inferior to him as a man. Where Dürer set his bright colours in rather harsh combinations, Holbein worked out arrangements of mosaic-like depth and brilliance. Usually the background is pale blue, green, or other solid tone, against which the pale flesh tints, the crimson, green, or black of the rich costumes glow like some precious enamel. He is as accurate in his drawing as Dürer, with less sense of effort. Holbein painted the profile portrait of the scholar Erasmus about 1523. Erasmus was not merely very learned, but also a wit, and Holbein has combined with the self-control and concentration of the face a sense of astuteness. The set lips would readily break into a smile. The gentle and careful pose of the hands is noteworthy. It is as if the great stylist caressed the paper to invite a happy phrase. Very effective, too, is the setting of the figure in the frame. Everything forms a beautiful pattern. Cut off the margin ever so little, and the figure will seem out of balance. Finely composed again is the famous Madonna of the Meyer family. The kneeling figures make the base of a pyramid, the lines of which are carried up by the Madonna's cloak and the Christ child's outstretched hand. Perhaps the formal arrangement and the stately niche are a little out of keeping with the evident simplicity of all the people. In fact, the greatness of the picture lies mainly in its vitality, in the sense of strength and devotion it conveys. Holbein, like Dürer, conceives the Virgin simply as a German mother, none too intelligent and rather ungraceful, but wholly wrapped up in the divine child, who is, after all, much like an ordinary German baby. The gentleness of Mary's clasped hands is one of the many beautifully studied details. A consummate example of his work is the Jane Seymour of 1536. In The Third Wife of Henry VIII, Holbein had only a moderately good subject. She seems a stolid person, yet a certain shrewdness is also in the face. The setting in the frame is perfect, and the gold-embroidered robes and jewellery are done with a quiet dexterity that simply takes one's breath away. The sketch for the portrait is preserved. Holbein always made a careful crayon drawing for every portrait, introducing slight tints, or even writing down the colour of hair, eyes, and so on. From such a study, which was made in a few hours, the picture was painted. We have then the most lifelike portraits known to art painted with the model absent. Today, artists plague themselves and the sitter to poorer purpose. By utmost concentration upon the original drawing, Holbein seems to have omitted all unimportant or merely general traits of his subject, fixing upon the few that were really characteristic. Moreover, he stood upon his first reading of the character. At any rate, these splendid sketches are the finest flower of Holbein's genius. Scores of them are preserved at Windsor Castle. I reproduce only the rather vain and weak face of the poet, warrior, and dandy, the Earl of Surrey. I must repeat that Holbein was less of a man, but in some ways more of an artist than Dürer, unqualifiedly superior as a mere painter. Dürer was full of profound ideas about religion and life. His work is truly a criticism of the life of his age, and genially accepted his world as very good to live and paint in. He brought not a great mind to his art, but a tolerant temper, a most discerning eye, and a magnificently sure hand. Dürer and Holbein, the young artist. 1. Albrecht Dürer was born on May 21st, 1471 at Nuremberg, Germany. His father was named Albrecht Dürer also. He was a goldsmith who at the age of 40 married his master's daughter, who was only 15 years old. In spite of the difference in their ages, the marriage was a happy one and was blessed with 18 children, of whom Albrecht was the second. As a boy, he showed himself more worthy of an education than any of his many brothers, and was apprenticed to a goldsmith. But he wanted to become an artist, and being his father's favourite son, his wish was granted. So at the age of 15, he was apprenticed to the principal painter of Nuremberg, Michael Wohlgemuth. Here, as one of the artist's assistants, he turned out little sketches of religious subjects, and some woodcuts for book illustrations. He had a hard time, as his companion apprentices were a rough crowd and took great delight in making young Dürer suffer. In 1490 he finished his apprenticeship and began his years of travel. These lasted until 1494. He visited Colmar, Basel, Strasbourg, and other German cities. Shortly after his return in July 1494, he married Agnes Frey, who was a good wife for him. She was an excellent housekeeper and a shrewd businesswoman. They had no children. But Dürer had not been married more than a few months when he decided to make a journey to northern Italy to complete his artistic education. He was very poor, and the great expense of such a trip made it necessary for him to leave his wife behind. He didn't stay away long. Sometime in 1495 he returned to Nuremberg, where he lived without change for the next 10 years. Like many another artist, Dürer had his early struggles against poverty and indifference. Painting did not pay, so he turned to wood and copper engraving, and in this way made a fair living. The middle years. 2. Dürer visited Venice in the fall of 1505 and stayed there until the spring of 1507. The main reason for this journey was the commission to paint a picture for the Germans living at Venice. His fame had spread greatly, and, as his countrymen wanted to dedicate a picture in the church of St. Bartholomew, they chose him to paint it. The picture that Dürer did for them was the Adoration of the Virgin, better known as the Feast of the Rose Garlands. Emperor Rudolf II later got hold of it. It was carried to Vienna upon men's shoulders as a thing of great value. It is now greatly injured in the monastery of Strahov at Prague. At Venice, Dürer was treated with great respect and admiration. He held a high position there, although most of the Italian artists were jealous of him. But in spite of his desire to remain in Italy for the rest of his life, he returned to Nuremberg in 1507. All over Europe, Dürer was now recognized as a great painter. All the living master artists of the age were his friends or acquaintances. The great Raphael felt honored to exchange drawings with him, but his intimate life was not so happy. It's been said that his wife plagued him to death with her meanness. It's undoubtedly true that although Agnes was a good housewife and manager, she made the artist overwork himself for money. For years, her name was held up among Germans as an example of an unworthy wife. In none of his letters does Dürer speak of her with tenderness or affection. Beyond this, the artist's life was uneventful. The years from 1507 to 1511 he spent in painting. The 3 following he devoted mostly to engraving on both wood and copper. Copper engraving especially took up much of his time. At the same time, he resumed etching. He was interested in mathematical and anatomical studies on the proportions and structure of the human frame. Last days. 3. The last period of Dürer's life began in 1520. Emperor Maximilian was his friend and patron, but his death in 1519 stopped all the things that Dürer was doing for him. So in July 1520, the artist, with his wife and her maid, set out for the Netherlands to secure a continuance of the patronage and privileges granted during the lifetime of Maximilian. Everywhere he was handsomely received. Throughout all his travels, which lasted a year, he was entertained by the best and most intellectual society of his time. On July 12, 1521, Dürer reached home again. His mind was now filled with schemes for religious pictures, but he produced comparatively little. One reason for this was the bad state of his health. Another was that he gave more and more of his time to mathematical study, which he considered important. His most famous picture of this time is the portrait of Hieronymus Holzschuher at Berlin. At Nuremberg in 1525 was published his book on geometry, and in 1527 appeared a work on fortification, but his health was failing. He had caught a fever in the Low Countries from which he never fully recovered. On the night of April 6, 1528, he died, so suddenly that there was not even time to call his dearest friends to his side. He was buried in a vault belonging to his wife's family in the cemetery of St. John at Nuremberg. Luther, the great reformer, said of the famous artist in a letter, "As for Dürer, assuredly affection bids us mourn for one who was the best of men, yet you may well hold him happy that he has made so good an end, and that Christ has taken him from the midst of this time of trouble, and from greater troubles in store, lest he, that deserved nothing but the best, should be compelled to behold the worst. Therefore, may he rest in peace with his fathers. Amen. Prepared by the editorial staff of the Mentor Association. Illustration for the Mentor, Volume 1, Number 48, Serial Number 48, Copyright 1914, by the Mentor Association, Inc. The Young Artist. 4. Hans Holbein came from an artistic family. Indeed, he is usually known as Holbein the Younger, for his father, Hans Holbein the Elder, was a painter of great ability himself. His uncle also, his mother's father, and most of his family were painters and decorators in the city of Augsburg, Germany, where Holbein the Younger was born sometime toward the end of the 15th century. No one knows exactly the year in which Holbein first opened his eyes. In those times they did not keep such an accurate record of births and deaths as they do nowadays. So, unless a man was the son of a king or some other important person, it didn't matter much when he was born. Still, we are probably right when we say that Hans Holbein was born in 1497. Those were the days of Augsburg's prosperity. All its magnificence is gone now, but then it boasted of many merchant princes, men of distinction, and patrons of the fine arts. It was a favorite city of Emperor Maximilian himself. There was less travel at that time than now, and consequently the citizens of each town were much more closely bound together. Civic pride ran high. It was the period of the Renaissance, that great period of awakening to the appreciation of fine things in art and literature. So, of course, Augsburg had its guild of painters, and Holbein the Elder was a member of it. Hans was the favourite son, and both he and his brother Ambrose were educated to be artists in their father's studio. There they worked until 1515, when Hans and Ambrose journeyed to Basel, at that time a centre of learning and art. There, Holbein's chief occupation was the drawing of title pages for books. Erasmus, the great scholar, is said to have been his patron and helped him in many ways. Another powerful patron was Jacob Meyer, the first commoner who ever held the office of Burgermeister of Basel, and under whose rule the reformation of the city laws was peaceably carried out. He was the original of Holbein's first portrait painted in Basel, and for him, 8 or 9 years later, was painted the famous Meyer Madonna. The Middle Years. 5. In 1517, Holbein left Basel on a journey of 2 years. No one knows exactly where he travelled. It's said that he didn't go to Italy, but others maintain that he must have spent some time there. Anyway, in 1519, he returned to Basel, and in the same year, his brother Ambrose died. The next year, 1520, was an important one in the artist's life. Erasmus returned to Basel, and Holbein became a citizen of the town and was admitted to the Guild of Painters. Also at this time, he married. His wife was a widow with 2 children. She was some years older than the artist, and seems to have been somewhat of a shrew. It is said that it was her tongue that drove Holbein to England in the summer of 1526. More probably it was the usual desire to make more money than he was earning at Basel. At that time, art was having a hard time in Germany. The Reformation, when Luther and his followers broke away from the Roman Church, forced painters to do almost anything for a living. Stained glass designing, furniture decoration, and book illustration made up most of Holbein's commissions. It was at this time also that he drew his famous Dance of Death series. These drawings are not dated, but they must have been made sometime before 1527, for in that year The engraver, Hans Lützelberger, who was doing that part of the work, died, leaving his work unfinished. Another wood engraver, able to render the action and expression of the little faces, could not be found, so for 10 years their publication was delayed. The Dance of Death is a highly moral set of pictures depicting the work of the great reaper in all fields of life. In the various pictures, death is shown taking grim satisfaction in the consternation of his victims. Pope, emperor, preacher, nun, rich and poor, young and old, all are unready for his coming. All vainly resist. The artist must have worked hard and carefully over these engravings. Last Days 6. Holbein arrived in London toward the end of 1526. It is said that the English called him, colloquially, Master Haunce. He went immediately to Chelsea, where Sir Thomas More lived. Erasmus had given him a letter of introduction to this famous statesman and author, and the artist was made welcome and given many commissions for his portraits. Holbein remained at Chelsea throughout his first visit to England. Sir Thomas More introduced him to many of the greatest men of the day. At this time, England was just beginning to feel the first influence of the Renaissance. London was still a dirty, noisy town of the Middle Ages. The houses were made of wood and mud and built with the earth as a flooring. The streets were narrow and crowded, and the houses and little shops set close together. From the highest to the lowest, London was far from being the centre of fashion it was to become not many years later. Consequently, when the dreaded plague broke out in 1528, London was just the kind of city in which it would spread most rapidly. So, Holbein gave up his work in England and returned to Basel. There he finished the decorations at the town hall which he had begun in 1521. But he was not happy there. All his friends were either dead or had left the city, so about 1531 he returned to London. This time he needed no introduction. His reputation was established in England. The merchants of the Steelyard, the great German trading company established on the banks of the Thames, gave him plenty of work to do, and he did it well. These portraits contain some of Holbein's most careful work. In 1537 he painted the great portrait of Henry VII with Elizabeth of York, and Henry VIII with Jane Seymour for the Privy Chamber of the Palace of Westminster. This picture was destroyed in the fire that burned the palace in 1698. In 1543, the plague broke out again in England. A will, presumably made in October 1543 by Holbein, was found in London some years ago, and not long after making this, in November, the great artist died, probably of the plague. His death was surrounded by mystery. Not even the place of his burial is known for certain. It was either in the church of St. Andrew Undershaft or St. Catherine Cree. His death, in the prime of his active life, was a great loss to the world, but his work survives and will live forever. End of Chapter 18. Recording by Jim's Vox 4.